of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. First, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane, you can't hold back the tears in your eyes, even though I'm only gone for days. You're one of a kind. 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 When I'm on the road, I need you to know there's lots of chances for love, but nothing's like our home. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Trust me, I don't wanna beg you to love me. Won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off the shelf, would he even the track, it's us, no looking back. Your love ain't no race, but baby, if I win, then you win too. I close, there's no one lose. Your kiss, I can't wait to taste it. Oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you, once your hands on my skin. Gotta get you, need you pulling me in. Gotta get you, let the games begin. Games begin, games. Green light, it's overdue, but right, don't leave me blue. We go medicine training. If I win, then you win too. I'll close, then I will lose. Yeah, love ain't no race, but baby, ooh, oh, it's running through my mind, oh. But we're running out of time. Just tell me that you're mine. Gotta get you, once your hands on my skin. Gotta get you, need you pulling me in. Gotta get you, let the games begin. Games begin, games. Pulling me in. Games begin, games Summer night, sipping up the vibe, here to make you dance now. Feel the heat, taste of something sweet. Wanna take a chance now. We don't care if it's a weekday. We're getting on it like we've nothing to lose. Out there soaking up the sun rays and feel the rhythm of our favorite tune. Underneath the stars and neon lights, something in the water drives me wild. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. On fire, won't stop, don't stop. Give me the getting down, funky sound, cherry sugar high. Now raise your glass up, hands up. Give me the summer feels. Got no plans, honey golden sands. We're California dreaming. It's a euphoric bliss. We want it just like this. We're trying to catch a feeling. Underneath the stars and neon lights, something in the water drives me wild. We got the game, cool champagne, light it up tonight. On fire, won't
Hello, everyone, and welcome to South Africa. The best players from around the world have come here to fight for the title of 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour champion. After an incredible journey, Weisenhouse, Paris, Las Vegas, it all comes down to this. With this as our backdrop, you can really feel the energy of this place. It's powerful, just like freestyle chess, full of emotions, creativity, and surprises. From here, we're heading south to one of the most beautiful places on Earth. A place where luxury meets nature and where the 2025 champion will be crowned.
Welcome to Grootbo's Private Nature Reserve, the home of the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Season Finals 2025.
It takes your breath away. The perfect place for the grand final.
Where strategy meets beauty and champions are made.
Set between mountains, forest and ocean, Grootbos is not just a location, it's a world of its own.
It's the perfect place to celebrate the beauty of nature and the brilliance of freestyle chess.
Who will win the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam in South Africa? And who will be crowned the champion of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour? Get ready!
Welcome. We've reached the final stage of the Freestyle Grand Slam event, coming to you from South Africa. And I'm Judith Polgar, and next to me in the studio, the world-class chess player and coach, and someone who is so incredibly passionate about chess. Please welcome Peter Leko. Peter, what do you expect from this final stage of the event?
Yeah, hello Judith, welcome everyone. Super excited to be here. What a season it has been so far, and now we are here in the finals, the great finals in this beautiful, breathtaking location. So much to look forward to. Of course, Magnus Carlsen, the main favorite. Will he be able to keep his lead and even win this event as well? That's clearly a big question, but there are so many other players that I'm also looking forward to.
Absolutely. It's a great event with a lot of fight we are looking forward to. And at first, I think let's see this tour schedule, what we've been through during this year, because we had a lot of excitement going on starting from February. It was just the first event. You see, Vincent won that event. He was an underdog at that time, but we can't say it anymore. And Magnus then won these two next upcoming events. And Levon was incredible, sharp in Las Vegas. And now we are here in South Africa in Grootbos. And we'll see who is going to be there in that little picture. Is it going to be Magnus? Is it going to be someone else? Maybe Fabiano, who is world number 3. But there are a lot of action to see. Let's see the standings also of the whole tour, because here we see all the players. This is the first page. Magnus is leading really with big margin. Unfortunately, I can say, because this does not leave to us so many excitement, but still, of course, there are a lot to see here. Fabiano is following up, and Hikaru is number 3, who is not playing in this event, and Vincent Keimer is number 3 because of that in this event. So he's most likely going to be surpassed there. Levon Arjun, we see all the players. And then we can see the next page also, because there were much more players in this tour. So we can see also, we see Sindarov number 11, and later on we'll talk about that who he's replacing. And we see that 19 participants were part of this tour, but now we only see the final 8 fighting it out in this event. And let's see the event schedule, because it is good if we know that the event will be 4 days. Today it's going to be the group stages, which is a round-round event, and a lot of fights with a shorter time control. Then we are going to see the knockout format already, quarterfinals. Tomorrow on the 10th, the semifinals. And the final day, when we're going to see who is going to be the champion, it's going to be the 4th day on the 11th. Here we see the prizes. The prize pool is $575,000 for the 8 players. Here you can see what is the portion, how they are divided. But of course, everybody, all of the 8 players came here to win and collect that beautiful 200,000 cash right here. And now we are ready to show the video to explain you what is the format of this whole event of the Grand Slam.
8 of the world's strongest players come together for a compact, high-intensity competition where only one of them will emerge as champion. Here's how the tournament unfolds. Day 1 features a complete round-robin stage in which every player faces all 7 opponents. Each game is played with a time control of 10 minutes plus a 5-second increment. The final ranking is important, as players can win decisive Grand Slam points. On day 2, the tournament moves into the quarterfinals. From now on, each matchup consists of 2 games, one with white, one with black, and time control increases to 30 minutes plus 15 seconds per move. Before the games begin, the top 3 finishers from the preliminary round receive another strategic advantage. They each get to choose their opponent for the quarterfinals from among the players ranked 5 through 8. First the leader, then second place, and finally third place. The 4th ranked player receives the remaining opponent. Day 3 brings the semifinals, where the winner of quarterfinal A meets the winner of quarterfinal D, while the winners of quarterfinals B and C face each other. The players who lost their quarterfinal matches are not finished yet. They enter the placement playoffs for the 5th to 7th place. Everything culminates on day 4, the decisive final day of the event. The 2 semifinal winners compete for the championship title in the grand final, while the semifinal losers battle for the podium in the 3rd place match. Both played with 30 minutes plus a 15-second increment. At the same time, the lower half of the standings is resolved through the 5th place match and the 7th place match, which use the quicker 10 plus 5 time format. 8 players, 4 days of freestyle chess, 1 champion. Who will take the crown?
Yeah, we are going to have some nice event with a very interesting schedule and time control and format. What do you think about that, Peter? That it changed again and the time control is going to be also 10 minutes and 5 seconds, in 5 seconds, right? In the first format.
Exactly, yeah, 10 plus 5, huge challenge for the players, yeah, because today they have to play 7 games. And that's actually the reason why the rapid portion, the faster rapid portion is 10 plus 5, because with more time it would just be impossible to play 7 games. Even like this, it's a murderous schedule for the players, because there's not a single move that you can just play by hand, yeah, in freestyle. From the very get-go, from the very first move, you have to make very tough decisions, so it will be a hell of a challenge for everyone.
Okay, so let's see what is going to be the matchup in the first round of the round robin today. They are going to have a marathon today because, as you said, 7 games to be played, 7 different positions. So that's not the same as if you play the same position and then you can go from learning from one game to the next one. And here we're going to see Vachier is playing with Magnus. What a matchup in the first round already. And of course, Sindarov, who just won the World Cup. He's in the mood. He's in the energy, I think, to continue, or let's see how it will be. Also, Arjun. Hans is going to be, but of course this is only the round 1 we see here, because everybody will play against each other 1 game. What do you think how the players are preparing for today's game? Because let's face it, they can win Grand Prix points. Grand Slam points, because the wins, it gets 8 and it goes down 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But also what they play for, of course, the prestige that they are playing for. And also if someone wins, he's going to be the first player to choose the opponent from number 5 to 8. What do you think? What is the mindset the players have at this point?
Well, okay, I think it's also a very nice way to warm up into the tournament. I'm very happy, first of all, that after the round-robin rapid portion, nobody will be eliminated. So even if you have a rough day today, which can happen to anyone, the first day starting in freestyle with such a quick time control, anything can happen. But doesn't matter, even if you have a bad day, you will still have plenty of chances to mount a comeback in the tournament. I somehow would not overrate whoever wins today. Yeah, it's a wonderful feeling. You win the round robin, you get extra points, and this is now a very nice novelty that the players get actually those extra points, because that will give you the feeling that I really won something. Because to be honest, Judith, tell me, how do you feel that from all these 8 players, whoever do you choose? Whom do you choose? There are no weak players. Everybody is so strong.
Whew. Yeah, absolutely. I think it very much matters what kind of day the players have also, like, because they have to be very sharp, right? If we just pick, can we go from one by one?
Yes.
To analyze? Let's go to Vachier and Magnus first, because that comes first. So. Of course, Magnus is a player he's the initiator of this whole season, right? He loves to play the freestyle. He has incredible ideas, and we have to say that freestyle is for really the giants, really the players who are they are the Michelin star of chess. That's what they like. They're really details, the strategies, the tactics. So, what is your take on the cards, which was done by David Havel, and maybe you have a different view on those evaluations? For example, the attacking. Who is more better attacker? Is it Magnus or Sindarov?
Yeah, well, it's a very subjective kind of thing. If you ask me to give points, to the players, I feel like I will not be sure myself how to rate, how to put them, because that's the point. When you are one of the best in the world, it means that you are so good in so many different things. Then of course there is always the personality of the player. Yeah, like we know exactly that Magnus is an incredible strategist. He likes to control the game, everything, and that's why I feel like the attack is attacking number 90, which isn't so big compared to other players. If we will be also seeing some other players' cards, I don't think that it does justice for Magnus. Simply he doesn't get the chance to attack so many times because he wins otherwise. Yeah, it's a very interesting kind of stuff. From Javo here, he is very energetic. Yeah, he brings all this freshness that a youngster brings. He has shown this in the World Cup. He was brilliant in the tie breaks with the faster time control. By the way, here we are playing with a faster time control that will also suit him. I consider him a great attacking player. Yeah, like the Uzbeks, like they always go forward. They like to hunt their opponent's kings. So also here the 88, but you have to give a number. So I appreciate what David has done.
Well, here we see already the players arriving to the playing venue. Beautiful sunshine outside, but you can see already Hans. I think also Maksudlu, he's already in the focus. Probably they are not really care about anything else. Here we see Fabiano.
The heart rate monitors, they are setting up heart rate monitors.
They have it. It's nice to see the players. Some are energetic, like Sindarov. He's shaking hands with all the other players. And so it's going to be a lot of excitement today. What do you think about the opening preparation? Did it change from the previous 4 events? What do the players taking with them? How they can progress and proceed and be better? Can someone be better in freestyle because they have so many different positions?
Yes, I think that you gain experience. Yeah, that you get the feel for certain structures, certain figure placements, and then how you should approach. But of course, every single game is a completely different one. That's the big challenge of it. But also I noticed with Vincent, Parham, and Sindarov, Javohir, they teamed up. No matter how tired they were at evening, night, after the dinner, they started playing blitz games against each other. And I feel like when you practice blitz in freestyle, that probably also helps you to just let go. You know that you cannot control anything all the time, yeah? And they are ready to make moves, which I'm, as a commentator, not capable of. I can, speculate, this move looks good. It comes at the cost of, this. But finally, as a player, you have to make a decision. Yeah, they don't have the luxury to put all the responsibility on the players. Yeah, let them make their moves. And I think they are ready to take those responsible decisions, and that's what helps them.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We were having dinner with Peter Heine-Nelson, who is the coach of Magnus, and we were discussing, and he also said that, well, some of the positions are so difficult that basically without an engine, he would not be able to give the assessment very fast, definitely not immediately. And of course, he's a great experienced theoretician, and he's already a theoretician in freestyle, I believe. So what do you think if the players would not have the opportunity to analyze the games with computers after that? Would they be still liking this game for themselves?
Yeah, I think so.
Or maybe more?
I'm even not sure that all of them are checking with the computer afterwards. Okay, probably, but yes, Peter Heine has this very scientific approach, and he's the coach of Magnus Carlsen, so it is his job to do this kind of research. But I feel like many of the younger players, they are just so happy that there are no fixed theories. We have the freedom. We can play as we wish. For example, I'm so happy personally to see Parham Maksudlu here. Yeah, he hasn't been part of the series, but he has played and qualified from the Granca tournament, yeah, where he played a fantastic event, one of the most memorable games against Magnus Carlsen. That was just an insane, dramatic game where finally Magnus, after a lot of craziness, won on time. Because Parham forgot about the time. To be fair, Magnus actually was already in the driver's seat at that moment, but I'm just so happy. He's so happy to playing chess, and he's so happy to playing freestyle, and just love to see him here.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of excitement going on between the players also, because the field is very mixed, right? So we see youngsters, we have Parham. He's new. He is not used to playing against the real giants, right? But you can see his imaginations, his resourcefulness in his play when he's playing, his energy when he's playing. We are actually very lucky because where we have the studio, we see the players are lining up, because from our part, our level, they are going to be called out, and we are just about to go and throw the word to Fiona in the opening ceremony, but still few seconds to wait. But we can see already some of the legs shaking. This we can
should be Sindarov, I guess. Yes.
So that is something exciting, that no matter how much they can prepare, they cannot prepare. A chess champion mindset is that they are getting into the mood, that they know exactly how it's going to be. Now they call me up, there's loud music and whatever, but I'm moving my legs, I'm going there. And at the same time, their mind is already closing, excluding everything from their mind. And it is so nice to see them, and it's exciting. Even though it's 7 games they're going to be playing, I think they want to start. And now, let's go to Fiona and start the opening ceremony.
Welcome to the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam season finals here in stunning South Africa. My name is Fiona Steil-Anthony. I'm delighted to be your host for the upcoming days. And before we welcome the players, I would like to hand the microphone to our founder and CEO, Jan-Henrik Büttner.
Thank you very much, Fiona. I'll be very brief today. I would like to say that we are very proud, Holly and I are very proud about what we have accomplished with everybody on the team in this year. We have invented and brought to market a completely new, revolutionary, high-end professional sports league in the game of chess, together with the GOAT Magnus Carlsen. And we have conducted tournaments on 4 continents. We are basically conducting on the 4th continent, in Europe, in Asia, in the US, and also here now in Africa. And so now we have the best grandmasters, and I have no more to say than I wish every single one of them good luck, and may the best win.
Thank you so much, Jan, Henrik. And indeed, as Jan mentioned, on 4 continents we had 4 spectacular events, and what better place to finish the season than here at the magnificent Roodbos resort, where we will crown our first ever Grand Slam champion. So now, without further ado, it is time to welcome the players. First up, we have a player who just recently won the World Cup, and it happens to be his birthday today. Give it up from Uzbekistan for Vachier-Sindarov. Next is a player who qualified to this event by coming second only to Magnus Carlsen in the Mega Granka Open from Iran. It's Parham Maghsoodloo. Returning after a magnificent event, finishing runner-up in Las Vegas, he warmed up for this event by winning the diving championship in Cape Town. It's Hans Niemann. And next to the stage is the player who was last to arrive here in South Africa. He was busy winning the Jerusalem Masters from India. It's Arjun. And we now turn to the winner of the most recent Grand Slam event in Las Vegas. Please welcome Levon. And next up, we have the winner of the first event of the season. He won Weissenhaus by beating none other than Magnus Carlsen in the finals. From Germany, Vincent Keimer. And we now welcome a player who won this year's Grand Chess Tour in style. From the United States of America, Fabiano Caruana. And finally, the man who took home the Paris Trophy and won the Granka Open with a historic 9 out of 9 perfect score, the greatest to ever do it. Please welcome Magnus Carlsen. Now, today, the players will play a round robin in a rapid time control of 10 plus 5. So let's take a look now at the first round pairings. So first up, we have a big clash between the birthday boy, Vachier-Sindarov. He beat Magnus in the round robin in Weissenhaus, so that's a big rematch. Keimer against Levon. Arjun is taking on Hans Niemann. And finally, we have Parham Maghsoodloo against Fabiano Caruana. And now, well, the stage is set, the players are ready, we are ready, so all that's left to do is to draw the first position. And I would like to welcome to the stage a young player from South Africa. Please give it up for Jan-Aiden Reichert. Aiden, you've been playing chess for a long time. You started taking it more seriously 5 years ago. You were named Chess Player of the Year for the Under-16 session in Limpopo, and you were honored as the junior sports person of your school. How does it feel to you to see the best players in the world in your home country of South Africa?
It feels like a fever dream, really. It's amazing to see all of them here. And I just want to see great chess today from them.
Well, now it's for the players to deliver. We're going to draw the first position. Are you ready? Okay, you can go. So the first position is, I'll ask you to hold this if you don't mind. First position is position 516. As always, the players will have 10 minutes to prepare. So to the players, best of luck, and to all the fans, have fun. 16, 516. So we see the position behind us, and the players are going to head outside, where they will get 10 minutes. Thank you, Aiden.
Bishop, you sure? King? No, yeah, king on E1, yeah. Queen on... queen, they change actually, yeah. No. They change actually position. First of all, 560. 516. 516. This is the position, yeah. Really? This position? I don't know. I guess so, yes. Can you...
Queen b5. Knight.
What about d4?
E5?
Take knight of, or take you want to play knight c6.
Yeah, take knight of 3, queen e7.
c4.
C4.
Why not e4?
I like to throw away. C4, knight c3. Very comfy.
Is E4 c6 a playable move?
Wait, I'm playing d4, no?
Sorry, d4 c6.
d4 c6.
A move 1?
Yeah.
I feel like d4, d5, e4 cannot be super dangerous.
We win a pawn like this, right?
Yeah, I mean the bishop is out of play, no?
But how do you protect the pawn? Queen c6
Queen
or what?
c6.
d5. It's too much.
d5, queen d7.
Queen d7.
Queen d7?
Mm-hmm.
Knight g3, yeah.
Yeah, it's okay. Hmm? Check. And if they go slow, then knight f6, yeah? Then
Yeah,
we're kind of
this
fine,
looks...
Okay, but I mean, I feel like...
d4 is not forced, right?
No.
e4 also is.
Yeah, e4, e5. That's your...
Is e4 c5 bad?
I was thinking c5.
e4 c5 and b6. Just check something.
It's probably, yeah, reasonable.
And we can always play c5 later, too. Yeah, we can always play e5 later after c5.
So you mean d4, d5, e4?
Okay, let's, this?
Say knight c6. Ah, yes. Very nice.
d4? Here.
Works? For who?
That's a good compensation, yeah. But maybe we
black
shouldn't retreat.
black is not doing badly either.
Yeah.
Good play f6.
D4, knight G5. I don't do it so.
Yeah, it cannot work for the
Queen B5, Queen E2, and then D3. Take E2, King E2, knight D5, knight E4, knight E3. Oh, okay, there
The castle is not.
it's good.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually I was thinking about this move, but in general it should be.
You need to play D4.
Yeah, even if you play
Oh,
D4.
actually maybe B4, yeah.
D4? No, I
It's not that it's D4, take D4.
Ah.
No.
Para caballo.
Is it very bad?
Sounds crazy game.
Oh, but why very bad?
No, I don't think
Very
it's
interesting.
It's very interesting, but why you should always
Some kind of Evans gambit.
Okay. I mean, why you don't
Improve Evans gambit.
Okay, I want to take this. Okay. Yeah. Pawn. Okay, so one more pawn. King G1.
With the king on G1.
I mean, H4, H5. Look, H4 is good.
So,
Just one more pawn.
yeah, one right to that.
It should be better.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. I mean, compensation, but.
Are we sure it's better to go c3 instead of castle?
Okay, next move.
If I go castle, you,
okay, I
you
can
castle
play
anyway,
yeah,
right? So you basically.
I mean, the idea to play to c6 is d4, right?
Okay, what happens if I go c3?
So you want to play knight f3, knight c6, yeah?
Yes.
So, knight f3, knight f3.
You can still go d4 there.
Yes, still good.
But still, I go queen e7, knight f6, I have bishop e5 quick, I think I'm.
Yeah, maybe, but.
Oh, it's nice on E2.
Then you want to play some f4, yeah, a4.
But okay, then maybe here I can.
But maybe you can, against C5, you can just play.
Okay.
Maybe you could just play knight f3, huh? And knight f3, then if you go knight c6, just maybe some d3.
Yeah, I mean, in general, also some Spain position is like always better. Yeah, a4, bishop e2, bishop g5.
Yeah. Bishop g5, knight d3.
I mean, bishop on b8 is
Yeah,
so
okay,
bad.
it should be.
So bad.
This is what I think.
Yeah, it's just weird, yeah, that like c6 is not the move we want to play, but we need it for d4.
A confession already.
Knight f6. So that's logical.
Yeah, okay.
Knight f3. Okay, we can play castle, but
Can they
can
play
d4 also, yeah?
But
And
d4
can
I
they-
really feel like it's something.
d4, d5.
Can they just play just d6, knight c6, and a6, bishop
No.
a7, like Italian,
No,
no?
it's like, okay, bishop g5, knight e3.
It's very similar to Italian.
Yeah,
Like,
I mean,
I play
okay, Italian
a6,
with
bishop
d4
a7.
pawn is always,
Bishop G4.
yeah, it's like alone.
It's a good idea, but I'm not sure we get there. Like,
Why not?
okay, how do you manage?
Knight c6.
Okay, we can start maybe d6. I
Yeah,
have this queen
this is
b5 ideas.
actually not a bad move. You want to play bishop e4, yeah.
Yeah,
You
that's
can,
what I mean.
I mean, h3 is always like,
Okay, yeah, knight c6.
like knight c6, d4.
Yeah.
Like, maybe it makes sense not to keep
Okay,
that option
yeah.
for one more move.
Okay. Yeah, but then I go h6, bishop a7, knight c6, castle. It's very normal Italian, no?
Ah.
Actually, I'm not sure about it.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay, we also can.
93. No, but 93.
And we
but
cannot
then
really
can
go
go
d4,
yeah.
2 minutes to the start of the round.
Okay, what about the d4? Bishop g4?
Yeah, always this, I'm not
Ah,
sure, yeah. It's like we always have the
Okay, maybe castle before.
Okay, but then.
Yeah, then 96.
Okay, we can. Yeah.
Yeah, then knight e6.
How is knight?
No.
It feels weird. It's not.
Maybe we should play some positions with, I mean, some position
Just tempo up.
like it gives us like this pawn structure and king on f1 like 92 and some.
castle.
So, gentlemen, please come to your chessboard. We will start in half a minute.
And it was interesting to follow the players outside in a very nice area that they could gather together and talk it over what is there to play for. And it was interesting that we heard one C4, but then in the other board we saw E4 much more played out, the youngsters group, right? The playing with the white pieces. And E4 C5 is on the board already with Kamer. And let's see what do you think? Is E4 the best move? Because actually we've seen 3 of the boards played already, while Parham is still hesitating and thinking.
Yeah, he's hesitating, but yeah, it's kind of logical to go with the flow, yeah, because he has been part of the team that analyzed E4, and we see some direct confrontation there, E4, E5, C3, D5, in Magnus Carlsen's game with the black pieces. Wow, that's actually very interesting because e takes d5, queen b5 check, suddenly trying to use the fact that white's king is on f1, but this also reminds me of some kind of Scandinavian, yeah, when you are activating your queen too quickly and white might get a lot of tempies. I'm not sure that what to think of it. There is a Sicilian between Vincent Keimer and Levon Aronyan, e4, c5, knight f3, b6. So we do see that what we have seen so far over the board in the analysis did not really happen. Now the big question is Arjun against Hans Niemann, because e4, e5, c3 has been played. Hans was the only player who was working alone, preparing, so he definitely did not get distracted by anyone.
Absolutely. But it's interesting that e4, e5 is played, and in Sindarov's game, Magnus played e5, Niemann played e5, while Aronyan went for c5. It's funny to see that the first glance is like e4, e5, c4, e4, c5, Sicilian, but of course the pieces are randomly staying completely differently than in the 5-8 in the classical chess position. So I'm curious, for example, in Parham's game, c3 was played in the second move. Why is it so important to open up the bishop from b1? Do you think it's a prophylactical move of a kind of f5 gambit kind of game, or just he thinks that he wants to strengthen the position and wants to play d4 as fast as possible?
Actually, it's a super fine move. I checked only one line with the computer because we have seen that position by the players. I was curious to just compare it to what the computer was thinking about, and this e4, e5, c3 is kind of flexible, because computer said that if after e4, e5 you start with knight f3, then black does not mirror with knight f6 but goes c6 with either to go d5 as quickly as possible. And I think this is what white is aiming for, that with c3 he stays flexible. He says that, you know what, if you play something like c6, I can try to hit you in the center with d4 immediately. We have seen Magnus opting for the drastic measures with d5, but I'm not liking it. It's not just the evil bar that is showing that white is actually happy, but what is this queen doing there?
Maybe let's choose that game between Sindarov and Carlsen, because immediately some action, opening up the position, right, the center.
Yes, and now Magnus is taking his time, but this is what we talked about so many times, that it's a little bit too late to think when you end up in trouble. But what happens for use the opponent's king, but suddenly white was just able to play a very natural move. Queen e2, queen takes d5, now the knight jumps to e3 with a tempo, another knight will jump to f3, hitting the pawn on e5 with a tempo. Yeah, Magnus fall back final with the queen to d7, hiding out there. He's definitely dreaming of setting up some Marozzi bind with c5, knight c6, and everything is fine. Will he be in time? What is your feeling?
Well, this is the question. Will he be in time? So do you think after knight f3 developing move, black goes c5, defending the e5 pawn from b8 with his bishop, and after that he wants to go knight c6? At the same time, the d5 square can be vulnerable. But, you know, I would even come up with some crazy moves like g4.
Well, g4, but I would be also tempted to try to castle quickly, yeah, because with knight f3 we are not only hitting the pawn on e5, but we are also setting up the possibility of castles and maybe even sacrificing with d4. By the way, we also have some bishop f5 extra move if the knight goes to c6, so I'm not even sure if that knight is more preferable on e6 on c6. Some headaches for black.
Somehow it seems like white is having the advantage in development, right? Both our knights are already out, the bishop's diagonal is open already at the same time, so now it's a race in time. If black is able to have the dream setup, knight c6, b6, bishop b7, bringing out the other knight to e7 or possibly to f6, castle, then of course black would have a great position. But I'm not sure black will manage it. Maybe bishop f5 does make sense because knight on e6, somehow it stands a bit strange.
Yeah, but for the moment, just for our audience, yeah, to avoid any confusion, you have the queen d7. This is the current position.
It's also possible to play d4. What do you think about that?
Yes.
Sacrificing a pawn. Is it something that black can capture
But
or
I
even
will
consider to capture?
only capture once. Yeah, after d4 I will take ed, and after cd I will start developing as quickly as possible. Unless I'm blunder, I hope I did not blunder anything. Maybe knight e7.
Knight f3.
Okay, knight f3, castles. I feel like if I have managed to castle, then I can try to play a normal kind of game against the isolated pawn.
Maybe we see in the game knight f3 played immediately, so now
And
Magnus,
c5 blitzed out.
of course, not thinking much, he plays c5.
Very wild position. Yeah, this is now very much actually Sindarov kind of style. Yeah, we spoke about this Uzbek chess school. We have seen it in the World Cup just for a whole month. We were able to really enjoy Sindarov in action. And whenever there's this chance, yeah, he has all the energy and determination to make the maximum use of his chances.
He's going to go d4, sack the pawn.
But before doing castle?
Well, castle you can do anytime.
Okay. Okay.
d4 you cannot do anytime, because after castle, knight c6.
Yes, and he goes d4. There you go. Sindarov, Judith, are you Uzbek school of chess? Or the Uzbek school of chess is Judith's chess. Yeah, d4. And your idea is after cd, let's say ed.
It was funny, you know, when I was in Las Vegas and Sindarov was playing, and we went to an excursion together. He was also in the bus, and we're talking. We've seen the Grand Canyon, and we are there in this beautiful scene, and then we talk with each other. And then he says, you know what, it's nice to meet you. My coach was always telling me to watch your games.
Exactly.
I was so proud of myself.
I somehow sensed it, yeah?
That a 19-year-old young talent who is all the great career ahead of him, he says that, so it was kind of, but it's a question mark.
Okay,
it's
question
a
mark,
10-minute
but the
game.
bar actually still gives advantage for white, yeah, just to put it in
context.
Context, yeah.
So it is better for white. The question is, after c takes d4, what's the idea? Is it knight f5?
Yeah. And cd4 played. This was the question we had. The players are having the same question. What's happening here? By the way, some knight f5 and then b3, bishop a3 idea is also there. If we talk about Judith, how Judith would treat this position, some b3, bishop a3 check, and headache.
Okay, but the question is whether, yeah, Yeah, that can be annoying.
That
Black
can
has
be,
no.
even with
no
97,
castle.
it's a pin. A very annoying pin. Just highlighting some, I don't know if this is the right direction or not, but certainly Magnus will have to decide, is knight e6 or knight c6 the way to go?
Well, knight c6, b3, right? That's the move.
That was one of the ideas. And now Magnus taking his time, and we know that this is a 10 minutes game with 5 seconds increment. What an intense action. What we talked about, yeah, there is no safety net. The players can't rely on their experience. I'm Magnus Carlsen, or I'm Vachier-Lagrave. I'm a great player. Yes, you are a great player, but you have to survive the opening. You have to get to normal position so that you can show your brilliant class.
Well, it's quite tense for Magnus. And you can see that he's going down in time also. So Sindarov has a significant time advantage. I mean, it's only 1.5 minutes, but still at this time frame, what they're playing, it must be quite annoying for Magnus to see this position from playing it from the black side. Because I have the feeling that he would be very happy to play it from the white side. Knight c6.
Yeah, knight c6 played.
So let's see what he's up to against b3 and bishop a3 check.
Well, actually, b3 was my move. I'm not sure if this is the best.
Maybe there are other options also.
You can also just castle and play for rook d1 and then try to...
And then when black comes out, knight f6, some knight g7 eventually, and queen d2 and stuff like that, but it's...
Yeah, that's why b3 is so tempting, yeah, that basically I'm reacting after knight g7 with bishop a3. I'm keeping my knight on f5 alive. I keep this pressure, and then I'm ready to castle.
b3 is on the board.
On the board, yeah. This is so tempting.
Actually, now we can say that it's pretty much, we could say that it's a classical kind of position. From classical chess, it could come. The four rooks are in the corner, bishop on c1, bishop c8, knight on f3, f5, very energetic way of playing for white. King on f5 and f8 is not normal, but now bishop a3 seems to be deadly dangerous for black.
Yeah, knight g7 played. The computer screams that this is a bad move. Well, it was the most natural move. But the question is, what will happen after bishop a3?
g6.
Yeah, but then also I can just take on e7 and you still can't really castle.
Yes, but I'm praying to be able to play bishop d6 and eliminate the a3 bishop.
But somehow this is too dangerous. But okay, there was, humanly speaking, there was no other move than knight g7, bishop a3, by the way, already on the board, and all eyes on Magnus. How will he solve this issue with his king?
Well, I don't know if, well, it's a question whether after g6, what is the best move for white? Maybe after g6, knight f3 to d4?
But do we really need to complicate matters? Our king is also still on f1, yeah?
That's true.
I just wanted to play simple, yeah? For example, okay, knight takes e7, knight takes e7.
Castle. Bishop d6 and bishop b2.
Let's make castles.
Not so bad. Bishop d6.
Oh, bishop d6, yeah, then you play bishop d6, and it might be slightly better for white, yeah, bishop b2, and then rook d1. But at least, well, even this g6 will be a forever weakness on the long diagonal, but okay, there was apparently a much stronger move after 97, 97. A killer punch is there.
Bishop f5, my God.
Bishop f5?
Peace.
And then g takes f5.
Oh, no. No, sorry. I missed. No. I got over enthusiastic about things. I thought it's white to move, and what's going on? Queen d8.
Wow, queen d8. Yeah, he's trying because. Wait a second. Can I actually play queen e4 now that we know that the evil bar, yeah, queen e4, and it stops bishop d6 due to queen takes d4. That's what helps us. That we see the evil bar. Because
g6 he didn't want to play because it's so dangerous. But look at what's going on. Now, can black survive here?
Yeah, queen d8 played. And already knight 3 takes d4 on the board. The move that you wanted after g6, knight makes so much more sense because
I don't have to sacrifice a piece.
You get the same benefit. Magnus in a lot of trouble the game has just started. We are 12 moves in, and the champion, Magnus Carlsen, needs to stay alive somehow. And we talked about experience. The players are already used to freestyle. Well, every position is different. Yeah, it's just one mistake with this d5. It looked like a good idea, but it backfired. Yeah, the queen black was losing way too much time.
Yes, because white could come with his knights very fast. Knight e3 was a tempi.
Yeah, knight e3.
But d4 was an...
f3, then d4, knight f5, and this I think b3 was missed by Magnus originally.
Actually, it was kind of easy to miss.
Yes.
Yeah, he's very
And look at
unhappy.
this, yeah, there are no moves. There are
Well,
just
bishop
no moves.
f5.
Yeah, knight takes f5, and there are still no moves.
And g6.
Yeah, then I take, and then bishop e4 I develop, and you never have bishop d6 to rook d1. Just to highlight, if we take g6, or I can even make the moves, just to highlight that, yeah, if black is already running too late, I'm just playing the most simple move, attacking the pawn, setting up the rook d1 idea, so black is unable to parry the threats with bishop d6, and we are also just one move away from castles. This is resigning territory, so wait a second, Magnus, is there a move at all for black? g6 on the board.
Well, he'll go the line what you said.
No, yeah, bishop takes f5, yeah, pardon me, yeah, bishop
Yeah,
f5.
takes on f5, knight
Yes.
f5, g6.
Yeah, g6, and okay, takes bishop e4, and it's kind of almost finito.
Well, even bishop e4 immediately not bad.
Also, but do we have to do brilliances when it's not necessary? Yeah, just to highlight Judith's idea. Yeah, your creative mind was probably
Takes bishop
this-
c6 and rook d1.
in this line.
Well,
But okay, so finally queen c7. It's bad, but
rook e1 c5 you have.
but it was bad anyway.
Well, I don't know. Bishop c5.
Yeah. No, okay, but why to complete in a rapid game? No, just
Okay, so he took knight e7, knight e7.
just play simple and effective. That's what you need with this time. It's down to 4 minutes 20.
Will white go bishop g6?
No, opening up the h7. I mean the h rook.
Yeah,
no.
but you're winning a pawn,
I
right?
don't want to. I want to win the game. I don't want to win.
I have similar ideas.
Yes. No, just bishop e4. Put it in the center, because the b7 pawn is also falling.
Yeah,
Just
that's true.
And the rook is coming with a tempo. What is black? Why is black not resigning after bishop e4? That's my question.
Because he
Primitive.
never resigns. Bishop f4. He's going to
Okay, of course.
play
but-
bishop e4, bishop f4, gives up the b7. I'm
but
not
you
saying it's a
still can-
sacrifice
yeah, you
because
still
I
cannot
can't defend.
castle. No, it's this is. I want to see bishop e4 and see the reaction of Magnus. Yeah,
Bishop
there we go.
e4.
Bishop e4. I want to see Magnus. Yeah, he will have to sack the queen. Yeah,
That's
this is
what
what
he's
he's doing. Yeah, but okay, this is just to prolong the battle because white will be queen up for a rook and the bishop, and the pawn on b7 is falling as well. So this is actually, Magnus is very happy that he got the chance to play this technically losing position. It just shows that how bad the situation was. We are seeing all these moves happen, knight f5 and short castles. And okay, white just needs to show some patience. You cannot win this position immediately. Magnus also castles.
Well, at least black is active. It's not so easy to win.
Yeah, not so. It takes time. It simply takes time.
It's not so easy to win.
If pawn would be on b6, yes, but
It's only one pawn you're missing.
yeah, but
But look, black is so active. Black squares, knight d4.
I think Java already played the move queen c. So many moves happened. Queen c. No, bishop e4, knight d4, queen c4.
No, rook e8.
White clearly needs a move like g3, king g2, just to make sure that he puts everything on the light squares, getting out of all these forks, and then potentially with the rook e8 always runs into some bishop d5.
Bishop d5.
Yes, so black would love to play rook e8, but bishop d5 threatening on f7 and also the knight on d4. Rook f8 played and bishop d5.
Well, knight
the
e2,
board.
king h1.
Yeah, knight e2 had to be played.
Wow, what a heart rate. Sindarov is excited. 131, 34.
134.
Yeah.
And Magnus stays calm. It's a cold shower for him. But yeah, this is the sign of champions that, or maybe he already feels like, okay, it doesn't depend on me. I will put up the best resistance, but I can only hope for some miracle. There's no reason to be nervous anymore. Bishop takes f7. There you go. These youngsters, they are not afraid. They don't see ghosts. They take on f7. If rook takes f7, then white just collects the knight. That would be nice. And after king g7, he comes back with the bishop. Magnus plays a5. Desperate move. White will play g3, create luft for his king, and should easily win this on the board.
Maybe we can jump to the bird's eye view.
Yes.
Let's see what's going on with the other games, because here some miracle should happen so that Sindarov is not converting his extra material. G3, king G2 is already done. Which one would you like to pick? A lot of action in
good
almost
question. Yeah,
every
Vincent
game.
in trouble. Yeah, Levon Aronyan is on fire, it seems. Arjun, I see Hans Niemann game is very double-edged. A very interesting game. Parham Maksodlu against Fabiano, also interest. Well, yeah, everything to play for. Maybe Vincent game against Levon, because
let's pick that game, because
Levon has some. Well, Vincent sacrificed the piece to stay in the game. It was a necessary sacrifice. And the clock situation, Vincent down to 10 seconds. It shows that everything what he has done was coming out of desperation, not out of happiness.
But now he has a nasty threat, knight f3, trapping the queen on h4, which has to be
parried.
With.
Yeah, but also this knight takes g4 ideas are there. Yeah, but knight takes g4 runs into
queen
bishop d5 check.
No. Queen b3. Bishop d5.
Bishop d5
yes.
checkmate.
Yes.
Yeah, this is.
I had other checkmate in mind.
With yes,
queen
yes,
b3,
the
knight
suffocating
f7.
mate. Yeah. So just very quickly the last couple of moves. So takes, so that this is how it happened. Vincent sacrificed the piece, and now Levon plays the move bishop h2 check.
Beautiful move.
Stunning move. Yes, king h1. White could have not taken the bishop because of knight take g4. There was a pin. And now knight a5. This case, Levon has solved all his problems and should win. Bishop b7, knight b7 on the board. Is White able to come up with something here? It's the big question. Vincent goes king g2. Wow, mamma mia, king g2. This.
Again, coming back the threat of knight f3, trapping the queen.
Yeah,
look at that.
Now the rooks are connected. It's just no way that black is not crushing through here.
Well,
but the good news is that knight g4, then Vincent wants to do your idea with queen b3 check and then knight f7 check, blocking, and then if you sacrifice, then queen takes f7 will protect back on f2, and that will be very important.
Yeah, what about knight d5 in this position?
But, okay, yeah, this king g2.
And in the meantime, Sindarov collected the full point. What a start.
He played first.
By Vachier, winning against Magnus, and then what a style he did.
Yeah, well, it was also too easy, to be honest. Yeah, it was just total massacre. And it shows that no matter who you are, in freestyle chess, there are no guarantees. Yeah, just one bad decision with d5. Magnus got carried away, let me be creative, and it backfired, and he never got a chance.
Yeah, basically after move 5 d4 or something like that, it was everything went on the way how Sindarov dreamed of.
Well, actually, computer says that what Vincent has done with 10 seconds on the clock with this queen b3 and king g2, this was super smart. Down to 8 seconds, and Levon is catching up with 17 seconds. Might be dramatic.
Knight a5.
Knight a5, knight f7 check.
Well, now maybe he is going to go king g8.
Well, then knight h6 is perpetual.
Yeah.
Yes, so
but not more than that.
Yeah, he has to take on f7 if he plays for a win, but he is agreeing to a draw. This shows that Vincent put up some incredible defense.
Yeah, yeah.
There we go. Okay, Vincent should be very happy to have survived this scare. Yeah. And the
Wow.
handshake by the player.
What a save by Vincent.
Yeah, incredible. Yeah, but these youngsters, they are not afraid being tense. Yeah, the arbiter just double, triple checks that what happened here. Why is this a draw? According to the rules, you cannot agree to a draw under 40 moves, but it was a 3-4 repetition, perpetual check. Wow, so this gives us a chance to jump to the next game. Let's go to Parham against Fabiano, or you want...
Let's see how it's going. Yeah, we just jumped
Parham,
there.
I told you, expect the unexpected when you see the games of Parham Maxtodlu. He is about to win against Fabiano Caruana.
Okay, so let's go to there, or... Yeah.
Yeah, we can check it out a little closer. Yeah, a5, bishop c5. So white has 3 pass pawns for the exchange, and also that knight on d6 is lovely, setting up the e4 pawn march, and there you go. Parham in his element.
Well, having these 3 connected passed pawns, it's not something you want to see when you're playing with the black pieces.
Yes.
Not much of a counter chance. That's the other big problem for
And
black.
the bishop on c5 protects the only weakness on a3, which would be the counterplay to rely on this a5 pawn. This is big news for Parham fans. And I think there are many, because everybody loves Parham.
High heart rate.
Of course, 144. Yeah, this is how it should be. But bishop.
I'm not sure e5 I liked.
Yeah. I like king f2, king e3, because now if he has to push the d pawn.
Then bishop d5.
Bishop d5. c4. He's fearless. He goes takes. So he can't. He goes for this.
Okay, so takes.
e6. King g8, king f2. And look at this. The black king is boxed in, so that's why black plays rook c3, trying to stop white's king from getting closer, but king e2, king d2, and if you go rook b3, then d5 should win the game. There will be rook b5, however. Be careful. Yeah, so I have to play, include even king c2 maybe first. Okay, Parham will do this.
Well, maybe a4 from black.
Yeah, you have, or g5, king g7, king g7, king f6, trying to get out. Maybe a4 with white, yeah? You wanted a4 with black. Then it makes sense for white to play a4 and then king c2.
Okay, and then rook e3.
And then d5.
Rook e5, bishop d4.
If king g7, then bishop d4. Yeah, so it's kind of a stalemate. Yeah, and there you go, a4 played by Parham. King g7 falls into this trap with king c2. But is this a trap?
King c2 is on the board.
It's not. Fabi is fighting back. Look at this d5, rook c7.
Parham has 11 seconds. Ooh.
He blundered, and now Fabi wins. Unbelievable.
King e5. King e5.
Yeah, king e5, trying to go king d6. What a dramatic turn of events. King f8, d6. Parham cannot believe it.
Well, rook d1.
Yeah, it's just lost.
What a turnover in the last seconds of the game.
Incredible.
What a drama.
Total heartbreak.
What an upsetting turnaround. Oh, what a heartbreak.
And also very smart play by Fabi, of course. Yeah, we have to give credit for his resourcefulness, that he did not give up, and Parham, poor Parham.
Yeah, let's see the last game, which is still running. No, we have all the game finished, what happened in the Arjun game.
Well, and what happened in Arjun, it was a draw. It was a draw with the repetition of moves, I believe. Wow, what an intense first round.
Incredible first round. We've seen drama, and we could have seen another drama by Fabiano's game also. Well, this is 10 minutes and 5 seconds for the players. This is what it means when you have all your strengths, the right mindset, at the same time not enough time at the end, right? For Keimer, for Vincent, it was a great save. I think maybe we will have time to go back to that point. And but the players have to be showing their resilience because they have only a few minutes. after the game.
Yeah, to recover. Yeah, for example, Parham, he's in a state of shock. How did it happen? It was completely winning. Nothing could have happened to him. You remember we talked about, we did not like e5. Just king f2, king e3, total control, and the position wins by itself without any adventures. And then Fabi, he also needs to calm down because he cannot believe how lucky he got that he survived this and even
Absolutely, absolutely. But the players have about 5 minutes to recover, and then they get the next round, the new position. They have to get familiar. They have to forget everything what has happened just in the last half an hour. And so let's see the standings and the result, what has happened in round 1 of the group stage in South Africa, the final event. Vachier won his first game. It's only the first game, but it's what a start. Fabiano, also that 1 point which is written there, that was not so much in the same style as we've just seen. And then we have draw matches between Arjun and Hans, right?
Yes.
And then Vincent Levon was, well, this was also quite a save by Vincent, and Magnus and Parham, they have to come back after a horrible experience in game 1. Very different bad experience, because basically we can say that Magnus had no chance in this game, right?
Yes.
He just fell into his own trap. He wanted to be energetic. He wanted to open up the position, and he was careless, we could say.
Yes, exactly.
He was
Basically,
careless.
What he can tell to himself is, okay, Magnus, come on, wake up.
Yeah.
Because that's how it feels. But for Parham, it's like a life-changing kind of loss, yeah, because starting with a win in this field for the very first time, being on this big stage could have changed his life, basically. But this is only the first game. He will, for sure, get back to his senses.
Well, maybe we can say that Sindarov played the game of the first round. Maybe we can show the key moment, d4, if we bring up the board until we have the second round drawing for the next game, because it was quite a great example of that how careful you have to be in freestyle, right? Basically making a very healthy, energetic move. Look at that, small tactics, going d5, takes queen b5, queen e2, queen d5. And actually we can say that Magnus was missing 1 tempo.
Yes.
Right?
Yes, if he has 1 extra tempo, then we call it a brilliant, a genius idea. And like this, it was basically just the losing kind of move, because in a rapid game, if the direction of the game is wrong, then things get completely out of control. And this is what happened. Sindarov did not shy away from...
But I have one question.
Yes?
Is c5 a mistake? Maybe that was too brave? He was too much dreaming to have his knight on c6. He was visualizing c5, knight c6, knight f6, castle.
Yeah, but what else? If he would have played the move knight c6 with a pawn on c7, bishop b6, bishop on b8 stuck, this is losing for long terms. I don't know exactly what is the best way, but okay, white has so many possible, maybe just even b4, a4, b5, still the same idea. Bishop a3, it will be a tempo, bishop comes.
So actually, we can say
d5 was the losing move.
Yeah, this is what I want to highlight, that basically d5, well, I don't know if it's losing, but definitely it was, from practical point of view, game 1, move 2, d5 was a mistake, because actually black had to play 3 moves with the queen, right? Queen b5, queen d5, queen d7, while white was developing his pieces, knight e3, knight f3 with the tempo, everything, very important, and then after c5, d4 was the killer move.
Yeah, basically, together with this b3 idea, I think this is what Magnus probably must have missed from distance, that after knight f5, knight c6, b3, with bishop a3 check, it felt very dangerous. The computer says that it's not tragic yet. Let me cheat, because I cannot read the move of the computer just if I come very close. Okay, the only move was to play bishop d6 here, but okay, it's a very unfortunate move, and it's bad, but you can fight. Yeah, it will be just better for white, but not
Well,
the
I
end of the
think
world.
you make this kind of move if you understand how bad your situation is. And by the way, of course, after bishop d6, it can always happen that knight takes d6, a4, bishop a3 still shows up. And then you have
some
to
knight
b4 blocking that
Yes.
diagonal. But yeah, when you have to play bishop d6, it means that you understand that you have big problems ahead of you.
Yes.
And it's kind of a damage control
And
move.
if you have time on the clock, you might. But Magnus felt like, okay, let me develop the knight to from g8 to e7. By the way, computer said that if you develop then already knight f6, bishop a3 check, king g8 was possible. But once again, this is something that you don't want to do with the rook on h8. You lost the right to castle. The king will stay forever in danger zone, and white will just play castles. Get his rook to d1, then collect back the pawn on d4 and have all the fun. So yeah, this was already horrible. And after knight e7, bishop a3, queen d8, knight d4, takes, and I think after bishop e4 it was game over.
Yes, but it was quite an amazing game and performance by Sindarov, to tell you the truth, no?
Of course, if you just
It's
give
just-
one little chance for Magnus to coordinate forces and like this, then
Yeah.
it will be Magnus again. But Sindarov just made sure that, Magnus, my friend, you made a mistake with d5, you wanted to trick me, now it's punishment time, I will not give you the chance to show your skills.
I'm wondering how much Sindarov understood that d5 is a dangerous move. Did he have an intuitive feeling about it, you think? Was
think
c3
so.
a provocation?
No, c3 was, I think, not a provocation. He couldn't have even dreamed of that Magnus will play d5. But we have also seen it from Parham. He also played e4, e5, c3, I believe. So it was part of their preparation. But yeah, that d5, okay, just to get carried away like this from Magnus. But I love to see this. I want, because people might look at the standings, Magnus is leading, Magnus will win the tournament, Magnus will win this Grand Slam event as well. Could easily be, but there is no guarantee here. We are
Absolutely.
talking about freestyle.
So why don't we bring up the next round pairing and talk about that a bit? Who is Magnus going to be playing? And also, of course, the other matchups, because it's only the first game. It's a warm-up phase of the group phase of this event. And because, of course, Magnus plays against Fabiano. Wow.
Yes.
Wow. What
And
a game.
It was very close that both these amazing gentlemen lost their first game, but Fabi survived and even won. We have this tremendous pairing between Hans Mokeniman and Parham Maksodlu. We have Levon Aronyan against Arjun Erigaisi, always a big matchup. Erigaisi was the player who knocked out Levon Aronyan from the World Cup. And we have the clash
kids.
of the super youngsters, Sindarov and Vincent Keimer, facing each other. And Sindarov has double white. He has just beaten Magnus. Will Vincent be able to stop him? That's the big question.
Yeah, because actually for Vincent, he had a tough game. But of course, he saved it. So it turned out to be great. Because we were just there in the final moves of the game. But it was quite beautifully what he was doing, sacrificing
Yes.
a piece and having this queen trap idea at the same time going knight f7.
Yeah, and all
giving
this
checks.
with 10 seconds on the clock. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
I mean, my heart was hardly able to take it, but he handles it. That's why he's young.
Yes, absolutely. And but of course, the players do not know what has happened on the other games.
Yes.
Because they were so busy with their own matches, and of course now they have to let it go, whatever happened. But of course, for Sindarov, I wouldn't say that he has to let it go. He should take it with himself, right? That this is not a bad start to win against Magnus in this style. I don't know. Do you remember? Can you recall any game when somebody beat Magnus in this style?
No, I can't really recall. I don't really think that this
It just-
ever happened. Well, you in Madrid in the park, no? that was a shocker. Yes, I remember seeing the video. It was some pause and you checkmate. The king couldn't reach safety.
He fell into a trap, yeah. But I mean, in serious circumstances, because I cannot recall that somebody was really with such an attacking game.
It's impossible because Magnus basically is known to be controlling the situation all the time. Yeah, so we are more used to that. He controls everything and then he tries to play a perfect game and then maybe he over pushes something and that's how upsets are happening in his game, but that he never got a chance. That's really, really amazing. And Sindarov, after winning the World Cup, now beating Magnus, he might think that this is how it should be.
Well, let's see how it should be in the next round. So let's see what is the draw of the next game.
The first round is in the books. We saw wins for Vachier-Lagrave against Magnus Carlsen and for Fabiano Caruana against Parham Magzoglou. And I'm delighted to be joined now for the next draw by Anna Kramling and her mother, Grandmaster Pia Kramling. Anna, you've been here for a few days now creating content. What has been your best experience in South Africa?
I mean, South Africa has been amazing. We've been able to see simuls with a lot of different people. It's been amazing. Meeting all the players and playing chess against them has also been a lot of fun, even if I got destroyed by absolutely everyone. But I think the best content experience must have been when Magnus Carlsen played my opening, the cow opening, in one of the games. I really appreciated that. But I'm just happy to be here and to see amazing chess.
Fantastic. It's been a pleasure having you both. And Pia, we are ready now, so whenever you want. Anna? So we have position 285, 285. Position 285, as always, the players will get 10 minutes now to prepare. So to the players, good luck, and to all of you at home, have fun.
Do you think we have any other option than playing knight b6 eventually?
I don't think we're playing b6.
Yeah, so we can start with knight b6 as well.
Yeah, so we'll have b6. Probably gonna, like, unless I play b3, we're probably gonna get knight b3 or 5. Some order.
I was just wondering whether b4 makes any sense. Probably too much.
Feels
Or maybe d3, c4, yes.
d3 is awful. Maybe that's why we started that. G3 or something like that.
Like g4 or something is
G4. You can also play G's. Wait, do we have to be scared of the knight c5?
I think it's okay, yeah.
It's safe, yeah?
I think safe enough. I think this is quite okay.
This looks okay-ish. I mean, also, if white is used e4, it's not so big deal. You just take knight d6, c6.
Yes, but here we can...
G6, yeah.
Ah, yeah. Okay. No, I think this would work. I'm more afraid that this d3, c4 can be problematic.
Do I try to start with c4? Oh, but that's, no, f5. f5, d3, b5.
Definitely.
Yeah, it goes like that.
Just meet you.
Yeah, right.
At some point.
I mean, C4 B5 is very dangerous.
But this.
No, I mean, why are we giving up so easily? Okay, take the pawn.
Oh my god. You're really an adventurous mode, huh, Magnus? Okay,
take D3.
It's okay, it's okay. It's just 2 moves. 2 moves is coming back, yeah.
Yeah.
Are you sure you're playing white?
I may be an agent of confusion here. Yeah. Okay.
What about if you take, like, you cannot take this one?
Take.
Unless we can get like a quick E4, I don't see what's...
But how do we take the before? We can't, no? G3, just knight at 6 or something. Ah, you mean with D3?
I don't know. Just looks equal, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Other first moves?
Yeah.
Before F5 is probably not ideal.
F3 also makes sense.
Maybe F4, 5, D3, I don't know, to play C4, this idea, not C2, I don't know.
Solid, yeah?
Yeah.
You can also go for some... I always wanted this.
Well, if you want it, start it here. If you want, if you think G4 is good, do it here, but why is it good?
No, I thought C4 might be
a weakness. Why not knight f3? Because you cannot.
Yeah, knight f3.
Yeah, I don't see what... I mean...
Yeah, this makes sense. Yeah. Give some space. Yeah?
I guess G3 here or what?
C3.
Let's try it. Don't you think?
We rook E8, like us.
I think we're okay.
Also play C6, bishop C7.
Okay, but then we should maybe spend some time at least also.
We go DC and... Sorry.
Maybe we should play some knight AC2 first to G5.
Yeah. Okay, but anyway, like this looks better for white, no?
Yeah, looks better.
And if I just play like a common Joe, then it's not easy to bring the queen into the game. Yeah,
Yeah, you have problem with bishop.
The common Joe methods are not working.
No, bishop on d4 is
good, yeah?
Okay, okay, let me just... This? It went G4?
Yeah, maybe G4.
And G5 especially.
Or G6. Maybe this, but also... Maybe...
No, I don't like the position. Oh wait, maybe not G4.
This is some content creation stuff.
What will
You
be
guys are dreaming, huh?
Take
G3?
G3, yeah.
But maybe we're not threatening anything.
But probably not. creating content. Unstoppable.
This is fantastic content.
Yes.
Just a bit worried about
Or knight c2, knight c7, g4.
You can take.
g5.
Gentlemen, it's 2 minutes to the start. 2 minutes.
d6.
I don't know if b6 was the right move.
b6.
No, maybe knight b6 is correct.
But I feel like a pawn b6 should be worse. Okay, that's nice. So you will play this.
Why does it matter? I think it's fine. Or maybe knight d5, because the b4 square is so weak.
And if you have c4.
Yeah, d6. Vachier e5. So,
You could also play g6 instead of d6.
here g6.
Instead of d6. Just to play e5.
1 minute to the start. Please come to your goal.
I think it's okay. Yeah.
It's okay.
And round 2 is started in the group portion of the tournament. And one f4, this is the move which was analyzed very heavily. And we have it in all 4 boards. What do you think about that, Peter?
Yes, f4.
Was it the best move?
Yeah, it was the best move, and it was also very tempting because it hits the pawn on a7. Black, however, can answer with f5 because black is also hitting the pawn on a2, and that's why we see b3 happen from the white side. And then a very big challenge for black, that how do you finally decide on defending that a7 pawn? Do you go knight b6 that we are seeing in the Fabiano game, that black goes knight b6, but then after c4, white gets this grip and controls this knight on b6 actually. And this is also what we see in Max Odlu's game against Niemann. C4 happened, g6 opening up the queen, yet trying to get that queen as quickly into the game as possible. And Vincent is the one who opted for b3, b6, the computer move. However, the big question is, yeah, how do you continue here? Because it's a symmetrical position. White has one extra tempo. And it's always one of the very big questions, that how long you can mirror your opponent, yeah?
Well, we see the 3 games between Magnus and Fabi, Niemann and Parham, Levon and Ergisi. We see the same system, right? f4, f5, c4, knight b6, b3, knight b6, c4, g6. Still, though Fabiano played instead of g6, he went d6. But all 3 is more or less the same structure immediately, and they choose the same strategy of having the knight on b6, just get out from the corner that knight, and let's see what happens later on. While Vincent decided that, no, you know what, I don't want to have my knight so early out. I rather have it stay in a8, which looks awful, At the same time, probably has different plans playing c5 and bring the knight through c7 to activate it.
Yeah, basically that's also what White is doing. Yeah, White also has the knight on a1. It only looks better because White has already pushed c4, so knight is at jump to c2. Just as you mentioned that Black's knight would love to reach the c7 square. He opens up the queen with g6 first, because this is always a very big danger. Yeah, if you get stuck with the queen in the corner, then that's horrible news. We should probably pick one game so that we can get a little closer into action. More or less, we are seeing similar position. It might even be, okay, Magnus's game with Fabi with d6, g3, g6 played exactly, and Niemann decided to play knight f3 instead of g3 and now occupying the center with d4. That's somewhat surprising. I didn't believe that White should try to fight. Yeah, and weaken the e4 square. Why do you weaken the e4 square so easily?
Well, because White wants to stop Black playing e5, maybe.
Yeah, but still, I don't know. Somehow this feels wrong. Yeah, weakening things, and now White's queen on h1 is a little bit out. And look at the evil bar. The evil bar also says that Black has solved all his problems, and also Arjun, I see, has also solved all his problems. What's happening here? Black is okay? Is Black okay in freestyle?
Well, it is very. Can we go to Parham's game first? Because I think that's very instructive. And Hans is playing in a very risky way at first sight. Because playing d4, c4, b3, having your king on c1, and having the Black queen on h8, it seems at first a very dangerous story.
Yeah, we still have to wait to get the game on our big screen. Once we get it, then we can start analyzing it. Because, yeah, it just feels like Black is very flexible. Black is just very flexible here. We constantly see this, that Hans is preparing alone, and I'm a little bit scared by this. Playing 7 games a day and not being able to communicate with his concurrents, colleagues, opponents, I think it's a handicap, and because you are just always with your own thoughts, always with some trouble. At least when you discuss with others, they also have no clue, they also have no idea. Then you share the pain, yeah, you understand.
At the same time, he doesn't want to be influenced by them, because of course it's so easy to go to the direction which the other top players are saying,
yes,
right?
But still, let's get some information. Yeah. Let's see that the other players are also not knowing everything. They are also making mistakes. Yeah, I dislike knight f3 already, and yeah, the computer gives the question mark, because when we compare now the situation, suddenly Black's queen is very much alive. Clearly White was probably planning to go bishop d4, but he didn't do this. And Black played d6 and played the move d4. This was the total shocker. I mean,
was not bishop d4 a sensible idea?
Yeah, bishop d4 and then knight f6, definitely. You should get this bishop out. Knight f6.
Yeah, you can bring your queen also to g1.
Exactly. Then you regroup the bishop to the long diagonal. You get some coordination. But what he has done, I think it's very instructive. What you should not be doing. That's what we are getting here. Because knight f6, suddenly there is a hole in White's position. The knight is beautifully lined up towards the e4 square. White plays bishop c2, losing some more time, but developing the bishop. Bishop c2, bishop d3, bishop c7. And the big question, yeah, that we know that there are all these castles possibilities, yeah, that when should you castle? Should you commit and immediately show your cards, then your opponent can actually adjust to the situation? Or is maybe somewhere the idea of going all the way to the right side of the board to short castle an option? A big challenge. Maybe the king just stays there for the moment.
Well, I think it's also a big question that who will start first making the castling move, because once Black goes castle, keep his king and castling on the queen's side, it means that maybe for White it's an option to move the bishop and go to the king's side and then push the pawns.
But can you imagine what will be the final result of that? Yeah, bishop f2 and castles
mean-
here, locking out your queen.
My
on-
queen, that's what you
exactly.
want to point
That is also why I feel like black is not really intending to castle all the way. However, the move queen g7 shows some intentions. What kind of intentions is this showing? That is maybe potentially Parham. Think about castling. It's otherwise a waste of a tempo. Do you understand this move?
Well, maybe Parham wants to castle short, go to the right side.
Yes, but then why was it so important to move this queen away? Because
You don't want to have your queen
Of
in
course.
h8. That's the problem.
Of
you know?
course, yeah. There
You
are
ju-
so
you-
many-
You just have a bad feeling about it.
so many problems, yeah, so many things to take care of. And also now Hans, how will he regroup his pieces?
But it's a question. Isn't black supposed to bring his knight to the center to e4?
Well, there are so many options to e4 or maybe knight bd7 and then support the e5 break. Yeah, it's also very thematic. There are a lot of possibilities. That's why we feel that we certainly would love to be black in this position. But why did black lose this tempo with queen g7? This drives me crazy because I don't yet see the answer to that.
He wants to sit and wait. What is White's plan? Because he's also curious about will White go long castle, bringing the rook b1 to d1?
Yes.
Put his king into safety. Of course, the g1 bishop I don't like so much. I would rather have it on c3 or b2.
Yeah, exactly. Somewhere here. That's why we thought like this bishop d4
Yeah.
transferring the bishop to b2 before d4 was kind of a very natural way to play now. Okay, Han, the problem is when you get some strange position where you don't know what to do. It's so easy to burn time. Yeah, finally goes g3. It's a move that you have to play probably anyway. But okay, maybe we have also talked enough about this position because now it has slowed down. Black is safe. Black is having a nice game, but there is all to play for. Let's get the bird's eye view and pick another game.
Yeah, I would either pick Magnus's game or Sindarov.
Yes, Sindarov the leader.
To see the
he's on-
leader.
yeah, he's on fire. We will have to.
Yeah, let's see Sindarov's game with Vincent.
As long as he keeps on winning, he deserves to be our main, main pick.
The birthday boy, after all.
Exactly.
Right?
This, playing on birthday, it's always kind of tricky, but so far what we have seen here, and also he managed to get this bishop d4, bishop b2 plan, as we discussed, and it is now so much more harmonious.
Maybe we can go back to that point where he decided to go bishop d4, because I think it's a kind of an important moment.
Exactly, and it's very instructive. Yeah, so g6, knight c2, and Vincent did not want to push the pawn to c5 yet, probably fearing some d4 break. I'm guessing that he was afraid of some d4 and a scenario like this, which looks horrible. So that's why he opted for knight f6 and the lovely strategic move bishop d4, and that's how we got the position. Okay, apparently there was some big miss according to the computer, but okay, we don't have time to deal with that. This is the current position, and what do we make of this?
b4, very aggressive way of playing, keeping the rook on b4, so let's make use of that.
Yes.
But we should not forget that having the rook on b1, not making castle, it means that any time when it's needed, White can jump, go to g1 and short castle.
Definitely.
in the
Now
game.
that White has committed the move bc, b4, he already signals to Vincent that, you know, I'm never going to castle here. The rook stays on b1. The rook is perfect for the b file. And I have already secured the first rank with my pieces, so I can make this short castle, castling on the king side to the right side of the board, coordinating the forces, and black cannot do the same because the bishop is stuck on d8. This is one of the big problems.
That's the only problem for black, I think. What do you think about playing bishop a4 here? Because I feel that a4 square is a weakness for white.
And also it
potentially
hinders the castle business because the knight is hanging. I like it.
and also at some point maybe knight g4 and put pressure on e3 square and queen e6.
Wow, wow. Judith, and there you go, bishop a4 played by Vincent. Vincent also says, okay, thank you very much, at least I have something to play with.
It's an unexpected direction. After b4, it's a given opportunity.
Yes. And you beautifully highlighted this weakness on e3 with potential knight g4, queen e6, because knight g4 can be parried with queen g1, so knight g4 by itself is not a problem. And bishop c3, we might be seeing this.
Well, he wants to go to d2, defending. Well, that's
okay.
not so
That's already defending.
promising.
That's already defending. The evil bar jumping suddenly in black's favor, like, okay, now the position is fine.
Well, you know, sometimes knight b5 kind of joking around can also be.
I was also thinking about, but luckily for white.
Not yet, I think. Yeah.
Just to highlight that CB, and all of a sudden some queen takes a2 with certain queen takes it to checkmate, but clearly white is in time to play rook b2 and say thank you very much. Everybody calm down. So all eyes on these youngsters. They have been also training with each other now here, playing the training games, the blitz games with Parham together. It's also typically the young generation holds together. They like each other very much.
And also what is very interesting in freestyle chess, that the players are very open to discuss ideas and their thoughts and understanding about the different positions, and even discussing general strategies, because there's so many different positions, 560 different positions in 960 different positions. It doesn't matter. 560 would be enough to get confused. 960. That it's so rich, it becomes so complicated. It's so endless of resources, of ideas, that it's not that the players are hiding away some opening ideas. It's more that they're trying to talk as much as possible with the other one. So they grab some ideas and they're so happy to discuss it with the other grandmasters. What do you think? Well, my understanding is that to play a4, to play this or that, it makes a lot of sense. C takes b4, giving up the tension.
Yeah, very strange decision. I'm kind of shocked, but probably Vincent wants to follow it up with b5. Is that the one? But if not,
well, maybe also he didn't like the fact that b5 can be trapping his bishop. I don't know.
But okay, I always have a6, so no.
Yeah.
No, there are no excuses for this move. I'm Vincent trainer. No. CV4, we don't play unless we win the game. And we are not winning it, so it's out of question.
Not yet. You cannot judge it yet.
2:36. Yeah, time is an issue. 2.5 minutes behind on the clock, so maybe it was played on nerves that Vincent wants to change the course of the game, but
maybe he wants to bring his knight from f6 to through d7 to c5, optimize that piece.
Well, certainly he has some idea, but
or the other knight to bring it to c5.
But I find it very questionable.
Well, now the question is whether rook b4, asking
then b5.
the bishop.
Then he wants b5. I think this is his idea. The question is, does this work? Is this good? But this is what he wants. Let me even put it on the board. I think this is what he wants. Computer says, okay, please go ahead, want this, but okay, but if rook b4 is the move, and let me check. So what's happening after knight b4, which is the
rook
most
b4
natural?
is on the board.
Knight b4 is a mistake. Okay, then I understand, Vincent, that this is a very concrete move. So rook takes b4 happened, and he moves the bishop back to c6. Okay, so he understood that knight b4, but yeah, rook b4 was strong. Yeah, Sindarov is in his element. Heart rate, 116 for Sindarov and 90 for Vincent.
Knight fd4.
So far, Sindarov plays almost like a computer, but what computer was saying what? Because, sorry, I just don't see. Wow, sorry, the computer said that knight was time to castle. Actually, this move that we talked about, no problem, we don't care about the queen getting locked down. Maybe he's actually thinking about king d2 and rook fb1. I feel like this is more natural, humanly speaking.
But you know, this h1 queen can be very dangerous for black, because if white can go bishop f3, which actually was just played, after this to play g3, look at that c6 square and the long diagonal, what damage black can have.
Yes, yeah, exactly. So he's following a plan.
I think black has to take on f3.
Well, or can he play d5? I feel like exactly because you mentioned everything, I don't want to let this happen.
d5, g3.
Okay, d5, g3. Oops.
No.
And this I cannot do, yeah? Oh, but then it's lot of trouble.
No, this looks very scary for black.
Then it's lot of trouble. Oops, bishop to f3.
I mean, that c6 square, my God.
Yeah. The heart rate is moving up. It started from 99, it's 100, and it keeps on. No, it stays there, but I don't know what black has to do. Yeah,
In
because
time, they are very close.
the c6 square is a problem. Vincent played
Knight a6.
Knight a6.
Knight a6.
Knight a6. Okay, so he tries to get the tempo. He wants to get the knight to c5. Will he be able to?
Can white just play g3?
It's a big question. Yeah, maybe you can, because
Why do I care about that
Knight
rook?
b4. Yeah.
Yeah.
This would be just some incredible stuff, and the light squares, the c6 square, black's king, lot of trouble here. He plays
Knight
something,
c6.
but he plays knight c6. Okay, also sacrificing that.
Also sacrificing.
But it's a little bit less effective maybe, but okay, also looks very powerful.
Well, it looks very unpleasant, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so Vincent grabs the b4 rook first.
Really?
Keeping an option. Yeah, exactly. I had the same feeling. Like, really? You can do this?
Yeah, because after knight a7, king d7. And then he's happy, I think.
Yeah, knight b4, knight b4.
Knight b4, very logical continuation. That's the natural follow-up. But maybe at some point black will be able to go queen e6 with a tempo, attacking on e3.
He goes a5.
a5.
He wants to clarify this. Okay, the good news for black is that white still had no time to play g3. Yeah, once g3 is on the board, I feel it's game over, yeah? Because then the long diagonal will be already too much to handle. So Vincent wants clarity. And the question still remains, who will stop Sindarov? Because Vincent on the verge of collapse. Maybe now the position objective is not so bad, but it's very scary and very dangerous.
So knight b8, for example, is that a mistake? Because a takes b4.
And a b4, then we are trading pieces. I might force you to take on f6, which is... And then the knight on b8 will be trapped. You might have to fall back, or you also have knight a7 check, but knight a7 check doesn't do much. Yeah, but it's played. Yeah, knight a7 check and knight bc6. Yeah, very tempting kind of reaction.
What happens if on rook a8, g3, what even done?
Yeah, but then already you can just come back with the knight. Yeah, and white has time to play g3, then it's rook a3.
Well,
played.
white should play g3, right? Only move. Isn't it?
Well, and it's a good one. I don't know if it's only, but it's a very good one.
Yeah, g3 threatening with all kind of knight jumps.
Yeah, and this was also the drawback of cb4. Yeah, releasing the tension, opening up the d4, b4 squares for white's knights to jump.
Well, Sindarov is making the entertainment games.
Yes.
We can't say it's a boring one.
Yeah, he somehow also makes the most use of the white pieces, yeah, that he gets something going. But now he, for some reason, takes his time. What's happening after g3? Why is not an automatic?
Do you think he might be thinking about g4?
Ah, wow, just like this, yeah?
Well, to push away the f6 knight, it never hurts.
But do we need this? Why do we need this adventure? Position looks good enough, no?
Yeah, I don't see exactly what's
And
difference.
there you go. He goes g4. He cannot hold back. He looked too many Judith games.
Yeah.
He didn't study my games at all, yeah? Prophylactic, tranquilo, quiet. Just g3.
Why not to go g4? Keep in
Wow.
mind also g5. Surprise when you have a minute and 16 seconds. He went down to 41 seconds. Look at that.
Yes. And the heart rates, 133 versus 105. Amazing tension here.
Threat is very clear. Knight e5 check takes bishop b7, attacking the rook and queen c6.
Yeah, now that not only the bishop but also the queen has joined the long diagonal, and Vincent jumps knight e4.
Ooh.
Wow, he wants
Beautiful
to lock,
resource.
He wants to lock out. And d takes e4, queen takes e4, counterplay, and that's what.
Ooh, that's already Fantastic. I don't know
Well-
what it is objectively, but
Exactly.
the black queen is in the game.
Yes, this is what you need to do probably in time trouble. You have to create a mess. G takes f5 played, ignoring knight e4. What a move this is, what a game it is.
And then probably he wants rook g1 or something, but I don't know where we are leading to. What is he going to play after gf5? What's the idea?
Yeah, gf5 played.
Bishop
well.
e4 and takes and queen e4?
But
no,
okay,
then
after
rook a7.
gf5 now, this was heavily in white's favor. Yeah, with this rook g1 ideas, this is one extra.
Rook g1.
Yeah, rook g1. Where is black's queen going? The queen can get trapped.
Yeah, because on queen e6, knight d4.
Yeah, there is also knight d4 hitting the queen. No, this is...
So black will play queen f7.
This is almost lost, but then rook g7.
And then rook g7. Queen e8.
Okay, but then it's...
But then
finally
already
white will take on
E4.
Yes, of course. Queen f7 played with 3 seconds on the... No, with 8 seconds on the clock. We have 5 seconds increment.
So what stops rook g7?
And down to 5 seconds, Sindarov jumps back with the knight to b5.
Knight
Why on earth?
b5.
Why do you do this? Bishop takes e6.
He blundered something.
How can this happen? Rook g7.
He just blundered.
Yeah, with little time on the clock, but still, even after blundering a full piece, things are out of control. Vincent also down to 5 seconds.
Whew. Nerve-wracking situation for the players. Queen e8. Queen started out on h8, now on e8.
He takes
Is it
e4.
better there? Rook c8, look at that, trying
Knight
to...
a7, the knight will jump back to a7. No, ef5, why? Then bishop takes b5?
Takes back, c d5, rook c3, king d2,
And
bishop
then
c6.
rook c6, queen c6, checkmate, yeah, if suddenly
Well,
you get
if-
the chance.
Black is not watching.
But what should he do?
I don't know, rook
He
f5.
goes king c8. Yeah, opening up the king, king takes c6, queen takes b5. Yeah, the 5 seconds increment is also crazy
Wow.
because people are used to 10 seconds in the rapid game. Yeah, it's very tricky. Bishop a8, opening
Bishop
up the
a8.
lining up. Queen b7 check is threatened. Checkmate is threatened.
So let's see what kind of checks black can give. Or will he go d5 to stop, to break the power
Will
of
he be
the
able
queen?
to give perpetual check, black? That's a big question. With queen a4 or queen c4 check, just keep hunting that king.
They are going on their seconds only.
I think Sindarov cannot believe the bishop still hasn't moved from d8 and the rook haven't moved from f8. Those two pieces were not yet in the
And the
game.
king on c8.
No, that already walked around. Yeah, the king was on d7,
yes,
knight
yes,
walked
yes.
back.
Wow, look at that, they made a draw.
And they made it, wow, Vincent once again. And look at the smile of Vincent, the disappointment Sindarov cannot believe.
Yeah, he cannot believe it. Well, probably after knight instead of knight b5, rook g7 would be...
Yeah, okay, probably everything. It was hopeless situation for Vincent, but it just
we
goes
can
on
hear
to
what
show.
they say. Well, of course, the players have
Yeah, they are whispering, yeah, because
reactions, but
yeah,
others
Magnus
are-
actually has won, but let's jump to Hans Niemann against Parham Maksudlu. Apparently, Niemann is about to win, if we can believe computer. We don't know if we can believe computer.
Wow, Hans is just completely winning.
And he still has 30 seconds.
Well, for
That problem
Parham,
is
it was a
seven.
very sad first round game, where in winning position he drowned completely. He lost against Fabiano, and now it doesn't look good having the a7 pawn, passed pawn for Hans.
And he has no time. 4 seconds for Parham.
No time, not enough pieces.
Knight g4, trying to create at least something against White's king, but what?
f5?
Queen b8, Hans just says, you know, I can queen, and there are no checks, there are no checkmates. And I'm gonna win the game. And handshake by Parham. This gives us the chance to jump to the last remaining game, which is Levon Aronyan against Arjun Elgaisi. An end game. There we have the bird's eye view. Yeah, Magnus has won his game, and Arjun Elgaisi in a very tough spot against Levon Aronyan.
It's a nice end game with white, right? We would both take it.
Yeah, the knight on d2 is kind of far away. It's dominated by the king on d5. Normally there are all kinds of tricks, but here the rook protects the bishop, so I don't really see how that knight can be saved in the long run. Of course, white should make sure he goes rook f8. It means he's not afraid of knight e4. Knight e4 will be played, clearly. He has to.
Yeah, but...
takes and rook f7, just simple chess. Rook f6, and then takes...
king e5.
No.
Ah. No, but now takes king d4.
Yes, king c6. Can we calculate this in 1 second?
But king c6, I think king c4.
Ah, king c4, that's it, finish. Yeah, then there is nothing to calculate, yeah. Levon has force in it all. That's the key move.
But king e5, I think, also wins.
Yeah, but, okay, there
but
you
king
have to
c4
calculate.
is even better.
Yeah, here it's finish.
Yeah. Yeah.
And the handshake. Wow. So Levon takes revenge for the World Cup, now beating Arjun Elgaisi. And they are the last person, so they can talk loudly. We have to tell them.
Yeah, but they don't know it.
They don't know, yes.
They don't know it. So in this round, white was winning 3 games.
Yeah, it looked actually very promising for white, yeah.
And actually, it could have been 4 with Sindarov, Vincent. This was... Yeah, so let's see the standing, how after round 2 the players are standing. Of course, it was a very tough round again, but let's see there. We have 1.5 for Sindarov, Aronyan 1.5 as well, and Hans Niemann with his win. He became part of the leaders group, and Magnus won his game in game 2. He bounced back. Fabiano lost. So for him, it's a shaky start for the first 2 rounds. Vincent, very interesting, resourceful games he played. And we see Elgaisi and Parham. Very unfortunate for him. He lost 2 games. In the first game, definitely, he should have won against Fabiano, but he was misplaying on his seconds when he was playing. He was not careful enough in the winning position, and this is what happened to him. So, wow, it's only game 2 of this day, and we've seen already a lot of dramas, a lot of action, and Sindarov is the boy. On his birthday, he has his incredible ideas. Of course, in this game, we've seen against Vincent that he was very brave and not necessarily the very best move. But you can see that he's playing on the whole board. Exactly. He's using the opportunities. He's a real freestyle player, don't you think so?
Yeah, well, you remember the Weissenhaus event, yeah, that he picked Hikaru Nakamura, yeah, like that was a shock to everyone. It just goes on to show also how much self-confidence he has. Yeah, and now after winning the World Cup and treated as a national hero in his country, that will definitely give him even more energy. And I never see him on him the tiredness. He loves chess so much. He's so excited and he plays brilliant chess. Only with these few seconds on the clock, he lost the control against Vincent. But that was a very well-played game from him.
I have the feeling that he's playing the game with full of energy, like I cannot lose anything, because basically there is nothing to lose in this event in the day 1, because they are just playing for the spots who will have the opportunity to pick an opponent, or he's going to be picked, because the first 3 players are going to be choosing their opponent. So maybe we can have a look
at the Magnus game with Fabi, yeah?
Let's see, because we have a little time for that, just to see briefly how Magnus bounced back against Fabi.
Yes, so we see similar opening. Yeah, this f4, f5, b3, knight, b6, c4 was thematic, kind of controlling that knight, grabbing space, setting up this nice coordination with knight c2, d6, g3, what Hans was missing at the beginning, opening up the queen, g3, g6, knight c2, e5. Black is trying to counter it before white gets the bishop to d4, which was so vital. We have seen this idea before. fe5, d takes e5, e4. Wow, things are escalating because it's not so easy to trade on e5 and make this decision, but Magnus probably sensed that I want to use this pin, I will undermine your center, so I don't mind giving it for the moment. Bishop e7, c5. So the computer is very skeptical of what Magnus is doing, but let's see the idea. There had to be something behind. E takes f5, knight takes c5. Okay, because actually Magnus wanted to go c6, b takes c6, and then queen takes c6. The queen is activated. That's
actually, it's interesting that the queen on h1, at first it seems that how badly it's placed, but it can be actually activated by one move, playing g3, and then actually it is quite powerful.
Yes, yeah, absolutely like this. So after ef, Fabi decided to eliminate that c5 pawn, which gets a question mark, but it's a very human move because you have a nice structure. Now let's just imagine black castles and everything is perfect. What happened here? How did Fabi actually lose this? Takes, knight d3, bishop d6, because black has solved his problems. Fg6, rook f1, queen f1, ag, bishop g4 check. I think this is the critical moment because black loses the right to castle, and in this case the rook on b8 will feel very uncomfortable. So maybe actually he should have just ignored. Could he have just
after fg6?
Fg6, maybe just castle. Could he have done this? Let's just try this. Let me castle in the right way. Yeah, computer confirms. Yeah, just castle, forget, because gh, bishop h7, we will be so happy with that.
The bishop
beautiful
there.
Bishop, yeah, and wow, what a miss, yeah, because sometimes probably the players were low on time, you automatically recapture, but by recapturing on g6, he ended up getting in trouble. So this is where things really, yeah, and knights, it's bad, because the knights will start to jump. Black has an isolated pawn on e5. No coordination, yeah, Magnus castles. Okay, according to computer, this is still kind of fine, but takes. Okay, even this is double A, yeah. Actually, Fabi definitely has compensation here, but queen h5, criticized by the computer, queen d4. Ah, wow. So this queen d4 was very important because the queen is heading towards the g7 square. That's why the queen should have not left the long diagonal. Of course, queen a1 was never possible to knight a1, but everything made sense. Maybe just a small little move like queen g7 or put the king back to b8.
Maybe Fabi did not have a sense of danger.
Well, he had 6 seconds on the clock, by the way. Yes, and then finally also knight e8 check.
He basically blundered.
He blundered, but things got out of control because after rook d8, I think he was relying on the fact that the move rook d8 is connected with bishop a3 check, the discovered check winning the queen, but Magnus ignored it with knight f6, hitting the queen himself. And yes, if going for this endgame was still the best chance for black, but white has very good chances converting the advantage.
Yeah.
So, wow, finally things escalate with 5 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Okay, well, bounce back by Magnus, not the game of his life, that's for sure, but to collect the point, it's always good.
The job has been done, yeah.
Yes, absolutely. So let's see a short look on round 3, because the next round keeps some excitement as well, I'm pretty sure. So let's see. Vincent is going to be playing with Magnus, and that's kind of exciting.
Yeah, this is a big matchup. Now both players have 1 point each. Magnus clearly very happy bouncing back against Fabi. Arjun against Sindarov. Arjun has just lost his game. He needs to bounce back, and somebody has to stop Sindarov after all.
And Parham should come back, win his game, which he had to do in game 1. And then Fabiano with Hans, the US matchup. What is it going to be? They had the finals to play in the underwater championship back in Cape Town.
Yeah, now it's revenge.
Revenge time for Fabi.
That's how Fabi feels, but normally Fabi has a very good score in classical chess against Hans, so he feels comfortable, but this 10 minutes fast, rapid freestyle game, this is one of the toughest challenges because you have the 10 minutes, so you cannot be in blitz mode right from the start. So you take your time a little bit at the beginning to make sense of what's happening. Then you get used to spending time in order to navigate yourself. Then you look at the clock. The position is still messy. I have no time, and you have to start playing instantly. So it's understandable that the players are making mistakes.
Yeah, it is very clear that it's difficult to play with such a short time on your clock, and especially that they have to have new positions in every half an hour, 40 minutes. They have to face a new position. They have to get familiar with where the pieces are standing, how those pieces will be placed, or how you can get the most out of those placements, like we've seen with the queen on h1. How is it going to be active in the game? So now let's see what is the next position.
Back here to the drawing stage. We just saw another spectacular round with 3 decisive games, wins for Carlsen, for Niemann, and for Aronian. And I'm delighted to be joined now by Amruta Mokal from Chessbase India. And Amruta, you have a big team here of 5 people. You've been covering the entire freestyle tour. How has your experience here in South Africa been so far?
It has been the most incredible experience, the helicopter ride, the horse riding, but the chess beats everything for sure, and it's a dream tournament for Chessbase India. We all are loving every moment to cover this whole event.
And it's always such a pleasure having all of you here and all the fantastic content you're creating. I'm going to move behind the table as we are ready now to draw the next position. Go ahead, Amruta. So the next position is number
767.
767. 767. Thank you so much, Amruta. The players, as always, have 10 minutes. Best of luck.
Just thank you, not the video.
Similar.
I was worse after like 5-6 moves.
Worse?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. No, I mean I'm not sure objectively, but it felt that way.
We'll have to try the usual. Before we play the 4.
Yeah.
This looks so similar to stuff we've had before. Okay.
Actually, I played the same position against Vincent. Like 1 day ago, I played like this and he crushed me in 10 moves.
Yeah,
5
it's
5. It's very bad.
Okay, but we probably play at 5, no?
Yeah, probably 5 is no, okay. It's a better. I mean, it's better, but no.
Okay. What
Maybe
to do?
it's
What to do?
This is a move, no?
Ah, G5, of course.
Not F4.
4, take it.
Queen F4. I don't know.
But this normally is normal support. This type of stuff.
Maybe.
I think so.
One of the next move.
Then F5.
Maybe.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, why not? Or F6. But in general, maybe we have some F5, F4 also. Yeah, why not?
So E4.
You mean on the first move,
Yeah,
F5.
F5, E4, F4.
F4, okay. Well, it depends if we can hold this F4 thing without falling apart.
I think we can.
3, 5, 4. you can take somewhere. No?
Okay, you can take, but
It's okay. Yeah, your bishop is also kind of passive. And I always have this bishop before ideas and then after it. Not so convinced. Here there. Yeah, maybe c3, bishop before f3.
No, c3 if you play, then you can always problem with your knight in d1. So I can play d6, take, and knight d6. And knight
c3 is
solve
better.
it.
Yeah, I agree. Apologies.
Also, we can start with knight b6 probably.
But then, I don't know. What if I...
Knight
get
c6
that?
now.
Yeah.
no, c6 is not needed there. We can just play.
Yeah.
Even here we can play d6.
So you guys think this is safe?
It looks interesting, but maybe it's not safe.
This, yeah? Oh, it's principle, of course. Most principle, yeah.
F5, we do what?
Yeah.
Okay, then I can look for something. Take FG. So, do we start with A4? Or let's not include A4, A5. We can always do it later, right?
But at the end, could you take on g3, take h7, take hg3, queen g6?
D3?
G3, take. But also your piece is hanging, same.
Queen g6 also knight d3.
Take? Take g3, knight c5.
Okay, for this I would love to have a4, f5 included, of course. You have to have
Yes, yes, I
Although why? After knight c5 it's annoying either way, isn't it? What do you do?
Okay, we are just winning, yeah, if we have this move.
Hey, with a4.
Okay, and either way, I don't see what you do after, because we tried bishop e7, knight a6 mate. Some problems for black, yeah?
Yes. Knight b6, yeah?
But then queen f8, made it on the back rank. Ah, you have queen g8 still. Oh, but bishop e7 anyway, I have queen f8. Bishop e7, queen f8. Okay, so
But I mean, if you can include, I think it's better to have it included.
you think in general from the start?
Yes.
Are we sure that black has to play?
No, that's the question. But I think we should do it without before even then.
Yes.
But then f5, no?
And after a5, you
A5?
play a6. f4, a6, I think we're doing good thing.
Yeah. I'm not 100% sure, but...
No, but this is
I'm not 100% sure about this. Like, I don't know, g5? I mean, it's weird that knight on b6, knight on b7. I mean, it is very double-edged. Your bishops are disastrous.
A5 looks dodgeable.
Take and f4 and then what to do?
And g6 or something.
Yeah, g6, knight b3, and go ahead.
d4. d5. Queen d5. Or queen d5. So
d3?
Ah, no.
Okay, we have to go knight g6.
Queen g6, what do you want?
Knight b3.
Queen. Yes.
I think that's
7 maybe.
Which move it went?
Queen f7. I mean,
Here,
g6,
or-
knight b3, queen f6. Oh, knight d3 you play.
Yeah.
Knight c6.
Bishop c6?
Yeah, you just second.
No, I think F5.
At least, I mean, it's totally risk-free. Whether you
G6.
F4.
Actually, but if you take E5, then F5.
And let's check this line. Huh? Yes.
Can we go FG or we take first? Oh, we take first.
FG.
I mean, HGPF probably also is not too bad for black. But now we have.
Okay.
I mean, if not Queen G6, you're down a pawn, right? At least.
Gentlemen, it's 2 minutes to the start. 2 minutes.
No, it doesn't look so bad.
Queen G6, knight D3, and some then quiet, maybe.
I mean, not even Queen G6, maybe just something here. Knight D6,
It's a disturb for the players. So therefore, please stay sit also during the round.
Some 96, 96.
I do think we don't risk at all, and we have something here.
Before it, yeah?
Yes, yes.
1 minute to the start. 1 minute.
Round 3 just about to start, and the first move e4 by Vincent has been played, also by Erigaisi.
Also by Fabi.
Exactly, and still Parham is thinking.
Parham always likes to take his time a little bit, but he also goes e4. And there was a conversation, it was so funny that before they started, and f5 was played now by Magnus, before they started analyzing, Magnus just came there and they told, boys, actually, you know, guys, I thought like I was worse after 5-6 moves. And Sindarov said, really? Yeah, and Sindarov got a very nice position. Yeah, Magnus had nothing there against Fabi, even he felt like it was, if someone was, then it was him. So that was a big scare for Magnus, but he survived that, and we know that when Magnus suddenly starts to feel at ease, when he feels like he has settled into the tournament, that's when we usually see the real Magnus.
Well, we see first move e4, f5 in 3 of the games. Interesting. So why e4 was such a good move? Is it because opening up the diagonal for the queen, you think?
Well, was it a good move? We don't know. It was a natural kind of move, yeah, that you occupy the center, you open up the rook, you feel like, yeah, it's kind of important to occupy something in the center, and this e4, f5, once again, yeah, we see for the second time, Magnus is ready to activate his queen quite early, so he steps into some knight e3 tempo right now, but clearly this is now much more flexible position. It's
than in game 1.
It's a different one, but still, knight e3, then f4, g4, f4, g3, where is this black queen hiding after?
We have a very interesting moment, I think, with Parham with Levon, because after e5, f5, look at that, only pawns are moving. e5, f4, g3, g5.
Ah, wow, but this is what the people were analyzing. I think Magnus's team was heavily into this e4, f5, e5, f4 position. But yeah, e takes f5 is a more solid approach. I like the solid approach. This e5, f4, how do you evaluate? How can you evaluate without a computer?
It's very difficult because now there is a huge difference between the h1 bishop, which is very powerful on that diagonal. Actually, bishop is really attacking there on b7, while the black bishop on h8 is cut off from the long diagonal, having the pawn on e5. This rook on e1 is really making a great favor to that pawn to be protecting it.
Yes, but just like you highlighted the bishop h1 contra bishop h8, I can highlight bishop g8 contra bishop g1. There it is black. It's freestyle.
But the h1 is so much better, so much more powerful than the bishop on g8. Or that's what I would believe. Interesting that only pawn moves has been played until in this position. But there's also another very interesting moment, I think, between Fabi and Hans, because they are very much having a clash in the center, having all the pawns opposite to each other. e4, f5, f4, e5.
Yeah, perfect symmetry so far. And ef5, queen f5 happened there. And to my big surprise, Vincent actually played f4 and allowed g5. And yeah, Magnus blitzed out g5 and now black takes over. What a big miss this was. Yeah, probably, you know, it was like a bluff from Magnus. Was it a bluff? Okay, we see that e4, f5 was played, so it was part of the preparation that he was thinking like, I'm inviting knight e3, so because I'm inviting knight e3, Vincent will not play knight e3. Tries to be too smart, and he spent something like 2 minutes, played f4, g5, and now only black, and knight e3, he sacrificed the f4 pawn. What is Vincent doing? What is he doing? Can we zoom in on the players, on the camera, to see Magnus's face, his reaction? What is this? Why queen takes f4 is not just a pawn for free?
Oops. It's not a good sign.
No, it's a horrible sign not to play knight e3 instead of f4
Before.
and then to play knight e3 when now black can actually just comfortably take on f4 the pawn with a tempo. And yeah, look at Magnus's body language, he just does not understand.
Well, I think he's thinking about it, whether should I take on f4 or should I go queen f6 first, attack on b2 and only after that to capture on f4. But I think queen f4 should be the move.
Yeah, well, yeah, queen f6, then knight d3, I'm protecting on b2 and I'm protecting on f4, that would be, but why not to take on f4, just simple. And also black's bishops are already lined up.
Yeah.
I just cannot believe. I would say that if it's online that this is mouse sleep, error of transmission, it cannot happen like this. Yeah, and Magnus just picks up the pawn.
What has happened with
Vincent just thrown away the game. Yeah, just thrown away the game. What on earth is happening here? Yeah, and Magnus leans back. By the way, this knight d8, knight c8 is a very flexible kind of structure because it protects all these b7, c7, d7 weaknesses just in case if white wants to play for some tricks against b7 pawn, but there are no tricks. So this g3, potential g3 tempo later on, hitting the queen after moving the queen away, or even moving the queen to b5, and then g3 is not checkmate because knight is
Do you know what could happen with Vincent doing that?
No, I don't know. I've never seen something like this. This is just completely unexplainable because there this c takes b5 against Sindarov. Okay, you can make a mistake because you are feeling under pressure, but here in the game is just beginning. You spend 2 minutes of your time and then yeah, he's trying to calm down, but it's too late to calm down.
Okay, but he has to play on and fight.
Yeah, okay, but it's already in the hands of Magnus, yeah? So basically Magnus wins this game, and that's it. Wow, no, okay, this is tragic news, yeah, knight d3, okay, queen takes f1, rook f1, if Magnus wants, probably he will.
Of course he will exchange.
It comes with a
Why not? With an extra pawn?
extra center pawn and having better development, because the knights on e3 and d3, I don't even think that they stay particularly well, because black has all these center pawns. Yeah, d6, c5, and then the knight on d3 is in horrible situation. Okay, this is just completely lost. So this actually gives us the chance to...
Let's go back to the bird's eye view.
Yeah, move around, because this is a shock of the day, not move of the day. Business. Yeah, knight d6 played, so we are assuming that this will be a technical job for Magnus Carlsen.
There is very interesting. I'd like to go to Parham's game with Levon, because it has such an incredible pawn structure that it's... Let's try to figure out what's going on there. Who is who?
Then f3 will be a complete lockdown of the h1 bishop. And that will be also a question, but... It is so difficult when you see this computer screaming out that it's a mistake. Okay, knight c6 played. The word is back to normal, because look, black has also said like, okay, you are doing well, knight bc, knight c3, knight b6, knight c6. And one thing I would like to add, that yeah, in 10 minutes games in freestyle chess, we should not be criticizing players' mistakes. If computer says that you can play much better, of course the computer can handle these situations, but humanly it's just impossible to play a perfect game. It's complete randomness. So just out of curiosity, after knight c3, what was computer screaming about?
Was it?
And I don't even like computers. Okay, computer is playing primitive chess.
F3?
And no, computer actually says that you can do both. Yeah, d5. d5 is like a move that you just don't want, and after d5, computer wants f3. Now, apparently this is very strong, because after g4 you will play e4. This is the key move for the computer, and after d takes e5, instead of d takes e5, also suggests that bishop takes b3 is a possibility. And after c takes b3, once again d takes e5. And after d5 again f3. But you don't want to give up your light squared bishop. It's the soul of the game.
Yeah, but if you block the
Yes.
h1 bishop, that's...
Exactly. No, of course. But
That's
okay.
a great exchange.
Levon actually kind of believed Parham. He opted for knight c6, and now white castles long. Okay, also very natural, again criticized by the computer as a losing move. Okay, losing is a little bit too much, but like a big mistake. But I'm not.
But it's nice to make a castling.
Exactly. I'm not.
It has a good feeling, you know.
That Levon will be able to play a computer move like the punishment. Levon will not play the punishment move.
What is the punishment move?
Yeah, that's a big question. What is the punishment move?
What is the punishment move?
Computer says plus 2 point something. Okay, give us a break. The game has just begun. But I told you intuitively I don't like this e4, f5, e5, f4 for white. Because
Can't black just go bishop c4?
No, bishop g4, then probably queen g2.
Queen h3? Queen g2, I wanted d takes, d5.
And then what's the...
I'm claiming that...
Okay, Levon plays f3. Yeah.
Very logical.
Very logical. Trying to shut down this bishop. And by the way, probably one of the reasons that g4 runs maybe into queen f4 check.
Check. But then rook f3.
That could...
Takes
yeah,
on
then
d5.
takes on b3 and takes on d4 also.
Ooh.
Yeah. No, this is horrible. Parham got into this adventure. Yeah, don't get provoked, because I feel like whenever this e4, f5 happens, the black players are analyzing it much more. So they are more familiar with the position.
Parham looked at the clock. And he's behind in time. Not much. Not much, but he has to be very careful. And it's not only that h1 bishop, it's the g1 bishop as well.
Yeah, it's double lockdown. Yeah, so if that
Huge danger. Queen h3.
Yeah, if that pawn stays alive, it's game over. So white has to do everything in his power to try to eliminate that pawn. Queen h3, stopping g5, g4. Trying to control something. But I don't even want to tell the computer's evaluation. First of all, I don't see it. I can only imagine it. But it doesn't look good. The only good news is that with queen h3, white makes sure that black is unable to castle. So queen h3 is a very tricky kind of move, multi-purpose.
But I don't know, is it so important for black to castle?
Well,
I thought the main idea is to protect white against g4.
Yeah, well, or if you win the game without the rook, then you don't need to castle, yes. But you have to prove it, that you are capable of doing that. No, queen h3 was clearly a great touch, and everybody forget about the evil bar. Okay, bishop takes b3. This is the direction computer wanted to take the game as well. D takes e5, picking up the pawn, and also opening up the h8 bishop.
And the knight will show up on d4.
Well, if d5, then definitely. Now the thematic d5, trying to block the bishop, would run into knight d4, as you highlight. What it makes losing a winning game, in the first round, that you lose your balance, you start questioning yourself, you lose this confidence, d takes e5, knight takes e5. Parham hasn't been the same person ever since. And he grabs the pawn on h7.
At least something.
Wow, and castles. Castles. Did actually Parham forget about this, that you are controlling the d file, but since the king is not moving, not crossing through the d file, you can castle because he picked up the h7 pawn automatically, or he just wanted to collect the pawn?
Well, it can be both. That at least if you have not a very promising position, at least you grab the pawn. Because with the g1 bishop, at some point, maybe there is a way out.
Yeah, he plays h3.
h3, g4.
He really wants some bishop h2 followed by g4 if he gets out, but it is so difficult to imagine. Black is just so solid. Everything is protected. And Levon, by the way, instantly played the castle just to have this psychological effect. My friend, you missed it.
But I think also, as you said, that he was probably aiming already that, okay, I'm there. I'm going to make my castle whenever the first possibility I got. And that's why he
and
was
e6, very nice move.
Nice
because
move.
the queen is heading
f5.
towards also queen b4, I thought. You wanted to f4, but also queen. There are so many possibilities. One lovely, lovely little touch.
Ooh, that do bishop on g1 and h1. What a heartbreak.
Yeah, g4 played. You have to try to, first of all, it eliminates queen f5, but also tries to activate the bishop. But I'm really worried that we get checkmated here with all our pieces away. But queen can come back to c2. The queen can actually protect against queen b4 with queen back. And once we get to h2...
No, that's...
exactly. Once we move our king to a2, but yeah, knight d5, Levon tries to confront the situation.
Doesn't let the time to go on Parham's favor. And okay, knight takes d5.
The clocks, yeah, Levon in control. So the position... Well, Levon had been super impressive in Las Vegas. Yeah, the way how he won the event, and also with shortened time control, was extremely good, winning all these tie breaks. Knight takes d5. Rook
d5.
Wow, okay.
Yes, because after rook d5 takes, white has no time for bishop h2.
Yeah.
King b1, I like king b1, going out of queen f4 checks.
Yes, and maybe trying some rook c1, but okay, rook c1 will be met by c6. That's not a big issue. But it's kind of funny, yes, some rook c1 setting, queen c7, checkmate, and after c6, bishop h2. Again, if ever the knight moves from e5, so the c7 square is the only weak spot in black's position one needs to pay attention to. Horrible scenario.
So actually there is no pawn up. It's pawn equality right now.
Well, it just feels like the position is so brilliant for black, yeah, because the coordination.
What happens if black goes queen f6?
Setting up some tricks.
I know. No, yeah, I came up with some crazy trap kind of idea.
okay,
Rook
rook
d5,
takes
knight
d5,
d3, but queen d7.
check. Yes, yes, exactly. So queen d, rook d1, rook d1 in order to avoid, and queen f4, making sure there is no bishop h2 and that knight on e5 beautifully guards the d7 square.
Okay, rook c1, c6, right?
Yes. Wow, this is actually total cemento. This is just unbelievable construction, killing both bishops. Now black has all the time in the world because you cannot challenge this construction.
Very difficult with white, how to put some pressure over the f3 pawn, how to have some plan to bring the g1 bishop to h2 anymore.
Yeah, this is... Just looking at the position, it's heartbreaking enough. Then imagining that poor Parham lost the first 2 games and has this position. Yeah, you add all these things together and...
But that's how the players are. They know that you lost the first 2 and they say, okay, this is my chance. I want to collect my point. They don't want to do any harm to the opponent, but they want to go from round to round to collect their own points.
You know, they know that you are vulnerable at this moment, yeah? You are not in your balance and the situation like we talked about Sindarov, that he's full of confidence and he knows that whatever he will play, it will be a good move. Yeah, what Parham is in his mind now, he is just trying desperately to get out of this situation, but for the moment, situation is just getting worse and worse.
I would suggest to go back to the bird's eye view because there are some really serious things happening on the other boards. For example, Fabi seems to be winning the game. He seems to have some big advantage there.
Yeah, pair of bishops and lovely coordination. So actually he is not up material, but the position is so overwhelming. Complete control, and Hans cannot believe it. What kind of move can I make? If you want, we can just zoom into that game.
Yeah, let's zoom into that game for short.
It just moved 15. Black has played the move castles. And Fabi goes bishop c5. Yeah, there are all kinds of pins.
Well, the problem is, I think, that maybe the a7 pawn can be grabbed. And this is why, what a nice move, bishop c5. Because now, if black goes d5, white can go bishop b5 with a tempi. And it's either c6, and then the bishop will be able to come back, the a7 bishop, or if the rook moves away, then the bishop can come back.
Yeah, d5 played.
So this was a very important intermediate move, bishop c5. So after d5, there is a tempo, bishop b5. Otherwise, it could be a problem, because if the bishop moves away, then b6.
I don't know how big a problem it is, but yeah, it's nice. Definitely, it is lovely, yeah? Just also to highlight that black was unable to block that bishop due to bishop a6 checkmate. That was the biggest issue for black.
Yeah.
But yeah, lovely little touch. Bishop c5 also now. White will have the f7 anti-square later on in any circumstances if it will be required. And after d5, we are expecting bishop b5. Small little touch by Judith asking, please weaken with weaken under normal circumstances. c6 would be normal, but then the black dark square bishop will be freed. Yeah, on the board. c6 blitzed out, and the bishop falls back to e2. And it also threatens bishop g4.
And in the meantime, we have some interesting action also on the other board. Seems to be that, unfortunately for Vincent, he has more pawns down. So why don't we go to Arjun's and Sindarov game, because there were some actions, some
because
sacrifices.
This is a technically lost position in Fabiano game against Niemann, but okay. And this is the game between Arjun and Vachier.
So what kind of position is this?
Yeah.
4 pawns for the bishop.
4 pawns for the bishop. White has some activity, but White's king is also vulnerable.
Very similar in time, a bit more than a minute.
Intuitively, how would you judge it? Like balanced, or you take black? Or
I wouldn't worry with white, to be honest.
You would worry, yes.
I would not worry.
You would not worry,
No.
yes. He picks up the h7 pawn just so that he's inviting, give me perpetual check if you can, because otherwise you are losing the end game thanks to
Yeah, but it's very important that the black rook cannot move away.
Yes.
I mean, unless black will be able to give a check the way to protect the d7 pawn, and then black can go out with the rook.
No, but I think he will give perpetual. I think it's very logical for black to give perpetual here.
Do you think white will accept the draw?
Yeah, I don't think you can do anything about
Well, you can go out, queen, if queen b3, king c1, queen c3, queen c2.
No, but he gave queen a3 check and he played king b1. Okay. Yeah, because if you go king d2, then I'm gonna go queen b4 check. So I'm expecting the repetition. Very professional.
Okay. Time to agree to a draw.
Handshake, so we can focus on.
Well, already, if we go back.
Yeah, Fabiano has already won his game against Niemann. That was game over, and Magnus is 2 pawns up against Vincent.
Well, and Parham is a piece down. Oi, oi, oi.
Yeah, Parham.
It's he just gave up against Levon.
Yeah, and you look at the face of Parham. Yeah, this is the biggest problem.
Instead of winning that first game against Fabiano, it's so hard to bounce back after a loss like that. There is no time to recover.
And you play against brilliant players, yeah, who are using your vulnerable situation immediately to their advantage. So Magnus's game is
Maybe let's go to Magnus's game just to see the way they play it out.
2 pawns advantage for Magnus.
Yeah, maybe we can go on full screen for the players. Not much to analyze.
Finally, black will play some king d7, king e6, bring the king closer, kick that rook away from f5, then you start pushing the pawn to h5.
Only seconds left for Vincent. Fighting, still fighting. But how much chance does he have in this kind of position against Magnus?
Well, not just against anyone, yeah?
In this tournament.
Yes, because okay. Yeah, rook h1, rook h6.
Well, at the same time, you don't want to resign, right? You still hope for something, some miracle. Some study-like story.
I'm not believing that someone is really hoping for something. He just plays the game, yeah? He also doesn't have time even to hope. He has just 5 seconds. He doesn't want to lose on time and tries to put resistance.
Okay, go with the king. Go to king h3.
He wants to play on the nerves of Magnus. Yeah? If suddenly Magnus is not converting it for quite some time and he goes down with 5 seconds on the clock, then Vincent, and wow, he invites, because knight f6, rook f6 check. So you cannot win back the pawn.
But of course Magnus is very careful.
But he's doing it nicely. King f5, very systematic.
Goes back to h2. Now if knight f6 there is no check, but rook f6 and simplification.
But now he goes rook g4.
Well, if somebody would misplay it, it's not called Magnus Carlsen.
Definitely.
Magnus is happy to collect his point. Wow, what a round we had seen. Magnus winning because Vincent in move, what was it, move 4.
Yeah, he just...
Move 4, he just had a blackout, gave away a pawn without any compensation. Yes. So that was a heartbreak for him to realize it, that what he has been doing in that second. And Sindarov, Erigaisi, we have not seen much of that game, but it was a draw, it was a perpetual check.
We only have seen that it was a very tough fight, yeah, because
maybe
from the position that we had,
Maybe we look the scoreboard first, what were the results, and then if we have time, we can go back to the other games, which we were not covering. So Levon has 2.5. He took the lead. Look at that. And Magnus tying with Sindarov and Fabiano. Fabiano seemed to win a pretty convincing game, as much as we've seen. And Hans Niemann with his loss, of course, he must not be happy about it to have 50%. Vincent, it's so far, it's not the tournament. It's not the day of his career, but of course we have still a lot of rounds to go. Eric Gaisi also not performing so well. And of course, the biggest drama of it, Parham, is what's happening and how differently it could have been if in the first game he's more careful and seconds on his clock he could convert his advantage, winning advantage against Fabiano. He did not ruin it to a draw, but he ruined it completely and he lost that game. So actually he's paying that price that he could not get over that. And well, Levon played a very nice game, as much as we've seen.
Yeah.
That he took his chances and he pinpointed out very straightforward what in this position, what we witnessed in game in this round, that the bishop on g1 and h1, what can happen in freestyle. It was an exemplary.
Yes.
Yeah, so it is not so easy. Once you forget about some of your pieces, it can be forgotten until the rest of the game. And that's very hard.
Well, I'm not sure that Parham forgot about them. I think he was trying to take care of them, but he never got a chance, yeah?
Yeah, because time.
Yes.
Time. He didn't have enough time to be able to rescue his bishops. And it's not only one, but actually it was both of them in the corner
I don't think that I have ever seen something like this, because normally f0, f6 shuts down the bishop on h8, but you get something in return. Here you get in return that even the other bishop is blocked. Crazy.
Yeah. Well, maybe we can bring up what is the next round matchup, because surely we're going to see some nice matches. Of course, players kind of warmed up. Maybe all of them can say already, oh, I missed this. Why didn't I play that? We see Magnus against Hans. That's always a hot match.
Yes.
Because of different reasons. Levon plays Fabiano, also very big match. Well, for Fabiano, he won his last game. Sindarov, Parham. Ooh, poor Parham. There are dangers. At the same time, the young champion, Jakovic, is not clear whether he's able to win with all those energy and Vincent against Eric Gaisi. Which is the matchup you're looking forward the most in this round? Round 4 already.
Well, of course, Magnus against Hans is always very spicy because all the history, and usually Magnus is not himself against Hans. Yeah, this is what I kind of see, that he doesn't play according to his abilities, but now he won 2 games. I think he's in a perfect mood to play this game because now he has everything under control. I mentioned before the Vincent game, I was not liking that Vincent played exactly at this very moment against Magnus, because whenever Magnus settles into the tournament, he kind of just relaxes, forget about everything and just plays chess. Then he's kind of unstoppable. Of course, it was Vincent's fault to blunder away. Hans is coming after a very tough loss against Fabiano. He didn't really get a chance even to do anything there. It was a horrible game for him. And we have all these youngsters against each other, Vincent against Arjun, and of course Levon against Fabiano, players who have played endless encounters against each other. I think they're also very good friends. Here after dinner, I have seen them playing against each other, training games. So it will be also very interesting.
Yeah, it's very interesting how it will be unfolded this round, because Sindarov had a great game, great first game, and in the second game he was not able to convert. He was so close to convert against Vincent. And that hurt him, that he was so much winning. How did I misplay it? He gave away his piece, and after that it was still okay. But of course, Vincent is always a player. If he gets the chance, he grabs it and bounces back. And that was a painful game for Sindarov. I believe that he was not able to convert that. And then now he played. It's another draw. So after that incredible start, it's not such a great follow-up. But
okay, still, as long as you are undefeated, I think you are happy.
Of course. It's absolutely true. And well, for the others also, it's quite difficult. Of course, for Parham, that would be the big match. What that can be, because in that match, well, he can't lose again. But how can he save himself?
Well,
did you ever have such an awful situation yourself that you lost 3 in a row when you were 8, 10?
Well, I think it happened to all of us at some point in some blitz event, or well, it can have, yeah. Actually, it happened to me in the Sport Accord Mind Games tournament in Beijing. There was a blitz tournament, 3 days of blitz. First day, I went undefeated with +4, and you play against the same opponents. Next day, I went -7. You know, I lost 7 games for sure, 3 in a row. At some point, I was already, shaking. I just didn't know where is my board, where do I get seated, and so on. And next day, I came back to my senses and I made +2. Yeah, so finally I finished -2 in the total. But if you take away that one horrible day where I was not myself after losing like a complete idiot, then I actually did +6. Yeah, so it just shows that, you are a great player, but it can happen to anyone, that you have a total collapse.
Yeah, it is a very difficult psychological.
I still remember. Sorry that I'm laughing.
Sorry that I brought it. I asked the question.
I still remember this day. I was just not. I lost on move 15 on time against my best friend Lenny Dominguez. I lost a piece against Grischuk with white in the 7th move in a Bishop EC Najdorf. With knight G4, I blundered. It was Bishop EC knight G4, Bishop G5 H6, Bishop H4 G5, Bishop GC, Bishop G7. I played FC knight EC. Resigns, thank you very much. I was gone. I was just gone already.
Well, basically we've seen something like similar by Vincent here, right? He just gave away the opponent. There was no way back in this game. But Vincent is going to play with Eric Gaisi, who is not in a great form up to now either. So we'll see who is going to be able to grab the opportunity to play a good game, a really good game, and play that out. I'm very much rooting for Parham in this round, because it would be so nice to see him bounce back and give trouble for the opponent. It's never nice to see someone losing one game after another. It's so heartbreaking, because we were all there in different parts of our career.
Exactly. And of course, I just want to add one thing, because I took a look so that we understand what Sindarov is going through. He had an overwhelming advantage against Eric Gaisi in the previous game. So, in fact, he is +1. He won that first game in a brilliant style. Then he missed the win against Vincent, and he also missed the win against Eric Gaisi. So far he plays brilliant chess, but he didn't make most of it.
And now we have to see what is the next drawing for the next round.
Been like so far?
I mean, it was exciting year, especially with the freestyle. So I'm excited to be here. Excited for the position as well. Let's see.
Well, you're about to be the man who draws it. So let's get the show underway. And it is position number 219. Players, best of luck, 10 minutes as always. And to all the fans, have fun.
It's very hot. It's hot everywhere.
C4, E4.
E4, C5, right?
Yeah, and G3, knight king,
C4, C5, B4.
C4 then? Knight on B6.
Yeah, that's not good.
Well, maybe I should start with C4.
I agree.
But we're gonna play C5 on this.
You have to with this knight.
Yeah. I don't want to lose.
Like this, yeah. Bishop.
Yeah, also G3 on the Okay, B4 doesn't feel right, does it? Or like D6. Is there like B4 somewhere?
D6, take bishop A1.
I think D5. I think it's too much. It's okay, D6, B5, I guess.
I don't.
It's definitely not that little. I can just play like D6, B5, F5.
B4 immediately. Yeah, it's very strong.
BC? Okay. I mean, it's very, such a strong check. What allows.
But B6? Rook C5?
No, check
CD?
first, check first.
Why check
Yeah,
first?
knight B3.
Rook C5.
Yeah, just CD. And what is this rook?
Yeah, CD.
This should take on D5.
Okay, we can still play with D7 there. It's not so bad. Or D6, I don't know, maybe it's more normal. D5,
Takes, good.
Yes. B6.
Or with G6, maybe B7, no? So, I guess, or B6, exactly.
B6, yes.
Why not throw a check in first?
Knight 4?
Yeah, and then play G6 next. Why are we playing B6? Maybe knight B6.
Oh, okay.
More flexible. Or B5, so I don't know. Maybe it's more flexible.
Okay.
C6. Total rubbish.
No, I think C5 is kind of...
Yeah, C5 is most logical.
Okay, then why do you want to rush? Why can't we just play with G3 and then B4?
I mean, G3, G6.
B4?
Play B4, and then bishop A1.
And D5 maybe, yeah, already.
D5,
A1, bishop A4 is threatening, I'm not sure.
So, okay, so you want to play like this?
Caveman.
Caveman shot.
So they cannot play something like it's too much. In G6, they play.
But this, you're saying this is not working for black at all. You don't trust. You don't believe the process.
I mean, knight B6 I think is only ideal.
This,
What?
G3, yeah?
Maybe you can try knight B6.
No, maybe some C4, yeah?
Yeah,
Like-
C4 here.
Yeah, some C4.
spaceship?
I mean, you want to play the d6, knight d6, so
I really don't like this for white. I think it's so passive. You like
Go f4, bishop f2, knight d3, castle.
Yeah, maybe it's just very good.
If you manage.
Yeah. And if you are on time, it's just really...
Oh,
yeah.
it's very good. You have some talent for this game.
Thank you. I usually...
Yeah, it's a very cool idea.
E4, bishop d4, oh my god, no. Total paqueta, my friend. I don't like this.
No, okay, let's think after d5 a little bit.
But okay, bc, just look c5.
Yeah, bc.
D3 you want to play?
No,
take
what one?
d5.
You want to take on d5. Yeah? You are losing a lot of tempo. No, it should be.
Should be very good for white now?
Yeah, it should be very good. Yeah.
Aha! And d6, are you sure about d5?
No,
I like it.
that's one thing I'm not so sure.
I like it. But I kind of like it now.
But it has some, I mean, okay.
I kind of grown into it.
I don't know, I want to put my knight to a5. You shoot it to
Yes.
c7. Yeah, it's crazy.
I mean, it's kind of a stable position, you know? We just go like d3.
I mean, the only
knight
theory
e3.
if I6 some stuff like this can work.
No, but the a6 like,
What stuff?
The stuffs. A4 stuffs?
Knight d6? Or what?
a5 you...
I mean, I'm asking what stuff?
The stuffs are not here, yeah? I don't know. I'm worried about stuffs. No. But if you're saying they're not here, the stuffs are good, yeah?
Also, we can play d3.
No.
After d6.
CB,
Okay. No knight, we don't get kicked.
I know. I'm just trying to...
If we get g3, it's also tempo. No, but then we should
Yeah, develop.
I like it.
Nice. Very good.
Excellent news.
I think very good.
Overstatement?
Quite an overstatement. So. I mean, it's playing.
2 minutes to the start. 2 minutes.
We can try it.
Very interesting, yes. Should we try it? Because maybe they will not expect.
Yeah.
With this king here.
Yeah, but it's also like opening up to the queen. Us patters. Useful.
I don't know.
No, I mean before they expect, but before they might
before
not
they
expect.
won't expect.
Before it looks crazy.
Yes.
Thank you.
1 minute to the start. 1 minute.
We are back here from South Africa, from the Grand Slam first day, round 4. So let's see how the players are got warmed up or how they can play better for those who are not showing it yet. And of course, the big game from this point of view is going to be between Sindarov and Maksudlu, because Parham could not show his full strength up to this point. But let's see how his preparation went. How Sindarov will be playing. Does he think that he must win this game, or he's just going to play until he played to this point?
I think he played very well so far, so he just should stick to what worked. And we see c4. It was answered by c5. Actually, c4 is the move that has happened in all the boards.
Yeah.
Parham reacted with c5. Yeah, very logical kind of symmetrical move. Let's see the other players. Actually, no one else has. Well, Hans Niemann reacted with c5 and then b4. So this is some teamwork by white players. b4, d6, d3, opening up the bishop. Now also many things are hanging in the air because black has this bishop a4 check, but white can comfortably parry it with knight b3, so it's not clear how strong this is. Still, bishop a4 check is a temptation, no?
Well, that is always a temptation to bring that out.
But Parham played the move g6. So he opens up the bishop.
And probably he will want to castle short. But for this reason also bishop a4 could have been a logical move, bringing the knight to d7 and then castle.
Yes, or knight to e6. Yeah, it's never clear actually where to place those pieces. It's a challenge. But Magnus already got his pawn all the way to b5 in order to shut that bishop out of the game on e8. I'm actually liking this strategy because the bishop can be really misplaced on e8 in the long run. And b5, b6, I'm not believing this. What is Hans doing? Let me check what he's doing. I don't buy this. And look at the bishop on h1 with this pawn on b5, this kind of construction. Isn't this?
Yeah, but at the same time, black bishop on d7, it's not the worst possible piece. But at the same time, of course, I understand very much what you're saying, that white is going to bring knight b3, a4, a5, and huge pressure over the queen side for black, right?
And what I like, that it's a completely risk-free kind of position. Where is the pressure on white? We know that the knight, yeah, we can basically play moves like a4, knight b3, bishop c3, we trade the dark square bishops. The knight from f1 will go to e3 or d2, depending where black will place his pawns, the e-pawn. Yeah,
maybe we can bring it up, so we can show it exactly what you mean.
Yes.
Because it seems like he has a very solid, nice advantage already at the very start of the game, right?
Yeah, and in order to understand how did we get here, let's start with the starting position. c4 played in all the boards, so black reacted with c5. I think something that white is also happy with, when you know that, yes, please play the symmetry, I know what I'm doing, then it is more than welcome. b4, targeting and making sure that the queen is already active. Black played d6. This is so far the same as the Sindarov game with Parham, but here Magnus played the move b5, stopping any kind of bishop a4 ideas, and that makes so much sense because white fixes a nice structure, and black plays the move g6, tries to develop the bishop, of course, activates. Actually, the bishop does not need to be developed already. The move g6 develops the bishop. The long diagonal d6, very systematic approach, b6, g3. White does the same. Black plays knight c7, and Magnus immediately opted for bishop c3, trading the lovely dark square bishop, the powerful bishop, on the long diagonal. So we see the trade on c3, knight d7, a4, knight f6. Black is slowly shuffling out the pieces, but what will be the destiny of black's queen on b8 in the long run? That's my question to Judith.
That's a tough question. That's a very tough question. What is that piece doing there?
I would like to add just very quickly that I think that Hans has handled the situation extremely well. He is playing fast and he's playing good moves. This maneuver of bringing the knight to f6, leaving the e6 square available, and he set up the possibility to castle short as well, just as Magnus did. So yeah, Magnus has an advantage, he has a lovely position, but black is kind of solid.
Yeah, but actually one of the first position which really looks like a classical game. It could
Like
start out with an English game. The pieces are, I mean, okay, knight on
we play
e3.
a5 with black. Sorry that I interrupt. We have the yeah, and there is a lockdown
Wow.
possibility. a5. Thank you very
Wow.
much. At least we got rid of those problems there. Let's try to block everything.
Nice move.
Yeah.
Though a5 was also not deadly dangerous all the time, because a6 was possible with black also. But if black can stop this and close the position, and I don't think white can capture it, and he does not.
Wow,
He
but
plays d4.
Now they are speeding up. Yeah, d4, a tough decision, a logical decision from Magnus. Yeah, he wants to make sure that black is not able to lock everything down. But the move knight e6, such a committal decision, played just in fraction of a second. Yeah, Hans wants to trade the knights. He goes knight d4, hitting the e2 pawn and setting up the trade. Of course, white cannot take on d4. That would be horrible. Would lose the game on the spot after the fork with c4, queen b2. Very nicely, Magnus will want to provoke the trade on.
Will black play e5?
Yeah, that's a big question. How will he do it? Because now, in long terms, of course, white has potential in the king side, yeah?
Yeah, in the long run, of course, white moves away his knight from e3, pushes away the d4 knight, plays e4, f4.
Then the knight comes back to e3 or knight f2, depending, and we'll be threatening. Yeah, let me just highlight. So we are basically talking about knight d1. We somehow provoke this trade on b3. Yeah, e5 played, and then we would start rolling our pawns with e4, f4, and so on. But yeah, Hans anticipates this and goes e5 himself.
Well, it's a very logical move. And also from b8, the queen will get back through c7 or rook c8 to e8 and queen d8.
Yes, so d6 basically is obligatory. Yeah, Magnus goes d6. That was the reason why I was not 100% sure what are the consequences of this en passant move d6, fe6. Because, yeah, black gets some dynamic, but also he has long-term weakness.
I was not sure. I was not sure I would take with f.
Yeah,
to tell
the
you,
bishop.
To be honest, I just wanted to take with the bishop.
Yes, I
fe6, it can be some dangerous.
But bishop e6 was apparently not possible due to our friend.
Maybe rook d3.
Let me just cheat. Yeah, there, rook d3 is too strong. Yeah, so I was
rook
cheating.
d3 and knight b3, queen f6 possible.
And yeah, it's already some very big plus for white. So that was a problem. So that's why he had to take with the pawn on e6. But okay, now he's kind of... And rook e1 played.
Rook e1.
Small little move, rook e1.
Interesting, it wouldn't come to my mind.
Yeah, he just wanted to protect the pawn, but it means that he is intending to...
Does he want to go knight c2? That's the reason?
Let's see.
Or knight f1 and then...
Let's see, the body language signals that Magnus is happy. That's clear, but how happy and how long is the question. Because this king g7 is also something that you don't want to do with black. I don't know, is this natural for you that you are stepping into this pin?
No, the last two moves is unexpected for me. I would rather want to have my queen on g7, for example.
Yes. That would
king.
make a lot of sense.
I mean, somehow I have the feeling that on g7, having the queen on b2, something might show up. And or maybe just the problem that for black the f6 knight will be not so easy to move away when you want to go knight g4 or knight jump somewhere.
Yeah, or is he actually intending to block the long diagonal with e6, e5 and forget about the weakness on d5 and say that, you know, I have already a lot of weaknesses, because if that knight is eliminated from d4, then the d6 pawn will be a very big weakness, yes? So I don't really understand why not rook d3, targeting that, but e5 has to be the the reaction for black.
Well, and even maybe at some point, if knight moves back, the e3 to d1, f1, c2, wherever, and white goes e3, maybe at some point black will be sacrificing his knight on d4.
Well, if you are overdoing things with white, then
Yeah.
definitely it's possible. But yeah, all eyes on Magnus, because his last move, rook e1, what was it all about?
Very strange move. Leaving the f2 pawn vulnerable at some point.
And it was played almost instantly. Yeah, he blitzed out rook e1 like, I know what I'm doing, and after king g7, he slowed down. Ah, okay, now I understand, because black really wants to play e5, and now we see rook d3, e5, knight d2 played.
Ah, so he wanted to play knight d2, that was the point.
Yeah, knight d2, and also if black plays e5, maybe he wanted to have the option to go knight d5, trade that knight, and then play e3. That also, so I think that was the multi-purpose idea behind the rook e1. Knight d2. Slow regrouping.
Knight d2. Is white's plan to play knight e4?
Yes, I think so. Yeah, it would be.
Or he wants to go more knight d5,
to trade these
exchange,
guys.
yeah, and then play e3 and knight e4.
Yes, yes, that's basically both are on the cards, I guess. Both are very tempting.
Yeah, now black has to be careful a lot, because if white can consolidate his position,
Then white will be winning.
then white is winning.
Exactly, because this backward pawn on d6 will pay a very heavy
Yeah.
price. And once the knight will be forced to move from d4, black's position falls apart. Yeah, so this is what Hans needs to make sure that it will not happen, that he will somehow dynamically counterbalance these issues. But not easy. And Magnus's way of sitting, yeah, it just signals that I'm so happy. I have everything under control. Burn your time, my friend, because what you can do, you cannot do anything. I fix the structure to my favor, and I'm going to kick you in the next couple of moves.
So maybe black should go bishop e6. That seems to be a logical continuation
yes, putting
somehow.
some pressure on the only weakness on c4.
To control the d5 square also.
Let's just very quickly show that after a move like bishop e6, if white hops into d5, that would already give black the chance to change the character of the game. And all of a sudden, okay, bishop d5, I mean knight d5 is not the right move. What, bishop d5 is better, yeah?
Bishop e6 on the board.
Yeah, bishop e6. And now suddenly there we are not talking about an eternal weakness. Yeah, it is a weakness, but black has all kind of counterplay with c4. So this is certainly not what black intends to give black counter chances. Black has to fight for them. Bishop e6, good move. Targeting the only pawn. What happens if we just follow it up with the idea that we anyway had like knight e4?
Yeah, knight e4 takes, bishop takes, though I'm not sure I have to take it.
Okay, but
not sure.
Anyway, what you do? Queen c7, rook d8 does not really scare me.
Is it possible to play d5? Or it's too much?
Wow, d5.
Knight f6, dc4.
Yes, I understood that this is what
is my intermediate
intending
idea.
And normally, intuitively, I say no, I don't want this. Yeah, from white. If I have advantage, I don't need adventures. I need advantage. Yes. So d5. Can I play knight g5 and then insist that if dc, I'm keeping my structure?
Yeah, maybe knight g5.
Yes. And then dc, just very quickly to highlight that again, it's a dream scenario. Everything falls apart. It's weak squares for black.
But white played knight d5.
Wow, really? What? Breaking news. This is breaking news, ladies and gentlemen. Knight d5. This is a move I would have told you that Magnus will never play in this position. I would have ruled out this move. So what is he up to?
Well, because after exchanging the piece on d5, white knight from d2 has an optimal square on c4.
Yeah, but the bishop on h1 gets logged out of the game. I don't know. It's maybe this bishop d5 cd and then c4. I'm just sacrificing this pawn so that I get rook c5, rook fc8. I get coordination. I don't know. Something intuitively tells me that I just hate this decision.
Well, it's a surprising move.
Yes. So for example, let me just try to highlight what I'm talking about. So I push this, rook c3, I'm gonna sacrifice the pawn. You, I don't know, you take, for example, I play rook f8, you play rook e c1, yes, you are pawn up, but I have some great...
Well, okay,
great
queen
grip.
c7 maybe.
Yeah, queen c7. Okay, anyway, I'm not threatening anything. You can maybe kick my knight away with e3. Yeah, okay, maybe Magnus is a computer and can judge this, but by the way, actually, the computer itself was critical of, what was it, rook c3?
He took with the knight.
Wow.
Taking with the knight, probably moving the bishop to f5 with a tempo, or bishop
he moved to
g4 with a
G4.
tempo.
Yeah, but it does not stop us to go knight c4, no? Can't we just play knight c4 what we wanted?
Yeah, but...
Then we cannot kick it away, yeah?
f3.
f3. Exclamation mark. Magnus, super sharp.
And what does he have in mind after bishop f5? Just move away rook c3 and the threat at e3, trapping the knight.
Exactly, he wants to trap that knight. And you said long ago that you want to be ready to sacrifice it. Then,
Yeah, but not with these kind of circumstances.
Yes, I understand.
Not when you have control over the c4 square.
Yeah, Hans is not happy. Clock situation more or less equal. 3.5 minutes each.
Time-wise, they are more or less the same. Little advantage for Magnus, but it's getting very tough.
Yeah, but I think that this
And very
F3
concrete.
F3 was actually a great trap, and Magnus had foreseen that it's very logical for black to take bishop g4 and make sure that always I'm ready against e3 to jump on f3, and then this f2 f3 small little move makes such a big impact to the position. So easy to miss. At least I know why Magnus opted for knight d5. That was his big cheapo. That was a big cheapo. And now Hans realizes it. He already burns more than a minute on the clock.
Yeah, and the d4 knight will be pushed back.
Yes.
By playing e3.
And when it's pushed back, then it's basically game over, because e3 and f4, also the king on g7 will feel very uncomfortable. E3, f4, and then knight c4, everything is just flowing in the right direction. So bishop h3 at least trying to have some checkmating ideas on f1, at least signaling your opponent that there is some danger, but Magnus is not the person who gets intimidated. Like
And now the king on g7 is not beneficial for black.
No, not at all.
Because all kind of knight f3, e4 moves could be something to consider.
Well, and one could argue that knight f5 is very much seemingly the only move, and Hans is taking his time because he knows that knight f5 is kind of capitulation. Yes, so is this intermezzo with c4 and then sacrificing the pawn but not allowing the blockade? He goes knight f5. But yeah, look at the evil bar. It's exactly illustrates our feelings. Yeah, we feel exactly the same way as the evil bar here.
Black has a very difficult situation. Maybe we can go to bird's eye view. What do you think? Because I see some other games also developing. Or
Definitely,
you want to
but on the other hand, I think
stay
also,
here.
yeah, Magnus is now very much enjoying himself. And he
Knight
plays
e4.
knight e4. Wow,
Because he wants to go knight g5.
He wants to trap that bishop. He wants
Knight
to be on the
f2.
spot. So knight has to, but if it falls back to e7, that will be horrible. Knight h6, knight f7 would be some kind of a defensive setup long term. So yeah, he goes knight h6. This at least, if it does not lose on the spot, there are some chances to dig in with knight heading to f7.
Well, c4 will be there as a counterplay.
Yes. Because after all, knight e4 was a very ambitious move.
Knight h6. I'm pretty sure that this was not Magnus's calculation.
No, or g4. He thought like, anyway, you cannot hide anymore because I will trap that bishop. And look at the line, knight f7, knight f2, knight g5, f4, And once
That
again,
king on g7.
yes, wins the game on the spot due to this pin. So that's a horrible scenario. And what else can he do? So it was the idea to dig in, but is he able to dig in, or he just loses the piece? Then it's game over. Yeah. Okay, he sacrifices, but this is a desperate sacrifice.
Well, as far as it's a sacrifice, yeah.
Yeah. It's a loss of a piece.
It's a desperation. But of course, Hans will fight. Fight his way.
Well, one could argue if black would have time to double on the f file, yeah, with some rook f5, rook cf8, then we could call it some kind of compensation, yeah, because there is activity. But it is white to move, and those are two x's, so basically he's missing 3 tempi.
Still, I think white has to be accurate to win. If, with some inaccurate moves, it can be that black is giving trouble for white.
Yeah, Magnus opted for rook d2, activating the rook. Rook f5 played, of course. Black has to rely on this doubling.
Well, there's nothing else black can do, right? But even after doubling, so what? But it's not so easy to break with white.
Exactly. So there's, I think, little frustration on Magnus that why is this not completely winning, yeah? Because he feels like he deserves to be completely winning. And sometimes when the clock ticks down, it's irritating situation, yeah? That you feel like it shouldn't be costing me any efforts, yeah? It should just
Maybe what about playing rook g2?
provoking the bishop move, yeah? If
Yeah,
bishop h3, then rook g3, you tap
Yes.
the bishop, and bishop f3, thank you very much, then rook f2, you start trading.
Yeah, or rook g3.
Well, he goes rook f. Honestly, I like your rook g2 even more. But yes, rook f2, queen c7 on the board. Rook ef1 would be a logical follow-up, and then with knight g3 kicking away this rook. Because we certainly don't want to take on f5, not allowing g takes f5.
But now bishop h3.
Then
maybe?
bishop g2.
Bishop g2.
Then bishop g2.
And you're happy to simplify.
Yes, any simplification which does not change the structure to your benefit is good for
Queen e7, trying to reach out to h4.
Yes, the queen is coming closer. Bishop g2.
And then eventually knight g3 will be pushing away the f5 rook.
Yeah, now Hans takes on f2. This is very much capitulation.
Queen f2.
Yeah. If you put the bishop on f5, that was the reason why he captured, but this does absolutely nothing. No pressure on white. Queen g3 we follow. Yep. On the board.
Well, after all, it's a piece up for 2 pawns. But black has no real activity. There's a great outpost for the white knight on e4.
Yeah, it's a dream come true. Now, if it's white to move, then bishop h3 would be a threat. Yeah, but rook f8. Yes. No, I mean, if king h8, yeah, then bishop, yeah, rook f8 had to be played. Now knight g5. Blocking h6 and then knight f3, knight h4. Can we also even do this, or we don't need to? We don't need to, of course.
Maybe you'll go king g5.
Also very logical. Very nice looking move. Very nice looking move, queen g5. We're winning on the spot. Because if queen d7, then already you can play knight g3 or whatever. All eyes on Magnus, down to 23 seconds. It's only 5 seconds increment. Knight c3, a slightly nervous move. Protecting the a4 pawn. He just says that I want to make sure that you don't get any bishop c2 counterplay.
No, does he just simply want to go e4, exchange the rooks? Or just bishop e4? The main idea is just to force the bishop from f5 away. And technically.
Yeah, that's also the reason why Hans opted for e4, but this case now his bishop is out of the game. Yeah, Magnus plays h4 instantly. Now he just blocks the dark squares. Queen f4 come next. Yeah, this game looks like a one-man show so far, unless Hans is able to pull up some incredible miracle, but this is not in his hands. H5, King H2.
Just little scrolling up.
Yeah, you are piece
Queen
up
F4.
and you have the better position. Yeah, this is a very comfortable
Will he go
situation.
Queen F4 or Knight E2?
Well, Queen F4 was the move that I called out already some while ago, but Magnus does not want to do it. Watch out for your clock. And he takes on E4. Wow, so he just went for this 4-second, yeah, he calculated.
Ah,
Okay.
nice tactics.
He even still had the nerves to calculate with 10 seconds of clock, and Hans designs big win for Magnus.
Nice victory.
Yeah, very
Nice
one-sided.
victory, very
Very
straightforward.
So,
Nice
but this
victory.
gives us the chance. Levon is beating Fabi according to Evil Bar. Arjun
Yeah.
has beaten Vincent.
Wow.
So a lot of action happening. Wow, it's a rook end game and it looks winning. Yeah, and I think Fabiano has just resigned. This brings us to
Parham's game.
Yeah. All right. We got into the right moment. Let's jump right into it. We have to see them on the camera because things are out of control. We can even zoom in totally on the players because this will be dramatic with both kings are
Seconds on the clocks.
Queen F4 check.
Where to go with the king?
Where to hide? And King G7, Rook A1 back, protecting. Everything is protected. The H3 square, the H2
Sindarov
square,
makes it immediately.
and the H1 square.
Without hesitation. 7 seconds for Parham.
Rook H6, getting ready to protect the G4 pawn with Rook G6.
Rook
Rook
G1?
G3. But Rook G3, Queen H2.
Maybe Rook G1
Rook G1.
and King F1 idea.
Makes
Or Rook
lot of
E1.
sense.
Rook E1. Oi, oi, oi. Look at the E7 pawn is
Yeah, also.
in trouble.
That's what he wants. Yeah, Rook F6, kicking that queen away. The monster queen was.
Oh no,
kicked.
Rook G1 was played.
Yeah, Rook G1, and now King F7. Now Parham is fighting,
Okay.
but he's pawn done. Rook G3. Rook G6.
Play fast.
To be played. But now White took total control. White is up a pawn and he has the attack.
Well, maybe he can go Rook H7, Queen H8, Rook E3.
Yeah, it looks deadly.
Oh.
And Queen A1. Wow. Setting up Queen A4 check. It looks deadly.
Queen E4 is only a check, but like king goes out to G2, G1 or H2.
Sindarov is on fire.
2 seconds.
E5.
E5.
Queen A4.
Queen E8.
Tries to run, but where? He's losing the queen. King F6, Rook F8. Sindarov, the birthday boy, the winner of the World Cup, his fairy tale journey continues.
Whew. What a round. What a round. Maybe if we will have time to go back and see this game, how Sindarov won his game, that would be interesting. But you can see that he's exhausted and happily collected his second win in the
Yes.
tournament. So
And
he has 3 points out of
Yes,
4.
3 out of 4, +2. Magnus is also there, and Levon is running away with +3 so far. So those 3 players are in kind of safe zone. But let's take a look at the standings if we have them.
Yeah, let's see the standings. Levon, 3.5. He just won his game again, right?
Yes.
He just
he
won
only
his
drew the
game.
first game against Vincent, and ever since he's unstoppable.
Yeah, he's 3.5. Sindarov is 3 together with Magnus, and Fabiano together with Erigaisi, following up with 2 points. Hans stayed with 1.5. He lost 2 in a row.
Yes.
He lost 2 in a row against
2
Fabi.
difficult black games,
Yeah.
of course, against Fabi and
Against
against
Fabi
Magnus.
and Magnus, and then Vincent, he also lost. And Parham, he couldn't recover yet in the event. So maybe let's dive in. How Sindarov played his game. What do you think? If
Yeah,
we
let's
just go through.
exactly. Let's take a look because so far we have seen that Sindarov is on fire. He's playing brilliant chess. Let's take a look what happened. Yes, we have the board. So we have seen the opening. It was the symmetrical c4, c5. Black got the bishop to a4, knight e3, knight e6, g3, castles, knight d5. Very nice little tempo, hitting the pawn on e7 and probably setting up bishop c3 move. Rook f8, b takes c5, dc. No, b takes c5, knight c5. Wow, okay, that's a surprise. Bishop c3. And
interesting that Sindarov, sorry to interrupt, but that he is not playing this b5 solid kind of way as Magnus
because the
did.
bishop got to a4.
Yeah, but
Black
even
can
before.
undermine. Yes,
but before also he didn't play.
Yes,
he goes more tactical, more open.
Yeah, more dynamic. Yeah, more dynamic. But yeah, after knight takes d5, bishop c6 in other position, they looks very nice for white. It already looked before nice, but now takes. And let's just call out the old classical rule that white actually has only one pawn island, one pawn chain, while black has two. And this is very important because we are always taught to capture towards the center. Yeah, this already shows that white will have potential in the future. Very important because those things you cannot change already in the long run. Okay, here at least it seems like black at least got.
Look at that, queen on a1, how neat it is.
Yeah, and it's funny that I wanted to say that black got rid of traded the bishops, but for some reason the trade never happened. Okay, finally it happened on d7. Okay. And white pushes in the center. Yeah, just to acknowledge that having the more central control, and okay, black cannot really fight with his a6 pawn towards the center, and this gives white the advantage. So ed5 also very instructive. Now white will line up against the weakness on e7, the backward pawn, and double on the e file, will start playing on the king side. And where is black's counterplay? Black's counterplay in this kind of structure is connected with the move b7, b5, but actually, thanks to this beautiful stabilizing pawn on dc, whenever bc happens, then white can just recapture with dc. So that's a huge problem. What happened? Let's see. Basically, everything that we talked
Very
about.
unpleasant position for black.
Yes, maybe objectively it's not so bad, but practically speaking, with
very difficult to defend.
Yeah, you are the one who constantly have to.
White is the cat and black is the mouse.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, h4, h5 included,
Ooh,
king
h5,
g2,
yeah.
king g7, mistake because you're under pressure. Of course, you will finally make a mistake on the computer, and somewhere g4 will happen. Rook e8, rook a2. Oops. Yeah, another golden rule. When you have space advantage, you can mobilize your forces so much more effectively, and that's another great example that we are witnessing here. So black is still hanging on to that pawn, but white is beautifully shuffling around and putting the pressure. Rook a4, queen a1, queen b6 back.
Well, the problem is of this kind of positions that if white has the patience, then he's going back and forth 10 times, whatever number of times. Interesting that it's a question mark. It's a wrong timing, or
yeah,
what is
but also he made it when Parham has only 7 seconds on the clock. Yeah, this is perfect timing, practically speaking. Yeah, that your opponent doesn't know what to do. H5, you are breaking black's king, and those rooks are far away from action. That rook on d3 is so mobile, ready to join the attack any moment. So queen c8, great defense by Parham, trying to get to f5, human move, not recapturing on g6, trying to activate, but apparently this was a mistake, because in long terms now, black will not be able to, but okay, let's wait before we judge anything. So this is the moment when we joined the party, and apparently queen h5 was available because rook h2 was available. What a miss. Oh, what a turn of events. There was rook h2 check.
Yeah, because the rook was on a2 and they just left with rook a5.
And that rook was so far away from white's king. Wow, rook h2 check would have been a great...
But is it a perpetual or a win?
I think it's a perpetual.
Can't I go g3?
Okay, then I have rook e7.
Rook e7.
And trade. And then probably...
The only move, right?
Probably only move, yeah. And it will be
no, then of course, perpetual check.
I can even win. Yeah, with, Queen G7 wins, but I just wanted to highlight that this is already safe enough. But yeah, this is draw. Queen G7 wins.
No Queen G7.
But yeah, so Rook H2. There was the chance for Parham to save a difficult position, but he missed this chance. Queen H5, and then with Queen F4, King G7, Rook A1. We already
but he
saw
had
the
seconds left.
Yeah, he had second left for the last 20 moves or something.
Well, you pay your price many times if you go down in time so much.
Wow, what a nice victory by Sindarov. Again,
it was a very convincing.
Showing nice class. Yeah, some mistakes somewhere, not ideal, not perfect. How can you play perfect with 10 minutes? But the picture looked really nice.
Yeah, it was a very convincing victory by Sindarov, and he's chasing Levon Arjun on the first place after round 4. And a lot of more exciting rounds to come, and we are just about to see the game number 5 lottery. The players have only 3 games to play left, and they are fighting it out for the Grand Slam points, which is who is going to be winning is going to get 8 points, and second going to get 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. That's how it goes. And the next matchup, this is going to be Rigaisi Magnus. That's going to be fun.
Yes. Wow, the 2 one-did players, Parham Maksudlu against Vincent Keimer. Fabiano Caruana against Javohir Sindarov. Wow, the question still remains, who stops Sindarov, yeah? And Levon Aronian with black against Hans Niemann. That's the revenge, maybe revenge match of the Las Vegas finals.
Yeah, it will be interesting whether how can Hans recover after this heavy loss against Magnus Carlsen, because it was something really worked out not well on his side. Basically, after move 3, it was going down for him positionally, and then Magnus in critical moments, it was definitely something he played accurately, nicely, good practical decisions, and at the end it was a final tactical touch to that game. And so it was a very convincing game by Magnus. Maybe we can say that this is the first game where he showed his class.
From the beginning, yes.
And that's how he played. That he was already himself, we can say, in this game, that he made these strategical moves and strategical decisions. We were criticizing 1 or 2 moves. Why did he play Rook E1
and Knight D5? But okay, Rook E1 was very smart. We still just did not get it. Yes, it just shows what a fine move it was.
And I think now we're going to see the next drawing for round 5. What position they're going to be starting? Let's see.
Creating content with the players and.
Yeah, of course, it means a lot for me, and I'm very happy, and I'm very happy to share this tournament with all the French-speaking world. So thank you.
It's a pleasure having you. You're about to have the responsibility of drawing the next position, so let's go. So it is position number 850, 850. As always, the players get 10 minutes to discuss. Best of luck, gentlemen, and at home, have fun, enjoy.
Do you ever look at a position after the opening and not think that it's nice?
I always like it. Okay, so what's the canon? H4 is the standard, yeah? Normally, no?
mean, e4 is some.
Oh, but it's queen and h1. They normally say h4 is like that.
No, maybe yes, but e4 is like most logical move.
G4 is also quite logical, right?
G4? Ah, maybe.
But e4, g5.
Yeah.
Oh, it feels like this is one of the rather dangerous positions for black.
Yes, yes. It should be dangerous. b6, bishop g2, bishop g2, queen g2. This is already achievement for white.
Yeah, but if you don't play b6, they can.
Yeah, g6. Bishop g2, bishop g7.
So, what about if they play b3? No, yeah, it's fine.
Okay, 5. How does it work normally? The boring. It's boring.
Squeezing.
With b6, bishop g2. Oh! My god.
Mein Gott.
My god. A retard strikes me.
So you are like
Maybe you can include b3, bishop g7.
Oh, yeah. I think b3, e5. E5. Yeah, okay, why not? Before e5. Maybe.
Compensation.
Yeah, it's big compensation. It's pawn on g4.
Okay.
Okay, but
Yeah, so now I want to
just take the pawn, yeah?
Yeah, just take the pawn and that's all.
How will you protect?
You don't believe for what?
It's very good.
Yeah, it's very strong. To me, it looks interesting for what? Like, we play e3, knight e2.
Knight e7.
No, I mean here and then like later e2, knight e2. So let's say, I don't know, maybe knight goes to e3.
And you, somehow you don't want to go castle at all.
Yeah, this isn't, I mean, maybe. Yeah. No, probably not. I'll just keep the king there.
Yeah.
But the bishop on a8 is a big problem. Let's see here. c4. Okay, knight e3 is a mistake. Some other move. e3 or...
Can I play d5 next move and sacrifice?
Yeah, this is what I'm wondering. e3, d5, take, b6, or b5.
Both are
very unclear.
Both are interesting. This king will remain.
Yes. But also black's king, because like what you have to castle.
Probably h5 is a good one.
I guess we don't have to take it. You take with the
knight.
Knight.
And some, I don't know, knight d4, knight h4.
I think white is good here.
White is
bishop
good.
is so strong.
Yeah, this whole direction.
e3 and then bishop on e4. Or maybe there's queen g8, but no, bishop d4. Yeah, e3. Knight e2. Yeah, I think black is stuck. Maybe, yeah, like different. Yeah, so b5 is the best of course. We can play f4 and attack the pawn very quickly. f4, knight f3, queen g1. Maybe. I don't know if we want to take.
H5,
F5, H6 here.
H5, queen H6, later.
Ah, H5.
And then we get E4 as well.
Yeah, E4 immediately.
Yeah.
Okay, it's fun.
Knight F5, you have to go back maybe even, yeah? All the way. G3 and then long castle.
Check is stupid.
Yes.
No, maybe we can
Wait,
play
but
some.
knight c6 here, what do you play?
You mean where? After d4?
Yes. Or even if I take, what's the big deal? Knight d4 and then I try something.
So why are you playing second?
Either queen g8 or a6, right?
Yeah, A6.
Maybe we'll be able to play a4 at some moment.
Not right away.
How do we play in general? Like g3, bishop g2, or e3? To e3? So g3, right? Queen g8. Should be okay for black.
Knight E3, G4,
Knight e3. Looks g6, g4, take, bishop g7.
And then it's 2 minutes to the start. 2 minutes.
I actually fix the next 97 queen g8.
Yes, I also think this is correct.
Like if they cannot play bishop d4, it's played.
But this already is not central enough, no? And I will manage.
Yeah, then you can play also some h5.
Knight e7, c6, c5.
Yeah.
Quick, fast.
Yeah, c6, d5 is also. c3.
Bishop will eventually come out. No, that's here.
Weird position.
Yes.
So gentlemen, it's 1 minute to the start. Please come to your box.
Well, what kind of position number 850, Peter? We've seen in analysis that 1b4 was standing on the board in those analyses, but not all the games are going to be 1b4 because we see 1e4 between Hans and Levon. But Hans, in most of his games, he was analyzing by himself, except the previous one when he played against Magnus. And now, again, he was on himself, alone, figuring out how he wants to be playing against Levon, against the leader of today's event.
Yes, and we see that this b4, e5, g4 is some kind of a thematic preparation by this team, yeah? That I don't really understand yet all the benefits of all this, but... And we see also Arjun going for b4, e5, g4, preparation. And the computer was telling me, I think, that he did not like it. Computer did not like this g4 business. This is a little bit too creative to my taste.
But it's interesting that I had the feeling that when the players are starting the game, they somehow feel that there is a need to start with a move in the between the first, second, and third move, to make a move which opens up the diagonal for the queen or the space for the queen. They don't like it when the queen is stuck anywhere, especially not in the corner.
Yes, the queen gets stuck, and however, here now we see that the queen is activated by g4, bishop g2. Sindarov immediately plays h5 and says, you know what, I'm targeting your g4 pawn. If you play h3, I can trade everything and trade off your active queen for my queen on h8. So I think it was a very smart reaction by Sindarov. Actually, Magnus might play very much the same. Yeah, there you go, h5. Exactly, it makes so much sense. And Arjun instantly g takes h5. Wait a second. This can only be played by the young generation. Judith, what do you make of this move? G takes h5. We can even zoom in into that game, for example. Yeah. Let's zoom in.
Let's start with that.
Max Todd Vincent is also very much the same. So this is a thematic kind of position. Let me also find the game.
So let's go to the Arjun game.
Yeah, I have it on my screen.
Where Arjun, very fast reaction after h5, grabbed the pawn on h5.
Yes, and we have to go back to the start, to the starting position. Yeah, this was the starting position. We talked about that. Yeah, the players like to open up their queens in the corner and the bishops. So they are doing the combination of this with b4.
But it's interesting that both pawns on b7 and on g7 is so well protected.
Yes.
Right? So it doesn't matter with playing b4, opening up the diagonal. There's nothing going to be. It's only prophylactical.
Yes. So one of the first questions after b4 is, of course, what happens if black mirrors it with b5? Definitely the players had their opinion on that. And because all the players with black decide to use the chance to break the symmetry by going e5, using that the rook is well positioned to occupy the center, and then white played the move g4, which gets a question mark by the computer, but opens up the queen and opens up the way for the white bishop from f1 to be developed. Now I think black played a very nice reaction f6, cementing the center, and more importantly, already anticipating the move bishop g2 that happened in all the games, to counter it with h5, and all of a sudden, wait a second, the queen has not moved yet from h8, and it's already activated.
Yeah, we used to seeing these kind of things when the rook is in the corner and playing a4, h4, a5, and basically activating the pieces without making a single move. But it was very unexpected. G takes h5.
Yes, please, I ask you, please share me your feelings when you see a move like this.
Well, I don't have a good feeling about it. At the same time, I understand that white did not want to play h3, because then a very fast simplification could arise. Takes on g4, takes on h1, knight h6 even. And it's a pretty balanced position. Knight e6 with the black, c6, d5.
Yeah, basically only black can be better. Yeah, that's how we evaluate this endgame, because all of a sudden black has more central control.
Yeah, the e5, f6 setup is very helpful against the bishop on a1. So I understand that one doesn't want to play this direction. At the same time, to take g takes h5, it means that he wants to go very concrete. But of course, this poor h2 pawn is going to be staying alone there.
Yeah, and also black gets this lovely queen coordination. If ever the knight gets to h4, for example, then it's automatically strategically over. Yeah, these are typical ideas. So for me, the big shock is that all the player from the white side played b4, g4, bishop g2. So it was a teamwork, and teamwork that after h5 ends up in an unpleasant position. What kind of preparation?
But actually,
is this?
all the games g takes h5 was played.
Yes. Okay, out of sad necessity. But okay, I think if you ask the black, yeah, and black plays now knight e7, Magnus is very much in his element, knight e2, knight f5. Okay, at least for white, it's good news that he's now in time maybe to equalize with knight g3. Knight takes g3, and all eyes on Arjun. This is the current position. How he will react, because ag leads to an endgame where black is very happy and comfortable. After f takes g3, you have more life in the position, but who knows, isn't black having the fun with the better pawn structure?
Well, at this point, I think I would go already fg3.
If you got this far, yeah, you probably have
Yeah, especially after taking gh, there is no sense of making h takes g3.
to. Yes.
I mean, you avoided it previously, and you.
But okay, there I was worse. Now at least I might equalize here with HG3. But
fg3
Yes.
on the board.
FG3, of course, it had to be played. FG3, some double-edged position, and white is anyway counting on this, because this is the idea that by putting this tremendous battery on the long diagonal, black is not able to push b6, because then the bishop is lost on a8. Yeah, this is the whole concept behind. It was not like the white players went crazy, they got too much sun out, and no, there is a purpose behind their play. It is based on the fact that black is unable to push the b pawn and activate that bishop on a8.
Well, now it's a question, how should black continue his play? Because of this pressure on the long diagonal, that's true. And of course, one would not like to play c6, right? That's not the move what you want to do.
Well, my mind was actually for c6, but I agree with you that I'm not happy making this move. I was just trying to make sense that is c6, d5 maybe justification how they want to play, or what exactly is the...
Can black go e4? E4, bishop e4, I'm sorry.
e4, bishop e4.
I thought,
yeah, Magnus
no.
goes knight c6, yeah. Nicely touch.
Yeah.
In the b4 pawn. I like it.
So after b5, what do you do? Bishop a3
Yeah,
check?
that's a big question. But I feel like after b5 I have nice choice. I don't know if, because
You're also thinking of knight a5 maybe?
yeah, because this one is hard to judge, that actually, because the bishop was anyway doing nothing on a1 because of this e5 f6 pawn structure.
Exactly.
I'm not sure that I even want to trade these guys. So, but knight c6 is a nice little move. First of all, in a rapid game, to ask your opponent a question. Do you play b5? There are consequences on the dark squares. I can jump to a5 as well. Or will white not just say, you know what, I don't want to be provoked, let me play a3. But Arjun sticks to his principles. He goes b5. He doesn't want to see ghosts here.
I'm very curious now how Magnus is continuing. Is it knight a5, bishop a3? I don't think there is anything else, is there?
Yeah, and he goes for bishop a3. It's the most natural move, yeah. So they trade on b2.
But I expected more with black 5 moves ago.
Yeah, well, that he had to somehow, or he volunteered into this knight g3, knight take g3, fgc structure, surprised me. Because I thought like maybe knight g6, knight h4, that I was very much trying to punish white for all his sins that I felt like he committed. Maybe I was wrong.
I mean, it seems to be a nice position for white by now.
At least it's a double-edged position, and it makes
But in
sense
the-
because the bishop is completely stuck on
But
the
in the last 5 moves, there is a huge positive change for white.
Absolutely. If you ask me which side I choose white as well.
Yeah, because the a1 bishop to exchange for f8, I have b5, which actually did not weaken my structure. I have queen on h1, bishop on g2,
But
which
you
is
know,
not so easy to get out.
This is freestyle. Now we are praising white's position. I want to hear our opinion after 2 moves. Black plays some long castle, d5, b6, bishop b7, king b8, and we think like, wow, it's just so difficult to evaluate, but it looks good for white. At this moment, it looks good. But how do you play?
I'm not
C4.
sure. He wants to go long castle and d5, c4.
Yes.
And knight c3.
Yeah, this is a very logical move. I was also thinking about this, that since black wants to go for d5.
What is that question mark doing there?
Yeah, well, I would like to remove it. I would like to remove it. I do remember once I asked David during our commentary, I think it was the World Cup Baku 2023, that please, David, can you do a favor for me? Please do something because it's a good move. I can't look at this question. Then after some magic, after some time, he removed the question mark. And then like 10 seconds later, it came back. I said, okay, I give up. Yeah, but...
no, because it's a very logical move, right? To stop all kind of ideas of black playing d5 before playing knight c3 to play c4.
Exactly. Because if white would have played the move knight c3, that's a logical question, then already black might be playing c6 because he can
follow it up with
d5. Yes, and
maybe long castle
also.
now.
Okay, long castle, it doesn't matter, but it just intuitively, humanly, it looks very strange to put the knight on c3 just like this. Let's see the game. So, okay, it was c4.
Rook h8. Look at that, how tricky Erigais is. Indirect defense, d3, so queen h2, bishop b7.
Wow.
No short castle anymore.
Is this clever? Is this smart? Or is it tricky?
I don't know. I think white is having a good time.
Because, yeah, queen takes h2, just to highlight that, runs into bishop takes b7, check, and the rook targets the queen. Thank you very much.
And actually, Arjun has more than a minute extra.
But okay, with d3 also weaken your pawn structure. I like this d2, e3 pause and kind of...
I'm not sure black can find a way to...
He goes c6, yeah.
To pay the price for white. c6. Do you see that bishop on a8?
Yes, I see, but sooner or later black had to, and black actually can now play even maybe some king c7, b6, and do some artificial castle business. I don't know, it's of course very nice for white compared to everything what happened before, but I'm still not pessimistic with black.
Yeah, also now queen h2 is a threat suddenly.
Yes.
So white can forget about it, playing knight c3 and then queen h2 on the board. So now maybe bishop f3, playing with the tempo and defending the h2 pawn, logical.
But okay, it also gives me a chance to move my queen somewhere good, yeah, to g6
a better place.
Maybe.
Yeah, and d3 is hanging.
Yeah, maybe I will just hit you. Target this pawn.
c6, annoying move.
Yeah, because
annoying move because suddenly it has some very
it also blocks white bishop and the queen on h1. Yeah, now you don't feel like you need those pieces anymore. Yeah, they did their purpose, but black is slowly crawling out. c6, b6, and what do we make of Magnus's body language?
I don't know.
Very difficult to read now.
Can I go c5 or it's too much?
c5. Wow.
I just want to go b6.
Yes, but can I play b6 myself? I'm breaking everything. c5, b6. So let me even put it on the board. I'm breaking bad with b6. I don't think that this is so good.
Yeah, it's like opening up too much front of my king.
Yes.
You say I cannot stop you playing b6.
Yeah. I don't think he will do this, but actually what does he do? Because now it's not so easy to... All the natural moves have finished and he has this concrete problem on h2 and because the pawn is hanging. Yeah, that how do you react? You don't want to move the h pawn because that weakens the g3 pawn, so this...
That's why I played bishop f3.
Bishop f3, yeah, it made perfect sense. It made perfect sense.
Maybe I should go bishop f3.
But he goes knight c3. Wow, is he a magician? So queen h2 is nothing at all. He will just play queen f1.
Activity.
And queen gc, knight e4, and then knight d6. Wow.
Interesting.
Okay, if it works, it's fantastic.
No, queen h2, bishop c6. Queen h1, bishop h1.
Just simple chess.
That's a good one.
Yes.
Simple chess.
Okay, simple chess. Yeah, what? Okay, Magnus also sticks to simple chess, but let's just very quickly show this what I have fallen into. The queen h2 just bishop takes c6. queen takes h1, bishop takes h1.
Or rook h1.
Or rook h1 would keep the balance, basically.
Yeah.
So, okay, this is not interesting from Black's perspective. Magnus sticks to his principles, goes b6, and he's up on the clock. So what a turn of events in the last couple of moves that Black has kind of stabilized and was able to make his decision fast and is already up on the clock, quite seriously. More than a minute. Queen g6. Rook d2.
He wants to go d4, I think.
Yeah, he wants to break, but okay. And king to b2, yeah, it's also very logical. Just when you see a question mark on your
We don't
screen,
understand.
you suddenly think like, oh, he made a mistake. No, actually, it made perfect sense. Rook d2 was a smart little move. And apparently there is one move why it is not... okay. Okay, well, f5 is first computer move, and Black is fine. That was the reason why computer preferred something else, hoping for advantage for White with some other move. We don't know this. I can't read. It's too small. So everybody know, and f5 on the board. Magnus Carlsen playing like a computer.
Because actually it's a prophylactical move. It's against d4. So after d4, e4, and things are changing for Black.
And also you are beautifully activating the queen. Yeah, the king goes to b2. Black's queen might go to f6, keeping again this typical pin alive.
At some point, Arjun is going to go g4, I think.
Yeah. Also after queen f6
Nobody will
and rook
stop
f1, lining up against the queen, setting up some pinning idea. Queen d6, very
Queen d6.
smart.
This is what I wanted to say. Queen d6, queen b4 can be an unpleasant...
Oof. So if we have to lose tempo on
I don't know, he
a3,
goes king b3 or a3.
Yeah, but this was a huge tempo activating that queen. And with 220, how do you react to this? It's not easy. He just played queen g2. Wow! What kind of nerves does Arjun have? Ignoring queen b4.
Well, okay, queen b4, king c2, and says, so what?
Exactly. But it's very easy to get scared by queen b4.
Though I'm not sure it's a correct approach, because also e4 might show up.
Yes, I think that's what he actually wanted to make sure that...
He protected his rook against
e4. Yeah, because if a3, then e4 was...
But after e4, the c4 pawn can be like that.
Dangerous, yeah. So that's why queen g2 was kind of forced. That already explains why he played it so quickly. We are looking at this game. I'm just wondering, do we maybe need a bird's eye view or not for our viewers to...
G5, look at that.
Okay, we'll be met by g4, I guess.
Maybe knight g6 he wants to do, or what does he want? Was this g5 a good move? Of course, if Black can play g4, then it's...
Yes.
Of course, it's a great move, but...
Black wants to play g4.
So maybe after g4, Black wants to go e4, takes queen b4 check, king c2.
Yes, I'm assuming that
but how?
if White
Why?
pushes g4, then okay, Black will not weaken the... Okay, you can also say that we get this passer, but White is blocking this beautifully. So intuitively, I also feel that e4, d takes e4, and then queen b4 check would be the more natural kind of reaction, but... We will see.
e4 is on the board.
We will see how Magnus
1 minute, 36 seconds. f4.
Okay, that's the kind of standard reaction, but this is also very good news for White. There is stability. There is this e4 square to play with.
Yeah, but still, the queen b4 check, it's always there, so White has to do something about it. E takes f4.
Now this is becoming Arjun territory. Yeah, he likes this messy, unbalanced kind of positions, but he's behind on the clock, yeah? Still 30-something seconds.
G takes f4. But it can be also risky, I think.
Well, it is risky, but
But
Very ambitious move also.
how will white go h4?
Yes.
Crossing that important first rank.
I'm wondering if there will be a moment to break with d4. Yeah, it's at the moment I still don't see it how, but
I don't know. Maybe king b3 is the move. I think it's about time to stop black playing queen b4.
Queen b4, yeah. He plays queen f2. He's also trying to support d4
Preparing
and h4.
d4
Both
and h4.
Yeah, both moves.
Yeah, but at the same time, now pawn on c6 can move also suddenly.
Yeah, but do we move?
I don't know.
Do we move? I don't
I'm
like
just saying it's an option.
Yeah, I don't like Magnus's decision with this g5 f4.
This g5 f4 is
very double-edged.
maybe over pushing it.
Yes, exactly. I think that Arjun is now happy and he's done on the clock, but if he gets to break out with d4 and black has not castled yet, this is still an awkward kind of spot. Yeah, Magnus pushes c5 trying to lock everything down, but is he able to lock everything down with the c4 square?
What about takes on a8 and rook e2? What is he gonna do?
Rook d2, knight g6. Okay.
I want a d5 square for white.
Yeah, but also he goes h4 first to stop knight g6.
Well,
Magnus in a lot of trouble.
Magnus is not going to be enjoying this one.
Well, actually, because if it goes bad, it will be borderline lost after rook d2, rook takes e5. As you highlighted, the d5 square, if that knight jumps ever, then...
Yeah, suddenly everything turned upside down.
Everything is collapsing, yeah. Magnus in a lot of trouble, and the clock is ticking down.
47 seconds for Erigaisi, but suddenly we can say that he's standing the best possible position at this point in the whole game.
D2. Just rook d2, hit that pawn. Because it's not just the pawn, but if that pawn falls,
what can he do?
Black's position falls apart.
Maybe rook e2, rook de2, queen d4, and he played it.
He played it. Yeah, queen d4 looks like the only move. I don't see any other move. But you cannot play d6 because the queen gets trapped. Yeah, so it's very tricky. Queen d4, queen f3.
Queen f3.
If d6, rook e4 traps the queen. And if you take on h4, I take on e5. And
what about the a8 rook?
That's also a problem. But yeah, just to highlight that.
Rook e5 is just
this would be great to cement the structure, but it loses to rook e4. The queen is trapped. That's a huge problem.
Well, very unexpected turning point.
Yeah, Magnus
Queen
grabs the
d3.
pawn, but this is total desperation. Rook e5. This is the pawn that you did not want to take. Just there were no moves.
Full collapse.
Yeah, it's total collapse. Knight g6 had to be played.
Rook d5, rook e4.
That's it.
So after rook d5, black has to go queen h3 or queen g3. Okay, so that's
then you play queen d2.
Queen d2.
And, yeah, this is what's happening.
Okay, queen d2, rook d8, h5.
Yeah, the h pawn is still alive, and black's knight is
very much alive,
running out of squares.
Ooh, what a horror position for black.
Yeah. I almost don't dare to say that even maybe rook c5 is possible, but of course, no need for any speculation. It's a winning position. Just stay calm.
But what's rook g5? Unexpected decision.
So after knight
what
e6,
about knight e6?
His idea is...
But okay, he had 2 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah. f3.
I think knight e4.
Yeah, let's zoom full on the players, I think, because...
Full screen on Magnus and Erigaisi. Let's see how they play it out with seconds on the clock. Magnus is going down on time, under 10 seconds. Go, 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 make a move. 5, 4, 3, 2, make a move.
There are no good moves. Yeah, knight d4 will have to be played. He lost on time. Yeah, because he just knew that knight d4, rook f2, and he's losing. So he was looking for something else. Wow, I have to give tremendous credit to Arjun for punishing and outplaying Magnus in this strategical kind of sequence of moves, yeah? And that g5, f4, very uncharacteristic for Magnus, not sensing or misjudging that this can heavily backfire for him.
Yeah, it was interesting. Things have speeded up. We have all the results of this round. We were busy with this game again, with Magnus's game. Let's see and look around what has happened.
Wow, Sindarov has beaten Fabiano Caruana. The Sindarov story continues. Javoy Sindarov is playing brilliant chess. Vincent Keimer has won his game against Parham Makhloudou. So poor Parham, this is his 5th loss in a row. Heartbreaking, really heartbreaking.
Well, it's only 2 more rounds, so it will be end of the day at some point for him. He should be playing for the joy of the game.
And the good news for him is that actually tomorrow everything is new. You can just forget about everything that happened. Yeah, it doesn't matter what kind of result you have. You have to be, ready to fight again. And Hans Niemann, Levon Aronian. Let's get the standings. Do we have standings already?
Yeah, let's see if we have the standings. Let's see how it is now. And Levon is actually having a point lead by now.
No. Sindarov's game is not counted. Sindarov is also 4 points, because he has just beaten Fabiano Caruana. So
then he has also 4 points.
Yeah, he has 4. Yeah,
and Magnus stayed with 3 points.
Yes, exactly.
So we have 2 leaders. So Sindarov just caught up with Levon Aronian, and then with 3 points, Carlsen.
And wait a second, Arjun is also missing 1 point. So actually, Arjun also. Yeah. So maybe we can later.
We can come back later with the updates.
Yeah.
On the cross table, but that's for sure that Sindarov and Aronian is in the lead. And, next match is also going to be quite interesting. But if we have the time, I think maybe we can go and see a bit what has happened between Sindarov and Fabiano, because that excites me a lot.
I'm already such a fan of Sindarov, because, if somebody has a lot of points, it does not excite me so much. But if somebody has a lot of points and plays the chess that he does, that is amazing. He should actually have much more points. So let's see what happened here. B4, E5. Again, the same kind of crazy stuff. GH, Queen H5, E3, C6. Okay, he played C6. Knight E2, Queen F7.
Well, the C6 is always a problem, right? That bishop on A8.
Yeah, but look at this. Now he plays knight DC3, and then, okay, black will be able to push D5 at some moment, yeah, because he's missing the pawn from C4. So it's very double-edged. Wow! Short castle. With
that's a shocking move.
And with this compromised
without a G3 pawn.
Exactly. If something goes wrong, it's game over. Yeah. I think this is what happened in this game. F5, F4, E4, D3, D5, and white is borderline lost. Strategically speaking, the whole idea that we have seen that worked to perfection in the Arjun-Erigaisi Magnus Carlsen game, the battery is shut down. The bishop on A8 actually is feeling very happy because it's doing great. But here the queen is locked out of the game as well, yeah?
This is a very funny long diagonal. I've never seen something like that. That black is still happy, though he has a bishop on A8 biting into all the pawn chain he has.
Yeah, and supporting it, yeah? Just if you undermine it with B5, A4, A5, A6, I'm still ready, yeah? Knight H6, threatening some knight G4, bishop H3, yeah, another sign that these things are out of control. B6, now the bishop is opened. Queen G2, yeah, white is also making progress, but the position just long term, it's bad, yeah, takes. Queen E2, King B8, nice little move, you know that you have to move, you get out of this pin, you cover the A7 pawn just in case, A3, bishop B7, small little improvements. Knight D1, G6, Yeah, supporting, cementing. And here we go, one more time, the pawn island. The pawn island, if white's pawn would be on G3 and knight on F2, it would be a solid position for white. But now everything is, the knight on G3 is locked out of the game, the bishop on H3 has no more target, no more room, and the weakness remains, and also the E3 pawn. So from this moment on, I think it's a technical task for Sindarov. Let me speed up. So he's regrouping his pieces, he got the dark square bishops, and then it's just question of time when he will be breaking exactly, and he's breaking through. He does not even take on H2, which shows that he's so happy. B5 fighting. The weaknesses and the problems are not running away. So king H1, king B8. Apparently there were better moves, but finally black breaks through and white's king will be checkmated. Wow. Okay. Queen e4, rook h3. Just before white opened up and was threatening something, he gets checkmated on the other side of the board. A very convincing performance by Vachier-Lagrave.
Well, actually, Fabi played a very dubious
the whole opening, this GH5,
Yeah.
E3, knight e2.
Yeah, so basically shortly after the opening, few moves after that, when they got this pawn structure of E3, F4.
It was a hopeless pawn structure.
It was very difficult to... And this is what I see also in freestyle, that it happens that it can be the first 3, 4, 5 moves, and then suddenly you have such a disharmony between your pieces that you can never recover.
Yes.
Because simply your pawns are blocking your opportunities. Also, the queen on h1, of course, cannot be very beneficial, like here. Also, it shows that when you have an isolated pawn on h2 alone, that is for the whole game.
Yes.
So it will be not possible to change that. And black can afford having a bishop on a8 and take his time until it will one day it comes out.
Yes,
from
it was basically a model game how not to play the way how Fabi played. Everything fell apart. The weakness on h2, the lockdown in the center worked in perfect for black perfectly. The dark square bishop on f8 is also clearly in long term the winning bishop, as it proved also in the game. The bishop on a1 is doing nothing. Wow, horrible kind of scenario, but what kind of preparation was this? I'm a little bit puzzled. And sometimes we also see the danger when the players are talking to each other and they are influencing each other that, it's a clever idea, and then they all end up in some trouble.
Yeah, but we see also that the players are influencing each other quite a bit because I think in almost all the rounds we had at least 3 games with the same starting move. So it is interesting, even when Hans was not with them. Also, actually, he came to the same conclusion, I think.
He came?
Or no? I think in one of the games.
I'm not sure. Normally he goes his own ways, but yes, sometimes it did happen. Wow, and okay, we haven't seen the Parham against Vincent.
Ooh, what a position.
Yes. Again, the same horrible
GH5
structure. Yes, the computer is not that pessimistic, but it just, practically speaking, looks so dangerous that why do you commit to such difficulties? Because normally such positions require tremendous energy from the side who is compromising his position so much. Of course, yes, Parham is a player who likes all this craziness, he enjoys it. Apparently he has also played brilliantly, he got the upper hand here against Vincent, but still long terms, in time trouble, it will be easier with black to play with a good structure. Wow. And just one little move, bishop b7, black stabilized, activated that bishop, and the computer says that now black is clearly better.
Yeah, because white has this bishop on a1.
Yeah, and then everything fell apart. Yeah, it just shows that, yeah, if you do something too original, you break the rules of chess, in a 10 minutes game, you are just going to find it very difficult to prove that what are the justification why you are breaking all the rules of the game.
Yeah. So let's see, before we go to the drawing for the next round, what is the matchup in round 6 already. We are 2 rounds to go today, And still very interesting games. And the next round, one of the key match we're seeing here, I think.
Wow. Magnus Carlsen against Levon Aronyan. That's gonna be huge.
That's a huge match. Sindarov against Hans.
That's also a prestige duel. Yeah, I think Niemann, knowing that Javari has just won the World Cup and he's doing so great, he wants
Vincent Fabi, Clash of Generations.
And Arjun against Parham.
Yeah, well, Arjun really played well, very well. I mean, it was not so easy in the opening phase, but after that, he came up with such an original ideas that
and outplaying Magnus in such a position, it's pure mastery. Yeah, amazing stuff.
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm very much looking forward for Levon's game, of course.
Of course.
That's well. Let's see. What was the game, by the way? What did Hans do in the last game against Levon?
That was a draw.
That was a draw.
We haven't had a chance to look at the game, but it was a draw. That's why Sindarov and Levon Aronyan are sharing first place at the moment, and Magnus probably will try to stop Levon at this moment.
Well, this is a big game because, of course, if Magnus wins, then he's there. He's catching up. Levon was leading in the last few rounds already, so he's very stable in this tournament.
Yeah, there are only 2 more rounds, but he knows that this is the danger.
Yeah.
If I survive this game, probably I'm going to win the group stage, and I will collect all the maximum points that are available. Sindarov, of course, thinks the same way, so they cannot slow down. I'm loving the fact that we have these extra points.
Yeah, absolutely. I would like to have more points, not only like 8, and for the second it's 7. We should have more points to play for.
Yes, it's interesting because actually it's very demanding. So whoever wins this group stage, it's huge. Yeah. And just picking your opponent, because you're anyway picking a very strong opponent, it's not such a big reward.
Yeah, it's you need a lot of energy, a lot of preparation, a lot of resilience. But we can see already when we see the players talking before the game that they are getting tired. Yes. They are not so talkative sometimes.
I saw how Magnus leaned on the couch a little bit, like, there are still 2 or 3 more games to go. Yeah, that the exhaustion is certainly playing a role.
Yeah, and also after a few rounds, you more or less know what direction your tournament is going, right? It's not going to be that you start out very badly and then you're going to have your game of your life, right?
Yes.
You know more or less how you're scrolling up. I mean,
you have new goals in the tournament, yes. You can with big high expectations, but by now, okay, let me make a draw. Maybe I can stabilize, I can cement my position.
But do you think anybody today came here that my expectation is to be top 3, to win the tournament, to I don't care?
I don't really believe that anybody could really have big expectations because it's a very tough tournament. You also know that it's 7 games and with the fast time control, things will get out of control. You just want to enjoy and you feel like it will be a wonderful warm-up for the knockout stages because you really get a lot of experience.
Yeah, definitely. And this is already the 5th event they are playing. And definitely I will ask some of the players, how do they feel, how much they became better? Because sometimes you have the feeling that you understand more, but actually you understand less.
Yes, but there's also this catch, that the first 4 events happened one after another, so they were very much into it. But now since Las Vegas, which was in July, all the World Cup, Grand Swiss, so many things have happened that people might have lost the touch, and they need time to get back, because I believe now also we see a little bit that the players are more vulnerable than they were, for example, in Las Vegas.
Well, maybe it could be the case, but it's also like after 5 games they have played. Do you think Parham can just play and enjoy the game?
I hope so, that by this time he has maybe given up of counting of points. Yeah, what he really has to make sure of, that he finally ends up in the day having the feeling that okay, it was a bad day, it was horrible, but I can. Yeah, this feeling, he should try to get back with some good moves, even if he doesn't win the game, but just that he gets this feeling like, wow, actually, I'm back.
Yeah, I hope that he's going to be playing some great moves, so he has the self-confidence for tomorrow. And we are just about to see the next draw, so please, Fiona, let's see what's going on.
Welcome back. 5 rounds have been played, and what a combative tournament. Only 5 draws so far throughout the day. We're ready to draw the next position. I'm delighted to be joined by Women Grandmaster Dina Belenkaya. Dina, you were in Cape Town, now you're here in Grootboos. What has your experience been like here in Grootboos?
Thank you, Fiona. And honestly, I think this is by far my most favorite edition of the Freestyle Grand Slam. And if I may, I think every single freestyle tournament should be happening here in South Africa.
We are being spoiled, that's for sure. We are ready now. I'm going to head behind the table, and you can say this song. So you can go ahead, give it a little mix. And we are going to be playing position number 021, position 21. Thank you so much, Dina. The players get 10 minutes as always. Best of luck, gentlemen. And for the fans at home, have fun. Thank you.
Just us.
Usual suspects. Okay. So, gentlemen, let me out. Thank you.
It's annoying.
It's annoying, yes. You played before. Ah, C6, yeah? Maybe C6 is the one.
Looks solid. Where are you playing?
Magnus. Okay, so now B4, B5. B4 is not a big deal.
But,
CB.
wait, B4 which? B4, D5?
Ah, D5.
Why D5, D5?
Okay, here. B4, take B3, knight B6. Eh?
Sorry, what's that?
B4, B3, B3, knight B6. Would be
Sure.
kind of okay, yeah. Also some B5.
But E5, we have to be careful. Bishop F3 is
Ow, oh.
scary.
Ah, yeah, then that makes sense.
Yeah, it does make sense. But knight B6, I didn't see the big issue.
Bishop B6, yeah?
Maybe we have some other options. Feels like we have some options here.
Knight B6.
F5 is not so crazy. What's the option?
F5? BC?
Yeah, it's not
the point.
Yeah. So is it bishop E6, no?
I'm also thinking knight D6.
Knight D6, E5, bishop F5, knight C2. Yeah, that looks peaceful, right? For take, we have to take with D9.
Yes.
Not scary?
Not so much. C4, C6 is normal. Okay, what else? How about those H4 stuff? The stuffs.
Well, we always respond with H5, right?
We should play H5, yeah?
Unless what? Just like, what's wrong with this type of retake, I guess?
Yeah, takes, H5, E5.
I was just wondering what's wrong with this type of
Worried.
just
like
slightly worse. But why allow it? Yeah, it would be always coming just completely better.
No, but we see some not so.
You are not so sure.
Ah, you want to put the bishop?
Maybe. So what was the idea?
It's no bishop.
A3? You wanted to, yes. Yeah.
No.
Okay, we can just think about
You think it's not enough?
Yeah, no, maybe, but the case minimum plus 0.20 play.
It's very specific.
Stuffs are coming.
Can you play
D5? Yeah.
E4, D5?
I didn't hear.
Maybe also E4, D5, take 96, interesting.
Oh, yeah. But I was thinking maybe it's better version.
I don't believe it.
Like knight f6 or knight d6.
Don't believe it.
No?
In d3 you want to play c4?
Yeah, c4 and then knight f6. I mean, I get the fun back.
Probably too much.
Yeah, it's just rookie one. Yeah. Knight b3. Just.
I don't know, I think e5, c5 is reasonable. Also.
I kind of like their idea of going d5.
No, you think it's almost. You cannot play something d5. No.
D4,
Yeah, I don't like this.
Better to do it
passive, yeah?
this first.
Here, if knight B3,
C4?
you want C4.
Yeah, c4
Or,
get time.
or b6, maybe.
But c4 I like.
You don't like b6 more? Isn't it very annoying for white to deal with this?
B3, C4, and knight D4.
And okay, they do this. The goulash gambit. E5, yeah? D4, D6 was the big deal.
e5, c3? I thought we said we didn't like it so much. I don't like this starting position. This is annoying.
No easy stuff. D5, I think we should play somehow. Not D5 anyway. Oh my god.
What's wrong with it?
This is already retardation of the highest.
So what's wrong?
Is it possible to take the pawn?
Hey, maybe even some c4 is annoying, you know?
C4, knight C4?
Queen c2?
Yeah, knight B6.
Takes.
Knight F6. I mean, I feel like it's okay.
Because we have bishop g4.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's okay.
I mean, the white's knight is, I think it's dynamic, right?
It's interesting, yeah. Rook e1, knight d5.
Or knight, you can also.
Right. But you cannot play d5.
No, I'm over.
Like,
G4.
Love D5.
And we're back. And we are back with round 6 of the group stage. So the penultimate round of today, and we are going to see a very fun game. Of course, all of them is pretty fun. But to see Magnus Carlsen and Arjun, but maybe there are some technical issues still going on as far as we see. And here.
Yeah, two boards are kind of waiting for something, some signal. And the handshake between Sindarov and Niemann.
And they are about to start also Sindarov and Niemann. And Magnus and Levon, they started out. We can, first glance, it looks a Sicilian.
We got a Sicilian. We should be very happy.
Let's figure out how much it resembles the classical Sicilian. After all, we have a king on g1. And we didn't have any game having the king on g1 yet, I think.
Yeah, somehow there was no real solid construction.
Right? c1, yes. So let's see how fast they're going to be playing, how well they feel this game. What is this? It's a pawn sacrifice. And we see it on two boards.
Because this is thematic, actually. This is thematic. Wow, it happened actually in Grenke. There was this e4, c5, c6, d5, ed, knight b6. There was a game in Grenke, yeah, that there was this idea. And Magnus beat Mamedov. I think he beat Mamedov. He tricked something like this and he immediately got a very nice position. Wow. This is a famous trap. And even Magnus is falling into who has already played it himself.
Okay, but was it the same number of position?
Well, but it's, no, I have no idea. I don't know what is the number of this, but it is just that there is this idea that you can play like this with black. And queen this is already the first question mark because it has the human effect. Yeah, that when your opponent blitzes out this knight b6, and the same applies to Vincent now, he's taking his time that you might get under the influence that, wow, I fell into a trap. With the speed and the confidence Levon and Fabiano has blitzed it out, and they know that it had to be preparation. It had to be preparation, wow. So.
Well, okay, it had to be preparation, but they had a 10-minute preparation, right?
Well, probably just 30 seconds of preparation for this position, yes. But still, they pretend they know, and Levon is a maestro of, the psychological games. I'm a big connoisseur of this. Yeah, I have been treated quite badly with all his psychological tricks. I lost so many games to him, and many of them were based on this psychological effect that he makes a move which looks like, wow, this is a great move, and then you believe. And it turns out afterwards that, yeah, it was a great move, but actually I also had some chances to use it. So what do you make of this gambit?
Well, actually, it's interesting because Levon played queen e5, brought out his queen. And at the same time, Keimer played knight b3, not coming out with this, so activated.
Actually, I can tell you, I can reveal a secret because I'm not cheating, that knight b3 was the first computer move, and that's the reason why computer believes that this whole gambit is not that effective because of knight b3. But the move
because
queen
white
d3,
is activating his knight very fast.
Yeah, but this queen d3 move is not such a happy move according to computer, but queen e5 wasn't the reason why he was so happy, so now everything is okay for white. But it's interesting, whenever we have two games with the same kind of gambit position, this is intriguing.
Yeah, and we have also another very interesting position between Sindarov and Niemann, because there was also a pawn sacrifice done, but not having it with c5, d5, but he played it with e5, and after that d5.
Wow. So this is the thematic of the round. The players also feel like, okay, we haven't had enough adventure yet in 5 games. Let's spice things up.
And we have a very, very advanced game between Erigaisi and Maxodlu.
Yeah, this I would almost say that it resembles some Peerts by the way how things are happening, but there is no bishop on h8. Yeah, that is a rook on h8.
Well, actually, black stands pretty promising, having the bishop on d8, bringing it to b6 shortly. White played f4, king on g1 can be vulnerable with the bishop on b7. So.
And wait a second, what about this Sindarov-Niemann game? Hans is sacrificing all his pawns for compensation. This is like some Danish gambit. No, you e4, e5, d4, e d6 takes, and then I'm not with take one more. Wow, the computer doesn't like it, doesn't appreciate it, but it's a practical game. It's a fast time control game. Who knows?
Well, yeah, he's also a player who likes to play active, sacrificing pawns for initiative. And this is what he's trying to do in this game as well.
But I think let's take a closer look at this. Yeah, because in freestyle, to have this Danish gambit kind of stuff.
Okay, so let's go to Sindarov's game, right?
Yes, he's also the leader, and he's playing against Hans Niemann, who is ready to sacrifice the whole house. But what is he getting in return? Because he now moved rook e8, he's setting up the short castle idea, but how many pawns did he sacrifice? Okay, 2 so far, but where is the compensation? I don't see the compensation. Judith, you are the master of attack.
The only thing is that the rook is still on h1, but I wouldn't even be surprised if white is going h4. But also, why not to play rook d1 and castle, right?
And set up this castle.
Bishop on f3.
Okay, we have to go back to the start, yeah, to understand what happened here. What are we? It was the only game which featured e4, e5, c3, basically setting up the idea of going d4, and black sacrificed the pawn immediately with d5, e d5, knight b6. Yeah, that white is unable to protect with c4. That's the main idea. So white plays knight f3, but this is a lovely development, hitting the pawn on e5. c6. Okay, so basically Hans had to go with the flow. He already said A, let me show B. I mean, let me say B. And what is this? DC knight f6, vamos, vamos, but white breaks in the center with d4. This was not supposed to be happening. Yeah, the whole plan was based on that white has to pay attention to e4 threat, and then we might
it's the
take...
second time that Sindarov plays a good d4.
Yes. Amazing, yeah. So he collected the pawns, and he breaks in the center as a lovely d4 knight. The bishop goes to f3, castle rook d1, bishop c7, h3, knight c4. slowly the question appears, why isn't white just winning?
Well, black wants to go knight d5 on castle, I guess, and try to take the bishop pair.
Yes, he's
I mean, it's a
relying on-
practical chances.
Yeah, of course. But the question will be that if I take, for example, now CB, and I'm forcing bishop b7 and we trade everything and then I castle, then where is the compensation?
Yeah, I was just wondering on that if c takes b7 is...
Because you have to take back, yeah, there is no other move, and then takes, and then I castle. Oops, I have to make like this, yeah. And I have this outpost, and I'm 2 pawns up. And there is no mating set on h2.
Well, there's an awful knight on a1, but I still don't understand why is it withholding you from converting your 2 pawns.
Yes. Wow. Yeah, Hans, this whole e4, e5, c3, d5, for the second time, they played d5 against Sindarov in the same position, okay, with Magnus with queen on a8,
yes,
and pay the price.
Yes.
Hans did not see that game. Maybe he didn't see that game, yeah?
No, but maybe also the players are getting tired, I feel, and they say, okay, now I play gambit, it's going to be good enough, and I sacrifice.
Yes,
yeah.
Exactly. So
And,
here also there is some bishop b8, queen c7, yeah, trying to line up, so white will have to be careful, knight f3, then some knight e5. But then the knight from c2 might get just in time to d4 to cover back on f3. Yeah, doesn't look good. So, Judith, it's your call. If you want, we can also choose another game or go back to birds. Have you to see if any.
I think I would like to go to Magnus's game for
yeah, because it's so important.
first, because that's an important match.
Yes.
And I think it can be an important match for the whole event.
Yes.
Because psychologically, of course, I mean, Levon won the last Grand Slam in Las Vegas. And if he shows it that he wins this group stage, it's a nice start.
Exactly. Exactly. And also, Magnus kind of has to fight back because it's not his kind of standard to let someone like Levon terrorize the whole group, yeah? Because winning Las Vegas by knocking Magnus out in a very convincing this Blitz playoff, that was really shocking, with which is Levon was able to eliminate Magnus there.
Interesting position now, because the last move, queen f4, attacking the c4 pawn, and white is not able to protect it with d3 because the c1 bishop is not protected.
Yeah, these are the moments when I was falling apart against Levon, yeah, these kind of things. We see the Levon saying that white is better, but it's very easy to fall under his, aura that, look at this.
Is it possible to play d4?
Yeah, it's also the move that I'm thinking that is d4, queen takes c1, and then
d takes c5.
But I also have queen c4 just in case, and I'm slightly better with the lovely bishop on b6 coming. Just to highlight, that if white plays d4, then we just take, and after dc5, if nothing else, we even have just queen c4 with a slight advantage. But according to computer, I had a lot of winning moves, but I'm not even interested on them. So queen.
Probably the easiest is knight c4. So
yes,
knight d3, queen f1.
Yeah. Yeah, bishop e2, just protecting.
Yeah.
Levon immediately
E6.
blitzed out e6, d bishop e6. Insisting on hitting the c4 pawn.
Levon was a big Marshall player.
Yeah, big, but here Magnus is small little queen c2. I love this kind of move.
c2 is painful.
Amazing move, because this unprotected bishop was the cause of all trouble. Now the queen on f4, which was so powerful, once white hits it with a tempo and develops, then it will be very questionable. Yeah.
The knights are very bad, both b6 and the a1, which will be coming to b3.
Yeah, putting pressure on the c5 pawn. Clearly black would need the knight on c6, then it would be lovely. But wow, Magnus with bishop e2, e6 takes, queen c2, gets the control, and maybe puts the stop signal to Levon. Not so easy, my friend. not against me.
Yeah, and actually his plan is not even d3, I think, in the next move, but playing knight b3, and maybe d4 will come.
Exactly. There are even many things, but yeah, now Magnus is the one who is drinking the water. Yeah, it's the typical way that when you want to signal that you are comfortable, you know what happens, then you drink a little bit. And I think for the and look at Magnus is so incredibly happy. Levon plays rook e8.
Yeah, checking the other boards.
He can afford. He feels like exactly at this moment I can afford myself to do that. But don't underestimate. Let's not write Levon off here, because he is very tricky, and he will be finding ways to, as you said, all with his pass from the marshal, that he will create compensation, and he will try to drive Magnus crazy. D3 on the board.
Yeah. Yes, because knight b3, then bishop c4 was possible.
Now already.
D3, bishop b3.
Yes. Let me just show this, that if we try to be too smart, if it's not necessary, then we can get punished. Bishop takes c4, and after d3 there is bishop takes b3, and we are even losing a lot of money because ab runs into rook e2, so we might just rook e2 not. There is no queen e8 checkmate. It's now the knight is protecting. Wow, it is so easy to, and the computer says like I'm completely winning, so you assume that of course it is rook e2.
Yeah, but we can go move away with the queen.
Yeah, but then why is it completely winning? Yeah, this is what that's the trap I fell into. Let me see. Okay, queen e5. If I don't see that I'm completely winning, I would have played queen e5. That lovely position. According to computer, I have to design with white. I don't agree with this assessment. White. Yes, I don't.
No,
agree.
because
it's confusing. Yeah, but of course, white plays d3. That's the move. That's what happened, and now Magnus game continued. Queen f5 gets a question mark, but a human move. Okay, and naturally bishop e3, knight g4, bishop g4, queen g4. And bishop takes c5. Wow, I'm always surprised that because he stops castles. So it's not just because I don't like to be greedy. I wanted to ask you that actually I know that you were also always energetic and playing for initiative analysis. That what do you think about collecting this second pawn?
But this pawn is not bad. It's tasty.
Okay. If it's tasty, it's tasty. Julie told you guys, and Levon goes knight takes c4, so it had an impact. It had an impact. I somehow sensed it that, okay, Levon cannot tolerate this any longer. Let me sacrifice something. Once again, it might work against me, but I don't believe that it works against Magnus.
So what about, what's the plan for black? h3 probably?
Well, confusion. Well, no, h3, then I will target your bishop, and then it's not a sacrifice anymore.
Sorry. And if takes, bishop takes c4?
Yeah, well, if we don't take, then black is doing great. So actually, I think we have to take. And then after bishop c4, play something very strong.
Can white go knight d3?
Yes, and no, where is the follow-up? For example, queen e4. Okay, we have the advantage, we can make the moves, yeah? So dc, bishop c4. And if knight dc, I play queen e4. And I saw like I'm maybe winning back the piece. This might be okay. All right, let's see the action. Takes, and... Well, now maybe
now
you can
h3.
include h3, yes.
Now h3.
Now you can include this h3. That actually hurts so badly. Then you solve all the back rank issues.
So what can you do? Queen e6.
Yeah.
h3.
On the board. Wow, very intense.
Queen e6. Well, a lot to calculate. Magnus has 1 minute, 40 seconds.
Yeah, queen e6 feels like the move, no? It's... what else?
Yeah, I don't see anything else. Queen h4, knight f3 comes with a tempo.
Yeah, and then how do we deal with queen e6?
Yeah, queen e6.
Wow, look at this. The Everbar says queen e6 is not even a move. It's so confusing. You feel like an idiot in such moments that, okay, queen e6 is a normal move. What's the big issue? No? It coordinates forces, but probably that simply that black cannot castle. This is such a big problem, yeah, that very let me cheat. This is
what is it? Knight
okay, knight d3 now.
Knight d3.
Yes, I understand.
d5.
That queen d5 and then rook d1. You can protect like this, but this is not so easy. This is far from simple to understand with so little time on the clock.
Because having h3, king h2 sneaks away.
Yes, that was understandable. That thanks to h3 we don't have backrank issues.
But what do you do? Bishop d3?
Yeah, and then...
queen d3. Queen d3.
And rook e1, check king h2.
King h2. And if king queen c5 or queen d8?
Yes, queen c5, queen d8. Yeah, this is finito. But yeah, so all
because rook d3 doesn't work because rook e1 and bishop c7.
Yeah, that and then this is super interesting. But we have action h3, queen e4 played.
Wow.
But okay, this is thank you very much. Then takes. This is a technical victory for Magnus. Even if I just. Yeah, even if I just play the two pieces versus a rook without a pawn, but Magnus
can
wants
white?
To be...
Oh no, I thought can white go knight d3 takes rook d1, but you go bishop
and
c7.
Bishop c7, yeah. If knight d3, bishop d3, rook d1 looks like a smart idea because we are hitting the bishop, but there is bishop c7 keeping control of the h2 square, and then rook d3 runs into rook e1 checkmate. So this we cannot do. We will have to give the rook for the bishop, and we have two pieces versus the rook. Only that we don't want to move the bishop from the diagonal, still stopping the castles. Then,
well, the question, where do you go with your knight now?
Yeah.
Nowhere.
Yeah,
Magnus b3.
Yeah, Magnus just wants to clarify exactly. Take my rook, I'm gonna take, then I know what we are dealing with.
But the computer doesn't like it.
Okay, because
it was kind of a waste of time, I thought.
Yeah, but at least humanly you make sure.
Yeah,
that
you want to clarify that.
And you think like I'm anyway winning, so what's the big issue? Yeah, h5 played.
Magnus is down to 40 seconds. His rook on h1. If black is able to reach to play h4, rook h5, there are some practical chances. Rook h6, rook c6.
Yeah, but now that rook h6 already happened, we don't care about castles, so something like bishop e3, king e2, king d3, sneaking with the pieces towards the center looks natural. Okay, Magnus even goes fc, but fc weakens the dark squares. I'm not liking this. I don't like, and computer doesn't like it. No, I wanted bishop e3, king e2, just some stabilization, yeah, and then put something on d4. Rook e8.
Yeah, black squares, g3. Having
exactly,
a G3
yes. Some
bishop.
h4, bishop c7, bishop g3 potentially appearing. This is not gonna be easy with little time on the clock.
h4?
Yeah, it's kind of the tempting move. I don't know if it's the best or necessary, but clockwise, Magnus down to 21 seconds. Okay, then I really like to create some problems.
But it looks so appealing to go h4, bishop c7 to g3.
Yes, exactly. That would be the way to cause trouble, yeah?
At the same time, he's maybe thinking also about rook e6, doubling the rook.
I just don't get the benefit of f3, king f2 when he had bishop e3, king e2, rook c6 played. Approved by the engine. Bishop d4, Magnus's pieces are getting overloaded. Everything is protecting something, but actually nothing moves.
Maybe rook d6 with the little trap.
Bishop g5. Bishop g5 played. Very strong move according to computer.
And after h4, he wants to go bishop d2.
Bishop d2 probably, yeah, just drive the opponent crazy.
No, and also rook ce6 is a threat.
Wait a second. Is Magnus safe at all? Down to 8 seconds and things out of control. Wow, Levon is
Creating something, yeah?
creating,
h4,
yeah.
bishop f4, rook e6.
This is even dangerous for Magnus. He can just lose this. It's so little time. Rook d6.
Uh-oh. Threatening with rook d4, king g3.
According to computer, already big mistake, but it's no surprise. Rook e2 comes in. But now f4 and then king gets to f3. He gets to cement.
Maybe h4 should have been played and bishop f4 and then rook e2. Or bishop g3.
Yeah, or some rook g6 also. Yeah, there were so many candidate moves. Levon rushed.
Oh, maybe bishop f6. And having the rooks against the knights.
But okay, now white is better and
Rook
back in
f2,
control.
King f3.
But still, no time.
The knights are pretty much tied to each other.
Yes, knight. So he creates Luft with f5 for his king, but it weakens.
But how can white come out?
Yeah, g4, h4. Yeah, we probably locked this down. No, h4.
h4, rook g5.
And Levon feeling that
11 seconds for Magnus.
he has chances. He will play h4. Yeah, of course he plays h4. It's a bad move according to the computer, but you cannot hold yourself back. g5, rook h2.
King g4, rook
King
e4.
And then king to h5. Vamos.
Ah, you can't do that. Can you?
Yeah? Well, what? He goes rook f4. But this
rook
is
f4.
this is takes on h3. Should be absolutely fine for black.
Okay, king g4, h3, king g3. No, but now he's going rook f1, knight e3, rook b1. Who is better and why?
Yes, these are the
This is
typical
my
questions. Maybe just a
question.
So Levon's magic even works with Magnus.
Not easy to play with black either. Knight c2 to d4 soon.
Exactly. Look
Now,
at
for
one, knight
example,
cd4.
knight cd4.
No, he plays king g4, but h3, knight cd4 now.
Okay, also not bad.
But interesting that why he didn't do knight cd4 first.
He saw this first and then he saw that this is working.
Rook h1, but yeah, now Levon is the typical situation when you are up on the clock and then you are catching your opponent who is already used to this playing on second. It will be very tricky for Levon once he gets low on the clock.
King g3, king f8. Black is improving his king.
Yeah, now there is this pass, knight e2.
Knight g1 is the plan? Is it?
Is it? Because then h2 is
Maybe
coming.
knight f4, I don't know.
Yeah, which knight?
So what happens if
g1?
rook b1?
Yeah, rook b1, then knight fd4. Yeah, rook f1 played.
Rook f1.
So knight fd4 will be played. And rook goes back to h1.
It's back there.
Knight f4.
h2. Knight f3, rook b1. No,
Yeah, you
h2
will-
he comes back, but the g5 pawn is
Yeah,
hanging. Maybe now he goes with simply rook g1 and rook g5.
Yeah, it
or
should be.
knight e6.
Yeah, knight e6, deadly fork. Be careful. Yeah, h2, knight fe2. Rook g1, yeah,
Check,
we're gonna see
takes.
this. Rook g5, no more knight e6 trap.
g6.
Or just king e7. Yeah, on the board, king
Yeah.
e7.
But
Knight g3.
your knight is your rook.
Oof.
Oh, and knight f3.
Yeah, wow. Wait a second, the rook is trapped. G6, total panic. Now knight
Well,
f3.
there was no move.
Knight f3.
And then you must go rook g3, and then king trying to go to b4, but...
And he goes king d6. Wow, and apparently this is a
Black
draw.
is saving.
Black is surviving this.
Wow, it's 25 seconds each. King f4, king c5, takes king b4. Knight goes to d4, king c3. Wow.
Well, he takes on f5, so he will rely on knight d4, king e4.
b5.
b5.
Interesting.
Yeah, because AB king b5 wants to force the trade of the a pawn.
But I thought king b4 is just good enough.
Yeah, probably, but okay, here you can just, it's a systematic approach.
Yeah, nice. Very precise.
No, incredible, yeah, with the way...
What a game.
Yeah, how he reacted to this, yeah, king b4. Magnus is trying to... But king c5. King c5 would be very thematic, yeah, stopping...
And then
yeah. Yeah, that's it. No more chances for white to play for a win.
a5, king d3.
What an incredible battle this has been.
It's not over yet.
Yes, but it will.
It's not over yet.
f5.
King c3.
I mean, anything is good because I can always liquidate, I feel. But of course, yeah, you have to.
f4, knight d4. Well, you will just play king d5, king c5 and wait.
Yeah, but exactly, you have to still force your opponent to make decisions. At least white got stability. And for the first time, Levon also gets really low on the time. Yeah, b4 and a4. Yeah, he just forces and then b3, king b4.
Very professional.
That's the way.
Very professional way of dealing with it.
Knight d4 because b2, knight b3, check.
King b4?
Yes, of course. Draw, but for a second I was scared that...
What a fight.
Amazing.
What a fight we witnessed here.
Yes, yes.
Incredible. We still have one game going. In the meantime, just for information, Sindarov won again.
Wow.
Against Hans, and Arjun won against Parham as well. And Vincent
is still playing.
I think it...
probably it ended in a draw, or what happened? Because
I'm not sure. Probably they ended in a draw.
Looks totally drawish.
Or maybe there is a time issue.
Yeah, but with 5 seconds on the clock, it's impossible to imagine because they already repeated once. I'm expecting that this was a repetition. Because it was already also over 40, yeah, draw. Yeah, correct. It was over 40 moves, so the players could agree to a draw.
So right now, we see Sindarov is leading.
Yes. Amazing stuff.
What a birthday for him. What a birthday for so far, right? It's not very often that people having their birthday can say that they perform the best.
Yes, exactly. And he's turning, today he turned 20. Yeah, so it's a very nice kind of special number.
Yeah. So maybe we can see the standings for the event before the last round. We can see it. And Sindarov, who made an incredible first game victory against Magnus Carlsen. After that, he made some draws, but now he started to win game after game, has 5 points out of 6 games. And behind him with half a point, Levon Arjun, 4.5. What a game he played with Magnus. Now, it was wow, it was such a game. And Erigaisi, 4. Magnus only 3.5. Number 4. So maybe he's not going to be choosing an opponent, but he's going to play against who is left over there. And we have Fabiano Caruana only with 2.5 points with Vincent. And in the bottom part, Hans Niemann and Parham. is fighting it out today. What an event so far. What kind of drama.
Incredible. And also looking at these standings at the moment, yeah, because as you highlighted that Magnus cannot choose if it stays like this. And it means that probably nobody wants to pick Fabiano. And that this very moment it would be like Magnus and Fabi would have to play in the quarterfinals. That would be the logical way how the players would be picking their opponents. So the last round pairing actually means so much. Do we have the pairing? Talking about the pairings, can we show that?
Maybe we will pull up the pairings of the last round. Because of course, in one hand there is not much at stake, in the other hand there is much at stake.
There is. Definitely Fabi does not want to start the knockout. And there you have it. Magnus Carlsen against Parham Maxtodlu. Okay, one matchup. What's next? Fabiano against Arjun Erigaisi. But yeah, even if Fabi wins and Magnus wins, he cannot catch him already. Niemann against Keimer. Prestige duel of the youngsters.
Yeah.
And Levon Alunyago and Sindarov. What a Sindarov story Sindarov is having. Yeah, this last month has been his. It's just sensational what he's producing day after day.
And what a match is going to be between Levon and Sindarov, as if Levon wins, he can still win this event. So
absolutely.
it's not an easy game for Sindarov as well. He fought it out in the previous 6 rounds, but the 7th is going to be just as hard or maybe even harder than some of the previous ones. So it is exciting as it could be.
But basically, Fabi has to root tremendously for Maxodlu because he can catch Magnus because Magnus was 3.5, Fabi was 2.5. So if he wins against Arjun, he anyway cannot catch Arjun because he already had 4 points. And but even the direct encounter was won by Magnus, so maybe Magnus is fourth already. I don't know the exact rules if it's a tie, what mattered the most, but it seems like the first 4 players are pretty safe.
Yeah, of course, on the other hand, it's going to be also interesting who is going to be picking whom, because that's a tricky thing, right?
Very tricky.
We remember what happened with Nakamura, right? Sindarov picked Nakamura.
Sindarov picked Nakamura.
Nakamura. Yeah. So it can be some psychological interesting story line over there when who is picking whom, because
at some moment I would not dare to pick Parham if I would win the group stage, for example. Yeah, it just feels like, yeah, it was a horrible day for Parham, but who knows, tomorrow different time control and anything is possible.
Well, absolutely. It's always tricky, but I think also for Parham this last round, it's also it's not going to be an easy cake for Magnus.
Yeah, and it's very important for Parham to finish the day with a bang or with something that gives him some.
And it's not only
energy.
It would be a victory, but it would be the victory.
Yes.
Right? I mean, to win a game against Magnus, even then you can just forget about the whole day.
What happened
the
before?
losses.
Who cares? Yeah, I beat the best.
Yeah. So he must be very motivated, Parham. He says, okay, now I give in all my energy. Okay, whatever happened today, I forget about it, and gives all in. And also he plays with the white pieces, though I don't know how much it will be an important issue, because this is going to be the number 7 position they are going to be playing, which is quite difficult and I think quite exhausting for the players. But it's going to be the last game of today, and we are just about to throw it to Fiona, and let's figure it out.
To play, I'm delighted to be joined by Gawa, who's a chess fan. He's here with friends from Cape Town, and it's your first time watching a chess competition live. What have your impressions been?
It's a privilege to have this tournament hosted in my home city, and it's amazing watching the best in the world doing what they do live. I've been following them online, but it's nice to meet them and see them live in action.
Yeah, and what a performance they have put on today. We are now going to find out which position they'll play for this last round. So let's go. it is position number 146, 146. Thank you so much. Go enjoy the last round. To the players, best of luck. 10 minutes as always at home. Have fun.
I'm one in move. I need like I get like 60 moves to realize this. Give one more pound.
Okay, C4, C5 is good for us, right? Looks like
yeah, it should be good.
Sicilian.
Well, I would assume so.
So,
D4, C5 also.
D5? Are you sure?
Why C5? No, not C5. D5.
I feel like we had very similar positions before. C4?
Makes some sense or not? I mean, maybe immediately.
Ah, you want to suck?
Yeah. 1965.
Yeah, we had something like this in Vegas.
Yeah. Very
I mean, this one also looks bishop d5, yeah?
Knight c2. Bishop b5.
Okay, 96.
But we lose many squares.
Yeah, it's many squares. Yeah.
Knight e2.
Yeah, bishop c4, knight e2.
No, I think this is...
Yeah.
You can just...
No, but maybe for immediately, like... What about...
Okay, you can hear e4.
Okay, we can hear e4.
Knight e3. That's it. Those knights.
Okay, yeah.
Done.
Yeah.
C5, we are running huge risk. What happens if we... C4 is...
C4 is...
Yeah, but also E4, yeah, maybe.
Yeah, also E4.
Well, E4 should be fine, right? We take knight D7.
Yeah, I think like knight D7 and then B6, C5 is, should be fine.
Take equals C5.
Yeah, takes C6.
Okay, so C4?
Yeah, C4 is most logical. No, but this is...
And this is nothing. Maybe knight C3 you try it.
Maybe not C4.
But then it's hard.
This? Why not? Yeah, I like it.
If E5 is good, then E4 must be good.
Takes 97, yeah? Yeah, D6.
This is super solid. B6, C5.
Not the way. Yeah, not E4 then.
You got nothing out of it.
Okay, and what about 94? C5 or what?
Yeah, C5 or E5, right?
Ah, we also have this type of stuff.
C5? Or C5?
Horses.
Maybe the first move is not the one. Maybe we should just...
Okay, what about this stuff?
This looks better. That's critical.
Yes. You can go C5 also, yeah? Doesn't feel quite white is achieving much.
Yes. Can you try D4, D5, B3?
Yeah.
Yes, it's logical, yeah.
Maybe C5 is
DC.
what we need to check. Yeah, DC looks C5 and D4 or what?
Yes.
I don't believe it is.
Don't believe in this for white?
Oh, this is good, no? D4?
I don't know.
We're happy with tempo down.
I don't like
black, right?
Yeah, I don't like my position. Yes. Black position. rook 6. Very fast.
Oh, sorry, I was H5? It's a bit too much. If we survive it.
Yeah, maybe if you survive, it's very different.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Okay, something cool. No, but I don't want G5. Really?
We survive one move? Or much better?
Yeah, I just I will not please have a bad feeling that something will go wrong. No, but to B3, I think we can find some more here. Yes, I'm just saying.
I mean, okay, knight f6 was unnecessary. But
I'm not sure, like, knight f5 is coming, it was not so easy. I would prefer to find other option. C5.
Knight c3, move 2.
Also C5 doesn't look too bad.
Yeah, but E5 is good.
Yes, this position is not interesting. Knight d7 before b6.
G3. Now we are playing bishop h3 maybe.
Yeah. But knight is only 6, no? C5.
Yes. I don't choose knight e3.
Knight is fantastic, yeah? Knight is it's ideal position for knight, yeah?
But maybe I can go knight d2, knight f3.
Yes, you should.
Okay, if you want to be ambitious, let's go like this.
Ambitious, yeah?
2 minutes to the start of the last
Knight d7 b4, it's a space advantage. It's good.
Small space advantage.
But this, I mean, this is fine. But also, I think this is fine. Knight d2. Knight f3. Yeah, knight f3. Yeah, slightly better for it.
You think so?
Very slightly.
Normal stuff, huh? Can be for it.
Okay, it's all just stupid right now. It's okay. To me, it looks equal.
Yes, it is equal. Bishop to d.
I don't understand why
Yeah.
here. I don't know why white is even slightly better.
Yeah. No, knight on the 6 is fantastic.
Okay.
Famous knight.
So what should we play?
Nothing. Play nothing.
We could also play like this, right? And then.
Yeah, it's too boring. Yeah.
This is boring.
But everything would be solid boring.
This will
D4 at least.
Real symmetry.
D4 at least is.
We will start in 1 minute. 1 minute to the start.
1 minute.
final round of the Grand Slam here at South Africa. And let's see how they are battling it out and who will be the victor, the champion of today. There is a huge match going on between Levon Arjun and Sindarov, because they are both fighting for the first place. Sindarov is actually standing on 5 points and Levon with 4.5. So if he wins, he's taking over Sindarov. So what do we see out of the opening? Everybody started with d4. Is that correct, Peter?
Yes, they started with d4, but there is a shocker by Sindarov playing e5. And that was certainly not a move that anybody was expecting. Yeah, they were talking about d4, d5, and b3. Rather solid, a little bit boring, but we have seen this already, I think, in Paris, that some seemingly boring positions can be very poisonous. Like I remember that Vincent beat Fabiano in the last game of the group stage, exactly in some d4, d5, b3 symmetrical stuff. We are having that in the game between... I thought we have seen it. Well, we see it in Hans Niemann against Vincent Keimer, d4, d5, b3 happening. Let me update my board.
Yeah, we have a very strong start, it seems, by Levon. Are we going to be focusing on that game? Or
Yeah,
you think
definitely we'll have to focus on that game. That's the big game to determine the winner of the group stage. Both players had been brilliant. And yes, exactly, the Vincent Keimer game against Hans Niemann had this d4, d5, b3, b6, c4, e6, and now we are turning into some Queen's Indian territory. Yeah, the black knight from b8 was heading to f6, the knight will get to e6, the very traditional way. White will also maneuver, white already placed his bishop to g2. Big strategy.
We have some highlighting some of what's going on with Magnus there, because they are playing very fast.
Yeah, what is happening? This is some blitz game. 10 minutes are not enough already. The players are boycotting. You give us too much time, way too much time, yes? That's what they are signaling. What is happening? It's certainly compensation, but...
the position completely opened up. No white pawn on B, C, D, E files.
Yes.
Pawn sacrifice at such an early stage of the game by Barham.
Within 1 minute, everything disappeared. That would be because the Arjun-Sindarov game is a little bit slow. This actually will give us the chance to maybe first check out all this action, what happened in the Magnus Carlsen game, and then we head to our big clash on the first board for the top place. What do you think?
To go Carlsen first?
Yeah, first.
I agree.
Just to check out.
They are just blitzing, and
exactly
1-2 minutes I think we can spend there, and then we focus on the big game, deciding who is going to be the champion. But Parham is actually having an advantage, and they are really blitzing it out. So let's pick that game, just to let's peek in how it was working out in the opening and why they are playing so fast. I'm very curious. And the others are just made only few moves.
Yeah, there we go. And I believe just looking at the screen, one gets the impression that Max Sodlu is fighting for his dignity. Yeah, he just came that I lost 6 games in a row, but if I win this game, then everything is forgotten. I'm going into knockout stages with great determination. And let's take a look. How did all this happen? So d4, d5, b3, so the so-called boring kind of freestyle position gets crazy right from the get-go. e6, c4, dc, bc, c5. Magnus is also kind of provoking. Yeah, come, play d5. You really dare to play d5 because that pawn will not be in time to be supported with e4. Because if white gets e4 in, but Magnus was counting on the pin along the e file, and Parham said, all right, take this pawn, bishop takes d5, beautiful, bishop takes b5, the counter shot, queen takes e4, clearly Magnus's idea. Now it seems like black is about to trade queens, threatening queen takes g2 checkmate, an endgame with pawn up, thank you very much, but not so easy, knight e3 suddenly possible, protecting the pawn, hitting the bishop, winning a vital tempo, and now the knight from b1 will be able to join the party also with tempo. So bishop c6, knight c3, queen g6, and the very, very energetic h4 setting up rook h3, rook g3 kind of ideas. Judith, I will let you take over after h5, rook h3. What are your feelings? This is the current position.
Well, it seems like Parham came to this game with a lot of energy, and he says, okay, it's double or nothing. There is nothing to lose anymore. So I can give in everything. I have all my ideas. Interesting that for now White is hesitating and did not play rook g3 or capturing more back the bishop. Because I don't know if rook g3 is possible.
But then I'm afraid that even maybe some queen take g3 sacrifice is possible, but also you can maybe protect the bishop, but just queen take g3 and then you have a light squared bishop against the rook. I don't want to change the character of the game.
Yeah, I can understand. Even rook g3, bishop d3 might be a good one to have the bishop on g6. So I'm curious why White is hesitating to play rook g3. I would just go back knight, capture back knight b5. It's clear that White has great compensation, to say the least. And there are these great spots for White knights, on d5 especially, but also on f5. We can visualize it, how greatly it can be. And that magical a1 bishop, which can be powerful and very strong on the long diagonal, supporting with the rook on the third rank by playing rook g3. So there is a great opportunity maybe for Parham. And the way he sits there, he knows that he wants to grab the opportunity. He wants to create it for himself and, if possible, grabbing it. So I'm curious, what is he going to be playing?
Yeah, but exactly like you highlighted, that a lot of the trouble for black are on the light squares. And exactly that's why I'm so tempted to take this bishop.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that long terms we are still talking about the same issues. Now Parham's situation is clearly that he knows that if black will have time to coordinate forces, then he might lose the momentum. Yes, so that's why he feels that maybe he's calculating rook g3, queen a6, protecting, for example, the bishop, and then knight f5, follow up with knight d5, lining up all-in approach, eventually against knight e6, knight f6, checkmate would be the dream kind of scenario. Yeah, it's after 0 out of 6, not only that he wants to win a game, but if he is given a chance, he would love to make a masterpiece. Yeah, that people will say, wow, this is Parham. But maybe it's very important for him to control his emotions and just take that bishop back, and then slowly you play long-term for long-term compensation.
Well, I think also it's important for him that he's not spending so much time on this move, because after all, it's a 10-minute game, and it's important not to stay too much behind in time. So he will have to come up with a move, I think, within 15 seconds.
But he is already spending 2.5 minutes. Everything that happened before he blitzed out, like it was the most natural kind of sequence of moves. Yeah, he takes. Okay, good. I'm happy. I'm happy because let Parham play a good game. Knight takes b5. Yeah, Magnus might play good, and the game ends in a draw. I can live with that. But I want to see Parham play a really good game.
Knight c6, very logical. Follow up with somehow knight d4 at some point.
Of course,
maybe.
yeah, and it gets a question mark immediately by the computer. You made a good move, a natural move instantly, and it's criticized. Bravo.
Well, probably rook g3. The question is how black is able to control all those white squares.
Yeah, probably queen e6 is the plan, or queen e4. But queen e4 invites rook c4. I'm not, and also knight c6 tempo back.
Yeah.
No, and also knight d6. Who knows? There are too many dark clouds. So my feeling was like queen goes to e6.
He went rook d1 because he wants to control the d5, knight d5.
Well, but this is too smart, no? Isn't this too smart? But okay, rook d1. All right. But wait a second, just thought, because computer was screaming, let us cheat so that we tell the line. So computer was saying, yeah, rook g3, which was natural, queen e6. And what is the follow-up? And then queen d2, stepping out of this pin. And then the computer sets up the knight d5 idea, setting
And
knight
rook
f6.
e1.
And rook e1, yeah, that small little move, this queen d2 is the game changer, yeah, which is so difficult to anticipate, because you think like he was looking for the d file, but he felt like the rook from c1 should join the action.
Well, rook d1 is also a sensible move. It's not nice to play it with black.
Yes, because he wants to play rook gc and queen c3. Yeah, he wants to keep the option of going with the queen to c3. I
First
believe.
of all, queen c3, but also I think he might be thinking of playing rook g3 and putting some piece on d6 because
Yeah,
of
that
the
is also-
g7 weakness of black. So it can happen that rook g3, bishop g7 takes knight d6 and knight f5.
Yeah, there
Right?
are so many.
So there are a lot of tactics can happen. It's very dangerous for black.
Yeah, very dangerous. I'm even wondering that why is this evil bar really saying that it is equal, because it looks very dangerous. Let me cheat one more time.
I wouldn't be surprised if there would be only move for black.
Yeah, well, there are two moves connected more or less with the same idea. Rook h6, rook g3, queen e4. So because that's why this rook g3 was so important, that if the black queen had to go to e6, that takes away the e6 square from the knight. This was understandable humanly, but and there rook h6, queen e4, and there rook g6, there will be protection on the
And he
g7.
goes rook h6.
And protects the d6 square as well.
6 rank is important.
Yes. Yeah, Magnus given a chance and he uses it. Rook h6, and now after rook g3 he will have the opportunity to play the move queen e4.
Still it looks shaky. White can go knight c3, d5.
Yeah, but then already always there will be also knight d4 block. Yeah, once the knight from b5 moves. Yeah, it was a very special kind of
At the same time, I think we should be going to the Levon Sindarov game.
Or we should go to bird's eye view.
Okay, we can go bird's eye view,
Yes.
but the other game is also extremely interesting because there are a lot of ideas, and after all, that will decide who is the champion of today.
Yes. But let's see if Magnus...
Rook g3 played.
Yeah, rook g3 played. He has to play the move queen e4. Stepping into knight c3, not easy. Not easy at all. If the computer doesn't tell you that queen e4 is the move, you might just think like, I can't let him get back to c3 with the tempo. And by the way, so far at least, based on the evil bar's evaluation, nothing dramatic has happened in Arjun Sindarov yet. But I also don't dare to rely on this evil bar. It's always confusing.
But I think there was some...
And queen e4 played by Magnus. Bravo. Okay, bravo. This shows that you are incredible. Yeah, that you are stepping into something that you don't want, but probably it also helped that by method of elimination you could come up with this move. And setting up also this rook g6 idea, and then the pawn on g7 won't be vulnerable anymore.
Yeah.
What a change of events. Yeah, knight c3 comes with a tempo. Okay, and where is this queen? Now it's the moment of truth. Where is this queen hiding?
Yeah.
Because one thing that it's 0-0, but maybe one bad move and it's over. Yeah, you just never know. Let me cheat. Okay, no, this computer is crazy. Computer plays spoiler. Computer says that any move is okay. Any queen move on the e5, even queen e8, queen e5. Don't do this to us, computer.
Well, probably knight d4 is just
Yes.
going to eliminate the a1 bishop.
Exactly.
And
this is the key idea.
And it will simplify the position, eliminate the danger for black, because really the key is about the g7 bishop pawn.
Yes.
And the attack.
But yeah, now that black solves the issue with the rook, one could say that the bishop on f8 is already perfect. It does not need to be developed because this is the perfect spot on the whole board, protecting g7, double protection, and queen e8. This is the most stylish move. I like this move.
Yeah, actually I like queen e8 quite a lot.
Yeah.
But what
And
does
knight
black
d4.
do?
I know, he
Simply
just
rook
goes rook
G6.
G6. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just chill. In fact, now Magnus is already maybe fighting for an advantage. Because he wants knight e6 to d4 maybe even. This is an idea.
Well, let's switch.
Yeah, we can switch.
This is the moment when we can switch to the
We
key
can
game
switch.
between Levon and Vachier-Lagrave.
Sindarov. Wow. And we are in
Look
for a
at that.
treat.
Look
And
at
we are
that.
in for a treat. That bishop on f1, cemented bishop, hasn't moved yet. And it could even be a classical kind of position.
But
And
this knight on f4 will show up, won't it?
Wow. But okay, yeah, it looks very dangerous for white, but long terms, white has the pair of bishops, but black has a lot of activity.
White is in a must-win situation.
Well, not really. We are...
I mean, if he wants to win.
Yes, if he wants to win.
He wants to be the first one to choose the opponent.
Yes, that's true. But on the other hand, he's also probably just very happy having had a wonderful day. Yeah? That the day was just a dream for Levon as well.
Rook is coming.
Because we have seen that how quickly things can turn into a nightmare, right? No matter how strong you are.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
he also went undefeated so far and just showing a lot of confidence. Rook d8 coming. Where do you go? Normally queen c2 would be the natural move.
Yeah, queen c2 controls some important squares on f5, for example.
Yes.
Also
but for
defends
example,
the e2.
After knight d4, then I'm forced to give up my bishop. Yeah, bishop d4, rook d4, and then queen f5 check, for example, is a very funny kind of endgame. Let me just
Well,
quickly
yeah,
show
it's
it.
Unusual.
Because this bishop on f1 is something that we have never seen before. By the way, on the computer, this is completely... Yeah, queen f5 is almost winning for white. This is very funny because I wanted to highlight that this is... we don't very often see things like this. And it is solid.
Yeah, because the pawn is on e2.
Yes.
So white will be able to grab the pawn probably on g7.
And the rook
e3,
can be activated.
Yeah.
The pawn is falling. It's just shocking. Yeah, that it's so tempting that rook d8, queen c2. I'm gonna jump knight d4, but in fact that's a huge mistake.
So actually, after queen c2, what would black be doing?
Okay, Levon played queen b1, but this is overthinking. And down
Well,
to 2 minutes.
I think he was not
Sure of this.
sure of knight d4.
Yes. Exactly. That's why I wanted to highlight, yeah, because I also couldn't evaluate it. It was just too funny. But yeah, computer said that
So
white is
what
just
about knight f4?
G6, taking away the queen f5. I like this, yeah. Let's keep the queens on the board. The pair of bishops are very tricky in endgames. G6, nice judgment. And also it has some suffocating feeling after G6, because with the knight on E3, the rook cannot join the party. The rook on H3 is stuck with this knight on not being able to find a good square. Those pieces are...
Can white go knight f5?
Regardless, yeah? Wow, knight f5, just like this.
I don't know, I just...
It's a desperate move. It's a desperate move. I don't know exactly what's wrong. Computer doesn't like it, but...
Well, maybe you can also just take g takes
And then f4,
and
no?
f4, yeah, and
Yes.
go rook g8, and on the g file some
It
nasty
was also
things
my human
might
kind
happen.
of feeling, yeah, that now we target and the rook is still stuck. Levon played a move, queen a1. Okay.
Queen a1. I mean, the whole day we had queens on a1 and h1, and we're trying to get out, and now Levon goes for it.
Yeah, he wants to eliminate that knight from e5. Please trade. Come knight g4, then you open up.
But he
my
just
rook on the
played from
third.
d1 to b1.
Yeah, provoking g6.
Oh.
He says it was provocation. We will have to ask him later. Hopefully he will answer it honestly. We don't know. But yeah, it's kind of a trick. Yeah, queen b1, g6, queen a1 with 1 minute 18. Yeah, he wants to clarify the situation. But he also weakened the dark squares with g6, so it maybe was
And
done
what's
on
the idea
purpose.
if, let's say, black goes f6?
Well, then also f6, g6 construction, not as stable as g7, f6.
Does white plan to take, let's say, on e5, and black has to take with the queen, because if f takes e, g4?
Yes, and if we trade queens, it's good for white. Then immediately my pieces start jumping. So no, the knight has to move. But I don't like knight g4. Knight c6, can I?
Why don't you like knight g4?
Because it opens the rook. I don't know, but maybe knight g4 is...
But it also weakens the g2 protection.
Maybe I should forget about that this rook enters or not enters.
And also the rook can come to d1 at some point.
Yeah, knight g4 played. It's the most natural move. It is the most natural move. But something that eases white's task, both players down to a minute on the clock with only 5 seconds increment. By the way, Parham is making tremendous progress. He's playing the game of, well, I don't know, game of the tournament, but a very interesting game. Incredible. Let's keep an eye on, yeah, Niemann has great chances against Vincent. And Caruana, Arjun are the guys, he also apparently, Fabi is pressing. But all eyes on this, yeah, the knights are traded on g4.
Okay, knight f4 is a threat.
Yeah, but rook g3, queen h4 runs into bishop f6. How important it was to provoke g6. Queen f5. Queen c1, covering the anti-square on d2. 45 seconds versus 1 minute. Yeah, bishop b7. Actually, it's correct. Black probably should just play king b8 next.
This bishop b7.
And e3, I don't like e3. No, 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 no. e3. The rook on g3 stuck. Immediately queen h5. Rook d1 is coming. No, you cannot. You cannot weaken like this. The third rank was so nice for the rook.
Yeah, but now what's going on with rook d1? Why does queen h5 not a good move?
No, queen h5 was a good move. Forget about engine. The Levon is down to 20 seconds. These are the moves that win games, basically.
I mean, rook d1, pawn on h4 is hanging.
Too many questions. And if now the rook enters the first rank with pawn on e3 and rook on g3 out of the game, this is a completely different scenario. Horror scenario. F3, total desperation.
So what's going on? Queen h4, rook h3, or king f2 he wants?
Or rook g4. I don't know what
rook g4 probably.
Yeah, there are some ideas, but I don't even want to touch this h4 pawn because the rook is kind of trapped. But what to do?
f3, nice idea.
Yeah,
well, maybe it's the only idea because you don't want to allow the rook on d1.
And he picks up the pawn. He goes queen g5. After rook h3.
Rook h7?
Rook h7. I'm not sure.
f3 is hanging.
f3, but also f7.
Rook f7.
Yeah, rook f7. Bishop f3, all blitzed out. So he relies on rook d1 idea, but...
Takes rook d1, queen c2, e3 is hanging.
Queen c2, queen e3, queen f2.
Very fun game.
Yeah. What a game it is. Battle of Titans.
Nice.
And the clock situation also cannot be more dramatic. 6 seconds versus 15. Yeah, the trade of queens is kind of a big step forward for white.
It's not possible to avoid it anymore.
Yeah, now also a6 is hanging.
Okay, white has... but actually rook d2, rook b2. Rook d2,
yeah,
king f3, knight g5 is not working because king e3.
But he can take on b2, bishop a6 check.
But for black, a draw means that he will win.
Yes, exactly.
And a2 is hanging, knight g5 is threatening.
Rook f6.
Rook f6. Not falling into the trap. Now knight d4 check, or knight c5, or king e7.
Or king e7, yes. Or rook a2. He picked up. Yeah, there were too many possibilities. Bishop c4, knight d4 check, king e4.
King e4.
Knight f5. Is that a professional move? And then knight d6 check. Yes, it's played.
Yeah.
If we eliminate the bishop, then that's an automatic draw.
Maybe knight h4 also.
No, forget about it. Let's just take this bishop.
Don't go on side rook g8, g3, of course.
We take the bishop and we make draw. And we win the tournament.
Especially we.
Yeah. We definitely win the tournament, but already I felt like Sindarov is also in celebration mode. Like, yeah, that's it. Here the clock doesn't play a big role. You can rely on your hand. Yeah, the rook goes to g2 and then rook g3 or rook b2.
Goes back and forth, goes to g2.
King c3, rook g2, g5, okay. c6. A nice little stop for white's king.
Yeah.
Levon from 6 seconds jumped all the way to 20.
To 29.
Yes. And then, yeah.
Oh, he give up the pawn on b3.
Yeah, finally Magnus won his game against Parham. And Niemann has beaten Vincent and another draw. So all eyes on this final game. And Levon goes for it. He sacrifices the pawn on b3. He's fighting for victory, but Black's king is close enough to
Let's
stop
go
the
on
pawn.
full screen.
Yeah, let's go. King
Because we see
e7.
already seconds.
He can play king e7. Stopping the pawn with his king. And there you have it. And draw agreed.
Wow, what a performance by Sindarov. Draw at the end. Oh, something he missed. It seems.
Wow. Incredible play by Sindarov. Not just winning, of course, winning is sensational, but with the quality, the level of play in 10 minutes plus 5 seconds, amazing.
Of course, chess players always talk about chess after the game.
And Levon is sitting like, yeah, what can I do against this guy? Yeah, he's just too strong.
And he's very tired as well.
Yes.
I couldn't make it. I tried. What a birthday for him. What a birthday for Sindarov, right? 20th birthday. How better you can celebrate it than to win the qualification, the first
and then
day.
even to get the chance to analyze this fantastic game, yeah, with Levon, yeah, discussing. I just love this passion from the players, yeah. No matter you played 7 games, you won, you are still discussing what happened
Yeah,
here.
absolutely. You have it in your mind, and you still have it all the moves. Oh, why didn't I play that? Why did you go there? What happened? So let's see the scoreboard, the final result of today's event of the group stage. Sindarov won 5.5 points without a loss. Levon Arjun also did not lose a single game, 5 points, which is a huge score as well. And then we see on number 3 and 4th, Erik Gaisi and Magnus Carlsen. Magnus Carlsen won his last game, and we see the second part of the event, Fabiano 3 together with Hans Niemann. We see Vincent on 7th spot, and the drama of the day with Paham. Well, he was there already against Magnus. We were following it so closely in the opening. He had this energy. Maybe he should have just played it very fast as he played until the first 15 moves or so, because he got a very promising game. But what a day it was. What kind of games we've seen. 7 rounds, 10 minutes and 5 seconds extra for the players, and what a warm-up day it was for tomorrow's knockout.
Yeah, incredible. But also just looking at and trying to understand what happened, because Sindarov won the World Cup. After he won, Abdusattorov started winning all his games in London. Now Sindarov finishing with 5.5 out of 7 +4 score in this field. This is just incredible. Who stops the Uzbek guys?
Well, we'll see how he is going to be stopped, or if he's going to be stopped in this tournament. But maybe we can look again the game. How was with Magnus' game, just to have a recap?
With which game?
With Parham?
The Parham, yes.
Yeah, because we were following that, and I think it's interesting maybe to see what was the crucial point where he missed it.
Yeah, so first of all, I think, let's go back one time to this situation where it was really very scary for Magnus. Rook h3 happened, bishop takes b5, and for some reason, Parham, yes, let's get the position, yes, so this was the one, bishop takes b5, and for some reason, Parham was hesitant here. He almost spent 3 minutes for this automatic recapture with knight takes b5. Clearly he got carried away with all these brilliances with rook g3, but understood that it does not work, so he had to settle on knight takes b5. Now Magnus apparently made one mistake according to computer with knight bc6, which was the most natural human move. If you ask me, I would also say, of course, this is the move in the spirit. You are activating that knight, you are making sure that you will be in time to block things, the diagonal with knight d4, the other knight belongs to e6, and here was the golden opportunity for Parham to play the move rook g3, which is the most natural move in the position. He played rook h3 in order to kick the queen, and just one move before he spent a lot of time, we assume, on rook g3, kicking the queen by sacrificing the bishop. So why he didn't do it? And the big difference is that if black plays the move queen e4 here, then this doesn't work for many reasons. One of them is bishop takes g7, bishop takes g7, knight d6, the tactic, Judith, that you highlighted during the game, and all of a sudden there is a fork here.
But you know how funny it is, I think. Queen e6, knight c8 takes, queen c3, and after knight d4, queen d4.
Like this?
No?
Okay, let's
maybe it's exaggeration, but it's
so many possibilities, but let's just show Judith's brilliance. Is this queen c3?
Maybe rook c5 is better, I don't know.
Yeah, but let's just show first, yeah,
but
so
it's
that
also
everybody appreciates. After knight d4, queen takes d4, and there is a pin on the g file and the pin on the c file. That would have been sensational. According to computer, there was something even stronger in any case. The point is that after rook g3, black is forced to place his queen to e6, after which the knight is not able to get to e6, and here comes a very difficult move. This move, queen e1 to d2, which is so easy to miss, so difficult to find, with the idea of setting up knight d5, rook e1, and we have to just understand what happens after rook g6, and with knight d5, knight f4, we will be forking that rook. When it's about to defend the kingside position, then I believe it falls into knight f4, and there is a fork, a devastating fork. That's it. So basically this rook g3, which was easy, and after queen e6, the silent killer queen d2 would have probably decided the game, because how do you react with this when you are unable to coordinate forces?
Well, it seemed like, I have a feeling if Parham would play instantly knight b5, wouldn't spend that time. But probably he thought, okay, this is the moment. I have such a beautiful position. I don't want to ruin it, right? This is what you have. You're short on time, and you have your potential moment to win against Magnus Carlsen. You don't want to miss that. But yes, it didn't work out now. Maybe it will be in the later stage of the event. But, well...
then things still escalated, but just to highlight the defensive vessels that Magnus showed after rook d1, rook h6, he was just in time that now rook g3, he could play queen e4, afford to step into this tempo with knight c3, because he will already have knight d4 blocking that bishop, the long diagonal. He fall back with the queen to e8, knight cd5, rook g6, it's kind of a compensation position, but black has survived the worst. However, things then later escalated, and I don't know how much time we have to go into depths, or we just run through the moves. So takes, knight d4, logical, queen takes h5, picking up the pawn, queen e4, because there was a moment when computer was very happy for white. Rook f1, rook c6, queen g5, rook d6, knight g4, double exclam. double exclamation mark move. Yes, we are going for all kinds of knight f6 ideas. Now Magnus played king h8, and the bar is growing. The bar is growing, but Parham was unable. Yeah, knight d3 was
maybe some knight f6 worked.
Move in the wrong direction. So knight df6 would be your choice. Yes, I guess Judith. Judith is Judith. So knight df6. I would rely on queen g6 defense, I'm guessing.
But
What
then
else?
takes a knight e4.
Oh, just simple chess. Okay, lovely. Double attack. So wait a second. Then after knight df6, was there a defense, or according to computer there is no defense?
Well, probably black has to take. G takes.
Well, I
left.
have to take and still. Okay. So the same. Yeah, it's always easy when you cheat. Yeah, that this sequence of moves and still knight e4 again apparently wins the game. Wow.
Not so obvious why bishop
Not
e7.
so obvious. Yeah.
Is it knight c5 that can be, or just take on rook f6?
Yeah, but that doesn't look, then bishop e5 doesn't look so convincing. And knight takes e5 doesn't look so convincing either. So, okay, if we take. No, but this is very far. Okay, with black I'm thinking that, okay, give me one more move and who is better and why.
But on rook f6, what do you do?
Yeah, rook f6. Yeah, you are just playing like a computer. Judith, why don't you play? Why don't you play? Because I saw rook f6, but I underestimated. I saw like, I have bishop
because rook
e5.
f8.
Bishop e5, rook f8. Oof. That's a problem. That's a huge problem.
And if bishop e7, rook a6 also.
Yeah, and also here finally just to finish the line that knight e2 check is answered by king f2, and the knight is hanging. So yeah, it was a possibility with knight df6. Probably the players were already very short on time. Knight d3 happened, then knight e6 back. Apparently again some drama. Queen h5 check, queen h7. But sometimes it's easier to defend with no time on the clock, yeah? You make only moves, and queen e5, knight, and then the knight got activated. Yeah, knight cement. Knight cement, and Magnus is pushing back the pieces. And okay, then you lose the control with time scramble. Queen protects, and this is it. So what happened here? What was the golden after queen h7? Apparently there was again something. Wow. Okay, but this is going for some knight h6, rook d7, knight eg4, some aesthetic prize.
Yeah.
Because f7 is protected, but when you have seen so many, maybe we still need king h2 just to enjoy and appreciate, according to computer, white is winning.
So actually, Barham had plenty of opportunities in this game, which he could not convert. But he had nice position in several moments of the game. What was your favorite part of today?
Well, okay, Sindarov's story was amazing because, okay, he's the birthday boy. He just turned 20. Very big congratulations to Vachier Sindarov. He has played some stunning chess, but Judith, I think it is your turn to announce something, move of the day, moment of the day.
Yeah, I will ask you what is the move of the day or the critical moment of the day.
Yes.
If we can say this.
I think, let me just pull up this game. Yeah, and here we go. The move of the day, I think for us, we can speak together that we felt like the move d4 showed that Sindarov will have a wonderful day. Yeah, this was a very brave, very energetic move, d2, d4, sacrificing the pawn, going for the initiative, and basically there was no stopping of Sindarov after that move. Judith, do you share the sentiment, d4? It was also the move that you shouted out, you want to play d4?
Yeah, actually I like this d4 very much in this game because I think they showed very much what can happen if you're not in time. And this is what happened with Magnus. He had his strategic idea to develop few moves and recover, but after d4 it was not possible because simply everything stood for white, and especially b3 move, which was the real killer, so that innocent bishop from c1 showed up on a3, which meant that black will not be able to castle in this game, which made the whole different story for this game. And I think we've seen also the energy, the way Sindarov played today. After d4, we've seen in all of his games to have this energy. This is his style, but
yes,
he made it in game one, of course. To win a game like this against Magnus, you're not doing it too often.
Yeah, to start the day like this and your birthday, because we also have to say that nobody really likes to play on his birthday. There is always this feeling like too many people congratulate you, you lose concentration, everything. But if you start like this, then you feel like this is my day.
Maybe, well, yeah, I think thank you for this d4. And before we say goodbye, we want to show some interviews of today's after the games, what happened.
Vincent, it was a tougher day at work today. How would you summarize it?
Yeah, it was kind of expected. Like yesterday I was feeling really, really sick. So I did feel a little better today, but still I could clearly tell that I blundered way too many things. For example, against Magnus, I just completely missed that queen f4 was even a move, which is something that normally really wouldn't happen to me. So yeah, I can't say I'm happy with my play, but I think it was kind of acceptable under the circumstances, and I'm just hoping to be back in better shape tomorrow.
You also get better time control tomorrow, and you do tend to do better with the longer time control. Do you think people are going to be worried about picking you?
I don't know. In the past it hasn't worked out so well for them, so we will see. But I mean, my performance today certainly wasn't something to fear, but generally, as you already mentioned, in longer time controls I tend to do a little better.
So what you're saying is that chess players don't necessarily learn by their mistakes, and maybe they will pick you early.
We will see.
Good luck.
Thanks.
How is it to play chess after being sick like you were yesterday?
I mean, sometimes it's good. It's like, it's fun to get to play freestyle and play some fresh positions, but I mean, I'm quite aware that I'm just not able to think anything close to as clearly as I need on a day like this, and yeah, then that's just the way it is in the end. I think the fact that I scored as well as I did is a bit of a miracle. I mean, yeah, I didn't feel like I was much in control in any games today. So I'm glad to be done with the day, and then try and recover as well as possible for the next few days.
And by experience, does a day like this help for recovering for tomorrow?
No. I think I just need some rest and playing chess on a day like today when I'm not feeling up for it. It's exhausting, especially when you have a lot of games. And like in the last game, I was just, I don't know. I mean, obviously Parham had his struggles here, but it felt like it was so low quality that it was just embarrassing. But that's the way it is.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
And more. Seemed like there were some players who had struggled to find rhythm today. How would you summarize your day?
I played terribly. It was very, very bad. I mean, it started okay, I guess. Although the first game also against Parham was very bad, so I can't say that I ever had found my footing today at all. Yeah, a lot of games were truly quite atrocious, and in time trouble I wasn't. I mean, I haven't sat down at the board for over a month, so I don't know if it has something to do with it, but maybe I'm still a bit rusty.
So when you have had a month without sitting down on the board, do you think a day like this with that many games can help sharpen your mind for when it really matters tomorrow?
Hopefully. I mean, I thought today did matter because there are some points at stake, could prove important. Not a tremendous amount of points, but still something. But yeah, at least it's better to play a less consequential day first. But yeah, probably when you aren't really in practice, to play freestyle and rapid and 7 games is a bit of a challenge. So, after I was +1, I thought, okay, shouldn't go too badly, but then the rest was, of course, very poor.
So tomorrow it does look like you're probably going to be playing Magnus unless someone steals you prior to that in the picking session. What do you think about that matchup?
Well, it's always possible. I mean, there's no easy opponents, so obviously Magnus is the strongest player, but still, it's not like you get anyone easy here.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Well, we've heard the players that it was not their day, it seems, like all of them were explaining they didn't feel so well yesterday, and today it was Fabiano has said maybe he's rusty. We'll see tomorrow how it's going to be for the players. Peter, what is your take after listening to the players, how they felt, especially Magnus? He was also kind of unhappy with his play. And what do you expect for tomorrow?
Yeah, it was clear that the players were unable to show their absolute best. We don't know exactly what happened, but this was a warm-up. It was, nobody got knocked out. Yeah, everybody has a chance. Anyway, the format is such that 7 games in one day with this freestyle and 10 minutes on the clock. Come on, you cannot play brilliantly. And the problem is, like we have seen with Parham, that if you lose control, then your self-confidence level goes down. There's nothing to rely on. You probably start to see ghosts. You are not happy with yourself, and you get this negative spiral. While in Levon's and in Sindarov's case, we saw that when things start to go your way and you feel like freestyle is my friend, how great that we have 7 games. I still want to continue. All my pieces are going in the right direction. Every decision that I'm taking works out in my favor. Yeah, you get all this energy. Like we saw the 2 players, Levon and Sindarov, then still discussing their game because it was such a fascinating game. And the players who had a rough day, be careful whoever picks Parham. Parham will be a completely different Parham tomorrow. Also, we'll have a completely different time control, which will give the players more time to try to get freestyle under their control. Yeah, because we have seen today that things can completely escalate, and you are unable to have it under control. Then things like the Magnus Carlsen against Vachier-Lagrave, 10 moves massacre can happen to the best player of all time. So nobody is safe. That's why we also love this format. Very challenging, but tomorrow we'll have the 30 minutes time control games. I believe that we will have things more under control from the players.
Well, this is what we're going to see tomorrow. It's going to be the quarterfinals of South African final stage of the Grand Slam of Freestyle. I hope you also had a great time. I did very much, Peter, analyzing, following all these games. It was very tiring for the players. It was very challenging for all of them. But I think we deserve also a little rest, as they deserve a rest. But congratulations again for Sindarov for his incredible performance and on his birthday. And be with us, join us tomorrow again. And we say goodbye from here, from South Africa. And see you tomorrow for the quarterfinals.
See you.
What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you in my mouth. Will you help me get 'em out?